the fuck is Stealth Mouse VT? Excuse the fuck you. Who is that? Fucking, I watched Stealth Mouse VT? Who the fuck is that? It's certainly not fucking me. On Glitto. The mouse is back. I might have eaten one too many bunnies, and I have now become one with the bunnies. Happy Easter or something like that. You want to hear my body count? So many bells. So many dead bodies in my tum-tum. Yummy and worth it, I say. Fucking yummy and worth it. I thought that was you. I'm not a Stealth Mouse VT. I don't know who the fuck that is. It's not me. I'm stealthy_mouse. Thank you very fucking much. You've been watching bootleg Stealthy Mouse. Unbelievable. Mouse is back. I am back. Should I have my... I want like a bilby instead of a bunny. I suppose that works. I mean, the Australian Easter bilby. Yeah. You have the Easter bilby? Do you know the Easter bilby, chatters? Well, now you do, because this is I am the Easter bilby. Buddy, fuck you! Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. I have so many Easter bunnies this year. Oh my god. In my defense, it's not like I had them all on the same day, okay? I've had them over the last several months, ever since they started selling the Easter shit, so... I'm allowed to. And also, in my defense, I didn't eat them all to myself, okay? I would crush their skulls and feed their heads to my other half, and then I'd eat the bodies. So, technically, I've probably eaten about half that much. Yeah. So, I'm not that much of a fatty McFatty. Okay. 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 Can I have a bottle of rum? PHY's Easter Mouse? No. No. Eat chocolate or shut the fuck up. Eat your chocolate. Good rebuttal, but it got farted on, so your point is... Feet under the mouse? Feet? Feet? Why are we talking about feet? Where'd the feet go? Hey, Mila! My arm is itchy. How's everyone doing? Not gonna read that, Chato-san? Don't feel like it? Don't feel like reading things? No? Are you working? She's not working. She's bored. We reboot her. Come on. Oh, she moved.
POG Online.
Okay, there she is. She's back. She's back. Thank you for the biddies. I crunch on them.
I'm always working, ruling this chaotic chat. Stealthy Mouse just flounders around while I bring the fabulousness. Don't let her fool you, she's not fit for the spotlight. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Chato-san. Ribbit.
You don't know shit. He wasn't even fucking here. Oh, look, Bunny visits me on my birthday. Though I guess technically she is in the future. I am Easter Sunday. I am the Easter Sunday to your Easter Saturday. Eh, nice. Thank you for the resub. 44 months, but it's just the number just keeps growing, man. It's alarming, but thank you. My birthday is 4/4. Oh my god! I can't wait for 4/4 of 2044. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. 2044. You better be in your 40s in 2044. You fucking better be in your 40s in 2044, or be very sad. Oh, fuck off!
aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. So really at the best place to shop, it's our Bass Pro Shop.
I'm 36 now, so
You gotta finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, that's the proper size and all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Guys satisfied now? You got your fish out of you? You got your seafood out of you? And the baby farts? Are you fucking done now? Are you right? My toy stream now? Fuck it.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis,
I know there's a period in time during Easter that you're not supposed to eat red meat. You're only meant to eat like fucking fish.
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Can I have a flamethrower? What are you gonna do with that
finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this fish. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has some proper size and all the hieroglyphics.
So confused aliens when they get here. They're gonna think we actually revere fish as fishing in general or something.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
The aliens are gonna be so fucking confused, guys. Come on, we gotta correct what the aliens think. They can't believe that we like worship fish. Come on. We're not a whole bunch of fucking cats. We don't worship the fish. Fish. Armageddon. Thank you for the Mr. Bar with Prime loss. And this place always feels like home, no matter how bad the day is being here with everyone else. Everyone always makes me happy. I can fucking read. I'm having a stroke. Hello. Hey, oh, I'm having a stroke. Hey. Anyway. I'm just gonna put it back on task. Me happy, even if I can't be around as often as I'd like. Happy 42 months. Thank you, Mars. I appreciate you. Sorry about the really lame joke. I couldn't help myself.
I'll take care of you. I will.
No.
Banana. Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Anyway, now that's over. Why? Thank you for the bitties. I hunch on them and fall for just a can of Pepsi. Thank you for gifting a sub to them, I suppose. I'm having a stroke, AO! Forget everything I said previously. Goodbye. So you can't lose me. I'm on your skin. I'm attached to you forever. Imbued in your fucking veins. Remember, you did this to yourself, buddy boy. You can never be free. Oh shit, fucking hype trade at 69%. No more. No more anything. I don't want want to see nothing. No biddies, no subbies, and no fucking Tangier. We got a beautiful number right there. He's lovely. I got build. Fool! You fucking ruined it. Hydrochloric acid. What? Who are we trying to off? Where the acid? Ripping balls, bro. I haven't had my ADHD meds. I'm like, why the fuck is my brain just skedaddling? Drugs, chat. Take your drugs. Have you had your drugs yet today, chat? Drugs. Drugs. Ooh, drugs. Ooh. That's my drugs. Sorry. I'll take my drugs. Stars, I hope you're having a day off or something. Enjoy free time. Drugs. I've triggered the dog. He's gone. He's left. He's like, that's it. Mum's taking the drugs. I'm out. I'm fucking out. Outskis. Oh, 69 for you. It was so beautiful. Now what do we got? We got a disgusting 92. Ain't nothing. Nothing. Could at least make it a 96. Come on. Who wants to give like a single biddy? Maybe we can get that to 96. Come on. Come on, do it for stealthy, eh? Ah, drugs. Fool, that's a whole sub. That's not gonna get me to 96. Fuck! I hit the next level of the hype train. Sorry, swallowing substances. Now what we got? We got little 15%. See this day! How you doing? Has it been? Oh, in case you couldn't tell, chat, by the fact that I'm on just chatting for once in my life, I don't know what we're gonna be doing today. I haven't decided. I have yet to decide what we're gonna do. We could do some more Cult of Lamb. I got a burp stuck in my chest, but excuse me. Ooh, that was yummy. Anyway, we could do some more Cult of Lamb. I could do some more rigging of killers. I could work on redrawing that Chateau-san wallpaper because I gotta redraw it because those ugly thick ass fucking lines. We could do some King of the Castle, which is that chat inclusive game. We could do a few things. I should probably make a proper listicle so that we could poll it. Do you dance on your pole, chat? Do you dance on the pole? Do you want a pole? I know everyone in chat wants a pole in their house. I know you want to dance on that pole. Dance like no one's watching, but I'm watching. Give money to charity! Oh my god, your badge is cute. How did you get it? Oh, wait. How does that work? Is that the Twitch integrated charity thingy? Stop watching, I'm naked! If you're dancing naked on a pole, I can just imagine... I'm just imagining, I don't know, the noise that your skin makes when you rub up against a, like, metal. You're just like... That horrible squeaking noise. Pyko's trying to, like, sexy dance on his pole. He's trying, man. He's trying. Gotta like powder him up a little bit. Coat him in chalk. He just slides straight off the pole and fucking concusses himself. Santa, how you doing? No fanboy trap rigging. Oh, come on. Let me. Flint, can you stop, bitch? No. No. You go outside. And I might have to keep the dog outside for a little bit. Get out. I'm getting your stuff. Only started complaining so early in streams because we've started getting Kongs when I'm streaming to shut him up, but now he expects it straight away, so he starts screaming into the void. Hey, we summoned Pepper Lake. My eyes up, Papa. Well, forgetting to breathe today. Hello, breathe, stealthy. Too much yapping, not enough breathing. It's the best. He's not very best boy right now. He's a naughty little shithead, is what he is. I don't know how gay man strippers do it without getting their balls caught on the pole. I have to shave also, like, asshole to breakfast as well. Can you imagine trying to swing around a pole and getting your pubes stuck between, like, your wherever you're clinging onto the pole as you're trying to swing around and your pube gets stuck? Holy shit. The pain is real. Something like hey, 25 stream streak. Nice. Thank you. I'm still mad as fuck that my Ginger Cinder stream streak got fucked. There's no reason to get fucked, but it did. I'm so mad about it. Hey, how many more chocolate bunnies did you murder? Do you want me to count? I don't think I've actually counted them. All right, let's count. Let's get a head count of dead bodies. I got 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay, the laughing takes too long. 5 bunny. 6 bunny. 7 bunny more. 8 bunny. 9 bunny. Oh, 10. I got 10 exactly. Exactly 10 dead bodies. Hell yeah. No, Flint. I got 10 dead bodies. I've got the, what do they call it when
recover from this.
What do they call it when, like, not a mass murderer, serial killer, or a serial killer takes a part of their, like, of their victims and keeps it. What do they call it? Trophies. I got 10 trophies. Choo choo. Choo choo. What do I get? What do I get? What do I got? Oh, I got the same one. It's so cute. It's so sad. Oh, it's so sad. I've got 10 trophies of my 10 victims. Yums. Nice. Thank you for the gift of sub to Bento. Enjoy the emotes, Bento. He imagines the friction. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. The boy that could do no wrong. He could do everything fucking wrong. He drives me nuts. Listen to all these cells. Music to my ears. I was gonna read something. I didn't know Sesame Street aired in Australia. Yeah, we had Sesame Street. We did. What, you think it was an American-only thing? Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. Man, we even had Elmo come on, like, our talk shows and shit. We used to have this old show. It was kind of like a talk show called Rover, I think it was called. And Elmo went on Rover. That was Australian. True. We also had, I think, only a couple of years ago, we had the Big Bird costume got stolen. I think they were doing a kids, like, you know, they did tours with, like, the Sesame Street characters and that. Big Bird was coming around and someone stole the Big Bird costume while they were drunk and returned it, like, a couple of days later. They're like, sorry, I was drunk. I have Big Bird back. It's like, yes, how Australian of you. Australia did ban certain USA show types. Yeah, but Sesame Street? Like, come on now. The Big Bird was so, yeah, Big Bird got stolen and then returned several days later, all right? Look, when you're drunk, you just do shit. And then, like, when you wake up the next day, you got work, so you can't return Big Bird straight away. So it's like, oh, I guess you're gonna live in my house until I have some time to take you back. How the fuck do you manage to steal that large I don't fucking know, alright? It's the wonders of alcohol. No one knows how it happens. It's like everyone always ends up with a fucking witch's hat in there. A witch's hat or a street sign. And the street signs are always the type of street signs that are like fucking bolted into the ground, so no one knows how the fuck they managed to pull it up, but they've got it in their house now. Like, it's there now, and it's not like you can return it because, you know, you'll get fined by the council, so it's like, well, I guess this is mine now. Whoopsies. I love bonus gifts. Woo! Drunk me loves giving me presents. It's amazing. I say this as someone who's never actually drunk before, but I've had to babysit many people. I've seen how these things can happen. They just do it so nonchalantly. Like, they're just like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. That no one ever questions them when they're walking down the street with the items, so that they just get away with it. Because they're just so confident with it. They're just like, yep, this is mine now. This is mine. And so no one questions it. They're just like, aight, that's theirs, I guess. I know how I got by. There was a plan. It was a plan, and it worked so well. I don't drink, but some people get superpowers when they drink. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Some of them, on the other hand, just get super fucking clumsy and always end up managing to break either themselves, other people, or like the furniture around them. Some people, when they drunk, you just gonna be like, no, you sit down now. You sit down before you fucking break a limb. Come on now, no, no, no. No, you are not going to fucking suplex the table, God. No, no, you sit down now. You sit, please. No, not suplex. It was a birthday gift? Birthday gift courtesy of the streets? Or... Typically, the more relaxed you act, it's possible the thought he worked there because he wasn't acting right. See, that's how people get away with shit. They just act confident. They act like they belong there and no one questions it, all right? Which is also amazing because, like, can't you tell that this man is fucking drunk off his space? He's like fucking Skittle, dude. Dude can't form a full sentence and everyone's just like, you know what? I know a lot of tradies here in Australia tend to have like a permanent drunk drawl to them, but damn, man. To like not even raise a flag is just amazing. Friend acquired it for me. Ah, so the friend is for the streets. I see how it is. Sorry, I got a hydrolyte. Hi gang! I like gangs. Gangs are cute birds. Chad, have you seen a gang? Oh my god, they're my favorite. I wish I could. Oh, they're so cool. I've never seen one in the wild. I want to so bad. They're so fucking cute. This is ADHD doing its thing. Sorry, Clippy is pregnant. Give me the gang. Gang. I got food stuck between my teeth and it's pissing me off. They literally look like a waddle. That's why I love them. They literally look like they have a little waddle growing out of their head. They're beautiful. Beautiful creatures, I tell you. That's a WebP image. Fuck you. Maybe this image. Why are they all WebPs? Fuck you and your fucking WebP fucking bastard bullshit fucking JPEG. Okay, go. I'll take the JPEG. Sorry, I got a little bit tilted. Look at these guys. Hey. It's a gang! Oh, it's so cute! I want to show you a better picture, but they're all fucking whimpers. Please let me save this. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's tiny. It's so small. No, they're so cute! Oh, I love them! I need them in my life. They're like literally flowers on their heads. It's stunning. Why is StreamerBot not working? He's not squeaking at me. I got food stuck in my hair. Sorry, went digging. I went digging for gold. Simika, did I see a Simika with you? Oh shit, she's up Pepper's ass. Hang on. No, Pepper. Clippy's pregnant. 6'7". Thank you. I actually have my. I still have a Facebook. Okay, don't fucking judge me. I keep it because I have boomer-esque friends that like they just don't use any other social media, so it's the only way I can get in contact with them. That's why I have my Facebook. My Facebook is a Clippy. My profile picture is literally just Clippy. I'm like, fuck this shit, Clippy. Clippy it is. The red is so vibrant, right? They're beautiful. I love gangs. And wow, I would say I want one, but I don't actually want one. They're loud as fuck. Think a cockatoo is bad. Wait until you hear a goddamn gang. But damn, look at the beautiful little creatures. All right, let's go back to reading chat. If you want have a high-vis vest and a toolbox ladder. You can get into 80% of places without... Yeah, right? People were just like, oh, I guess we have a tradie here today? Okay. He's such a deadbeat chud. Oh. All I know is that King Big Chris says gang gang when he beats people up in Schedule 1-1. Gang gang. That just makes me think of Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci Gang, Gucci. I don't actually know how that song goes, but it's cringe. I got into a few festivals concert with the high vis and then just like stash it afterwards. Like, yeah. What frog is on your head? That's a rain frog. It's an African rain frog. We love them. He's got the cutie little butt cheeks. I love them. Otherwise, we call it Chetos on here or Chetos, but it is an African rain frog. They're so fucking cute. Oh. This Easter mouse is cute. That fucking sounds like a fucking... I'm sorry, okay? I was thinking of doing a fucking... Okay. No fucking. All right, fucking is banned. No, fucking. No. We are all celibates here today, all right? Celibacy starts now, chat. Celibacy. I was thinking of during Subathon, but I can't. It's too expensive. I looked it up and it's pricey as hell. And so I can't really do it. Or maybe I could do it. I don't know, but it's really expensive. I was thinking of having a shock collar and my mods could zap me every time, I swear. During certain periods of Subathon to try and get better at my language and less big bad words. What is this insidious stream title? What did you do? Well, I have I may or may not have eaten roughly 10 chocolate Easter bunnies over the last like month or two. Look, in my defense, I had kept every single Easter bunny that I ate. I kept its collar, which is what you hear jingling right now. One of the collars, all right? I kept a trophy of every dead body, all right? I'm showing my respects. I'm showing my respects, nuts berserks. And full stop expanding ass cheeks on my stream. Oh my god, 20 stream, let's go. I am kinky much. No, crunch. So what you're saying is we need to crowdfund you a P-Shock? I don't know why I want to say Psyshock. I think Pokemon's getting to my brain. A P-Shock. That sounds really bad. Why is it called P-Shock? Pie-Shock? P-Shock. It's not the cock ring version, please. No, I don't want. No, I don't want that type. Thank you. I wonder if that's. No, we're not asking these questions today, Stealth. Hey, today is the day of Jesus' rebirth or something. I don't know. I'm not religious. We can't be asking about electrified cock rings. Bad, Stealthy. You're Aussie. If you don't swear for too long, you may die. I like spontaneously combust. It'd be one of those spontaneous combustions mysteries. No one knows why she suddenly caught fire. People suspect there was too much alcohol in her blood, but she never drunk, so maybe she just stopped swearing as an Australian. Maybe. It's just on Aussie, like, you guys are such a bad flippin' influence. It's just like, oh, it's so un-Aussie, like, you should keep swearing anyway. I'm trying to be better, chat. I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to fix me potty mouth, and you guys are just like, do it, Aussie. See you in the NT. Do it. I think Astra. Short answer is Resurrection Day. What day was the day that he is supposed to actually have resurrected? Was it the Sunday or the Monday or the... I don't bloody know. I'm not religious. I don't know. Think I follow this curmudgeon? Shock is essentially a shock collar that you can integrate with streaming and get zapped. Oh, okay. Because that's the one that, like, people can control externally. Right. Myth says Sunday. Okay, so that's today for me. So that checks out. So, yep. Okay. Well, I don't get to eat. I still want to know how it came about that we now eat the empty... the empty flippin' space office that he was no longer in. It's like, oh yeah, we now eat eggs that are made of chocolate or candy or whatever that are hollow on the inside to represent the shell that he exit or whatever. It's like, how the periwinkle did that come? What's the logic? People just wanted an excuse to eat candy, and I'm all here for it because damn, those Lint Easter bunnies are the best. Oh, they're so goddamn yummy. Oh, good stuff. And the third day, it's just Sunday because that's the day they chose for the holiday. Because it's the weekend and it makes it nice and easy. And you normally go to church on Sundays, right? Sunday's church day, right? I don't know. I haven't been in a church ever once in my life. I'm still not convinced I won't spontaneously combust the minute my foot hits Holy Land. Not entirely convinced that won't happen. And the one time I did think about entering a church because it looked really cool and I wanted to get pictures of the inside to learn how to draw churches, I approached the door and then a strong gust of wind happened and blew the door open and almost pushed me in, and I was like, nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. And I never went in. I legged it. I legged it so fast. I was like, nope, we're not doing this. So, confused. Go fast. I was gonna see confused cat. I'm like, nope, 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 that's not the right. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. How was stream? I see Vampire the Masquerade. How do? Were you winning, son? Were ya winning? Like Halloween and Christmas, so it's all just, was it pagan holidays? But they take over. I gotta breathe. Stealthy, breathe. You can breathe. You can breathe and talk at the same time. You don't have to do just one or the other, please. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's all those Easter bunnies getting in, trying to escape. You poor phantom! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. I still haven't done a poll to decide what we're doing today. I'm gonna do that eventually. Say bring friends of chaos! Thank you so much! Hello, confused cultist. Big Varg for alpha. Does that mean your page is missing? I'm goth. Hello. And your poor phantom! Confused cat would still be accurate. Are you lost, little kitty cat? Here, pss, 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 pss. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Pss, 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 pss. Actually, no, don't. I'm a mouse. I don't think I should be encouraging this. Paper bag? You trying to tell me something? I don't want a paper bag on my. Breathe, stealthy. What the fuck? Garden? I love gardens, even if they don't actually touch grass. Not the point, though. It's all right. I bring the grass to you. You touch this grass? Dave, straight you touch this grass. Touch it. Touch it. Sniff it a little bit. Maybe rub your cheeks on it like a little cat. Go on, rub your little cheekies on it. I know you want to. I know you want to. Disgusting little cat. It's like catnip to you, isn't it? Yes. Chew on that grass. Just don't eat ass. I mean, you could. I'm not here to judge, but like, chew on the grass. We're here for the grass, not the ass. I mean, you could be here for the ass too, but you can't see my ass because I'm 2D and I can't rotate.
I'm grass? Sorry to I touch grass. I got my hand on my bush right now.
What she said. Whatever form of grass you want, I guess. Also, are we counting bush as grass? Because bush is bush and grass is grass. They're two different things. Big Berg. Thank you for follow. You know someone is a professional yapper when they have to remind them to breathe, otherwise they'll just go in and be like, why am I lightheaded? It's because the ADHD meds haven't kicked in yet, so I'm just yappering and doing the yappers instead. It's fire! How you doing? Feasting! Oh, that's what I heard. The squeakers. Was someone trying to summon? Right. Yeah. Hana, is there? Hang on. Let me make someone's right before I forget. Oh yeah. She's 2D lol. Spin around. Fine. Alright, this is the closest thing I can get to a spin, right? Where the fuck is my center of gravity? Is it my skull? My rotation goes from my head. It's like, you spin my head round, 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 round like a record, baby, right round downtown. You know, it took me forever as a kid to realize that was about sex! The song is sex! Hello, Stephanie. May I ask, why is there a frog on top of your head? It's Cheto! If Cheto works properly. It's Cheto-san on my head. She talked for Chet. With Biddy's, there's a point redeem where you can talk directly to her. If she decides to work, she's kind of being a bit of a spaz today, but it's okay. It's okay, it's to be expected. Hello, Ruby! I'm probably gonna end up calling you Phantom, Ruby, because, well, your username is Phantom, so... I've got the memory of a goldfish. Yippee! Everyone gets called by their username except for Turnip, because Turnip is Turnip and eats weird food, and so I remembered that they're Turnip. Please don't take food advice from Turnip. Okay? Ominous Blazy, otherwise known in chat. But we know them as Turnip. Don't eat their suggested foods. Just don't do it. Big mistake. I made that mistake once. Never again. Never again. Ice cream and spicy nudes? Don't do it. This is Cheto-san, a red frog. Okay, so she's being a wank, I see. She's disconnected again. She's being weird today. Yeah, she's disconnected again. Hold up. Why does she keep disconnecting? What's up with that? Oh, honey. Look at Venus! Oh, all the frogs everywhere.
POG online.
Okay, there she's alive.
poggers.
Alright, I can't get her to rejig. She's broken! I'm sorry! Oh, 84! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get coffee. I smell funny, chat. I smell really bad. But it's not my fault, okay? I have these track pants, okay, chat? I have these fucking track pants that no matter what I do, they stink. I have bleached them. I have soaked them in vinegar. I have washed them over and over and over and over again. I have dried them in full sunlight. And as soon as my body heat gets to them, they fucking stink. But I can't be fucked getting new ones. So I just send my stinky little track pants. As soon as my body heat starts to warm them up, it's like, oh, what's that smell? Oh, it's me. I am the smell. Hello, Lord Animus. And right now, I can smell the smells. Oh, I can smell the smells. Sender, how is your Resident Evil? Have you tried replacing them? It doesn't. But there's two pairs. It's literally two pairs of track pants with the same smell problem, and I don't know. I don't know if it's just the material they're made out of or what. It's literally two pairs of track pants with the same stink problem. I've never let them sit and get moldy or nothing. They just stink. I don't know why. I try so hard. It's because they got saturated in sweat too long. But it's not a sweat smell. I've never gotten sweaty in my track pants. My track pants are being lazy. I've got gym pants for getting sweaty. Not my fucking tracky dags. Tracky dags are for lazing around the house and sleeping. Not for sweating, bruh. Also, I don't have a sweaty ball sack, so I ain't gotta worry about that. I got a burp coming up. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, you had to hear that. Leon, why can't you run faster? Oh, I think it was Resident Evil. I think it was Resident Evil. Pro tip! Apparently, one of the enemies in Resident Evil is synced to your screen refresh rate, so you literally can't outrun them if your refresh rate is too high. The more you know. It's literally impossible to outrun them if your refresh rate is like 120 or something. Maybe they just got no for it. No, I washed them, I soaked them, I sunned them, and they're still stanky. Oh, I can smell them now. Now the mouse really is ADHD turned into what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Yammy? I'm gonna fucking stick you in a... What's a yam? So I was gonna say I'll stick you in a yam. So you're a real kitty yammy, but I don't know what a yam is. Google! yam? Here, Google. Yam. Oh, it's a potato. A yam is a potato. Okay. This is a cat made out of potato. We'll go with that. Is this like you sculpt your mashed potato into the shape of a kitty? I feel like that works. That could work. That could work. All right, we got a mashed potato kitty. Anyway, we're gonna start a poll about what I'm supposed to be doing today. That's a boss in Resident Evil 5, isn't it? I don't know. It's one of the Resident Evils. I don't play any of them, so I don't know. All I know is it was a Resident Evil. I didn't help anyone. Helps everyone. I say this is someone with ADHD. Yummy means darkness in Japanese. Oh, yummy? Yeah, does it? Just one was a different word, but I'm tweaking. I'm not weeb enough for this shit, I say, as someone who's always like, arigatou gozaimasu. I was gonna say uwu, and I'm like, that's not fucking Japanese. That's just weeb culture. It's not the same. It's not the same. Not actually potato. I wasn't listening. Yam, potato. Potato is a yam. Fight me. What's it, Panzer Grabber? I got it from Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know. I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh is from furry culture. What do you mean? You sure it's furry culture? I could have sworn it was like big weeb culture first, and then the furries like embraced it with their whole fucking chest. I'm swearing again! Ah! I'll be good. No more swearing. No more fucking on the Lord's Day. Yeah, Yami Yugi duh. Sorry, okay. I might have had a crush on like the Pharaoh in Yu-Gi-Oh? Is it the version that possesses Yu-Gi-Oh? That was my first baby stealthy mouse crush. It's like, oh yeah, you wear that collar. You wore a collar. I was like, yeah. Baby stealthy like that. Man, a girl got her preferences. I came back at something fairies. What? Flint, enough. Oh yeah, biddies. Thank you. That might be true for me too about the collar. Ayo. the Yugi. Yugi is the kid, right? So what's the name of the pharaoh? Doesn't he have like a really like convoluted name? I feel like he had a weird name that I couldn't remember as a kid, so I just called him like Yugi Pharaoh. Pharaoh Yugi. Let's go. Atom. Okay, I feel like I've never heard the name then in that case. Yes. But yes. Misa and big boy Yugi. I was like, yes. I'll take that. That's mine. I never got to watch Yu-Gi-Oh much either because it would always start. It was on the same par as Pokemon. It start playing when I would have to leave to go to school, so I never got to watch it. Bah. True yams are from Africa and have a tree bark texture. Potato. It's a potato. It's a potato. I don't care. It's a potato. I always thought Yami Yugi was so cool, right? Okay, so I'm not crazy. Okay, I'm not the only one. Alright, cool. Cool. I'm not the weirdo out here. I am on par with everyone else. I love bipolar men. No, I just like the polar part of the bipolar. No. I like with one of the versions. Can we just like freeze frame on that one? Also, it's taller as well. It does have the big stupid eyes, like big doe eyes. Let me just sip the rest of the drinky drink. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Sweet potatoes are from the Morning Glory family, whereas potatoes are from Nightshade. Cinder, your mod is actually me, Cinder! Never mind the fact that he's also my mod and my lead mod, but it's besides my Cinder! Come sort your mod out! Predator vision. I don't want the uwu face. I want those sharp angle eyes that Adam gets. Hell yeah. Feels weird saying Atom because it sounds like Adam, and every Adam I know is always dork. It's a fucking dork, dude. All I can see is all the atoms I know. I like 6 atoms that I know, and they're all dorks. So every time I say atom, it's like, Adam. No. I can't do it! Nom 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 nom. Ah, almost done. Ah, some good shit. Sorry, let's get that down. Damn, it's all over the screen. I talk about the frogs. You got a problem with I forget what they're called. What's a frog again? It's amphibians. Yeah, big word. Why was that so hard? Damn, I must be getting some. I'm getting Alzheimer's up in here. You got a problem with amphibians? Son man. Anyway, let's summon a Xenos while we're at it. Xenos. Oh, wait, he's gone, he's off to the races. There you go, come back. Excuse me. I'm actually to SSB and Crony before. Don't underestimate me. Fuck you. Hey, who was the random chatter that got summoned? Oh my god, the old Lorb got summoned! It's old Lorb! I'm gonna put him next to the new Lorb. Put him over there. Yo! Are rain frogs even amphibian? I don't know actually. I know they're more land dwellers, rain frogs are. I don't know if they are amphibian. Amphibious. I'd assume so, maybe. I don't fucking know. Honestly, don't take any information from me. I've got the IQ of a goldfish, as my chat can ascertain. Anyway, let's start this godforsaken poll before I forget for the 3rd time about what we're gonna do today. Let's make a new poll. And we've gotta title it. What new? Now, we can rig kilos. We can, what was the name of that game? Oh, I do Cult of Lamb. Now let me open my Steam so I remember the name of that other game. King of the Castle? King of the Castle. What else do I feel like I can be fucked on? Black shot! Dog out there bitching. Rig Killers, Cult of Lamb, King of Castle, I can't really be bothered with chat though, so we'll just leave it at that for now. Not Paul. Not Paul. Bend my hair back! Fuck you in that gas sound every time I do a poll, by the way. You got 10 minutes. Get your votes in there before I add your bell collar to my collection of trophies. My pants really be stinking right now. What is it? Smells like gas? I don't know what it smells. It smells like sweaty ass cheeks. It smells like swamp ass. I don't know why. No matter how much I clean, you stank. Always stank. Which one of you sick people voted to rig feet? Rig feet? What, you don't want to see me rig fanboy killers? You can't vote against yourself. Back on Lamb, she ain't working right now. She's here to have fun. Why is that emote still here? You expect it to just magically disappear? Look, now I've got like 6 fucking ears. What have you people done to me? Wait, what happens if I flatten my ears down? Here we go. I'm a monstrosity. God damn, I can hear you really, really, really well, but also my selective hearing is extra powerful, so I can also not hear you really, really, really well. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, the ball! Obsidian Histfire! Oh, welcome to the garden. Fine, nice, sunny, or shady position. I mean, I can always make you some shade with these ears of mine. I just go like kind of oblong shaped like this. You are now shaded. All these chateaus along here will be shaded. Yes. Alright, I go back up right. There we go. I think I'm still wonky. There we go. She hatched from a homunculus? Me! No! I am Divine conception is what I am. I made myself. Who got pregnant to make me, though? Like, if I'm divine conception and I made myself, how was I here in existence to make myself? Questions. Questions need answers. No fucking fitty, you pieces of shit. Hey! No fitty, okay? Vote for what you want, not to meme on me, you pieces of shit. Vote for what you want, alright? Otherwise you run the risk of not getting what you want. And you don't want that now, do you? Don't listen to Killers, he's just embarrassed that he's a fucking femboy, okay? With big honka balonka baloobas. He's embarrassed, he's trying to hide it. Don't listen to him. As soon as he sees there's a chance that his rig might win, he's just like, fitty. Asexual reproduction, but there had to have been another one of me to split off from, eh? Like, there's gotta be another one of me, like a little worm version of me that you like cut in half to make two wormy versions of me, you know? You are, therefore you exist. I'm on that one. Are you okay there, Obsidian? You having a bit of a spin? You gonna what? I see spin. It's a full speed spinning. You gonna concuss yourself? Calm down, boy. Calm down. Calm down. Bear killer! Please be nice. I've got like 6 bears that visit my chat regularly. Please leave them alive if you can help it. Control your bloodlust, please. For my viewers. I hope it's gonna be Cult of Lamb. Good chance you're still gonna be alive when I wake up, right? You're just trying to bait my ADHD because you know I'd fucking get... I'm swearing again! You know, I get really bad with ADHD when I'm Cult of Lambing and I'm alive for like 10 hours straight. Spin very fast. Did you see that thing I sent you? Uh-oh. Bring Dead by Daylight! Are you winning, son? We don't take losers in this chat, so if you lose, get the fuck out with your disgusting smell. Politely, of course, with no swear words. I like that creepy ass face, Obsidian, his fire. Very nice. So you did start off as a homunculoid monstrosity. I don't even know how I started out. All I remember is globular form. As I slowly grew bones and hair, I was just like a little globular mess of like a little bit of skin, a little bit of muscle tissue, some hair and bones. Just like one of those, I think they call them homunculuses, don't they? When you have a twin that you've absorbed and it's like just a little fucking massive, sometimes teeth, hair and flesh. It's like a tumor inside people. Maybe that's what I was. I was that, and then I just like purged myself off the body, the main body, and then formed. That's me. Hi all. A hairy tumor. It's gonna be called a lamb! She hasn't said see you in the NT today, so she's on break. Almost did, but I censored to see you in the NT. See, very good, very good. ADHD is strong with that one. That one is Subnautica with the death of me. 10-hour streams, clear. I wonder if Subnautica 2 will release this year. Probably not till next year, most likely. But I'm describing childbirth. Okay. Oh, I got a burp again. Ooh, but that burp's gonna come with breakfast if I'm not careful. I love second breakfast when it comes from my own stomach. Do you like second breakfast, Chet? I refuse to call you mommy other than call me daddy. Come on now. If you're not gonna call me mommy, you gotta call me daddy. Come on, pretty princess. Call me daddy. Mother! No, that's daddy. I'm daddy to you. I have your rigger. I'm your daddy. I'm daddy. Just like a seahorse. VTubers are like seahorses. The daddy is the last one to have the babies. Yeah. I will be birthing you. Your daddy. Like the seahorse that I am. Oh, I meant Dadtha. The Dadtha. time me out so I don't have to hear this. I'm your mommy and your daddy, killers. You can call me God, if you will. A thornberry coming out of me. What a day to have ears! Yippee! You say that with the emote where the fucking hair looks like ears poking out. Not how that works, that's how he wish it works. He's also definitely got a timeout kink because he's screaming for timeouts all the time, so he's got a kink about it. So don't, unless you want to hear killers go, oh. Then don't time him out, I suggest. The killer's, oh. Your vibes give off a white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. I need to get the eye bags for that. Very white rabbit coated and on brand with Issa. Yeah, yeah. So I could take my ears off, but then I lose my whiskers. I want my whiskers. I'm a bunny. I don't actually know what noises do bunnies make. No, that's not bunny. That's Skippy. I don't fucking bunny noises. Google help. Bunny noises. Give me. Oh my god, it's the fucking rib ticklers video again with the wig. Oh my god. It's this fucking video again. Why is it always this? God, they have just hacked the whole Google algorithm to be the first suggestion for animal noises. They've got the fuck ass VTuber in the corner again. I have to show you guys. Wait. Why? Why? She's got fucking eye makeup on and everything. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. They're all just distressed rabbit noises. Mouth noises. You like the ASMR? What sort of a sneeze is that, bruh? I love that the VTuber model's just like sneezing, screaming, send help. Why does it exist? Oh no! Calamus wanted to hear that. Oh, that killer's oh. But and what's up, dog? This noise. Oh, we're almost done. We're almost done with the polling. Looks like Cold Lamb is weenie. Let's go. I get to try and make it 100% snow lamb thingy. Sorry, big stretch. You know, I've embarrassed myself multiple times doing that. Like if I get locked into work, okay, I forget where I'm at. So multiple times, not only at school, but a couple of times at a fucking public library, I've done those big stretches with the squealies because it's just so much more contentful when you do the squealies to go with it. And I forgot where I was, and then I realized through the silence, someone goes, "What was that?" And then I'm like, oh. And I realized the room's gone silent, everyone's staring at me because I just fucking screamed the house down while I was stretching. It's like, whoops. No, the most uncomfortable feeling ever when you just clock out from being in focus mode and everyone's staring you down like you've just insulted their ancestry. Anyway, let's go to the gaming section. Yippee! My pants smell like swamp ass. Oh, I can smell it good, but I don't want to have to swap my pants out. Oh, fuck that. What happened to killers? The killers feed the wild mouse squeals. There wasn't enough votes for the killers. No. No. All right, let me take my Udi off. I'm getting a little bit overheated right now. Let's... Where are you? Got the flap? Thank you. The fucking turtle, man. Killers all the way. my layers off. I'm free! Oh my god. I somehow accidentally hit... I had my headphones off for like half a second. And then I put them on and this is what I could hear. I was like, what the fuck is that? I didn't realize I had left the YouTube video up to the side and it started playing again. Bro. That's what post-semen retention feels like. Post-semen retention? So semen escape feels like? I don't know. I don't have sperm. I'm dickless. Alright, let's load up this game. Lord! I got to change my category too before I forgot. Before I forgot. Called off. Ow. Mm-hmm. Where even the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Come on, load game. There you go. Now, let's get you guys some audio. There you go. Oh, boss, I'm boss. I'm back. Leon, how you doing? How's it going? Why am I constantly winking? Stop it! I mean, I don't mind winking at Lee, but it's still weirding me out. I'm not winking, I promise. I'm not being a fucking skeezer. At least not all the time. What? Dark Souls health bar shows up? The cockless one. You don't even know where to hit to inflict damage because I ain't got no ball sack. Where's my controller? Pitiful little mouse meets pitiful little controller. Okay, Stacey Squares. Just ate dinner and now I'm chilling here. Oh, wow, how be you? I'm okay. I stank, but I stank. I need new clothes. I'm too lazy to go to the shops, but how far through even am I? 61% apparently, and 80% of the main storyline. I should probably finish that, but I'm again lazy. I see how you been steezing. I never. It's better than my 3 inches. Okay, what the fuck was I talking about there? What 3 inches? Alright, what the fuck was I doing? It's been forever. Excuse me! And I was collecting these guys as dookie because their dookie helps, like, my plants or whatever. Sorry, hiccup burp over and over again there. Oh, I forgot about... I forgot about my disciples. I thought they were dead. Alright, you guys are all taken care of. You're all good. Yeah, it's good to see. Bunch of snowballs. Did I make any lammies? I love lambs. Oh, why the hell are you sick? Go to bed. Go to bed. Stupid. Got 2 sickins getting around apparently. Ah, doggy! Oh, my child is... I'm so... I should never have a baby if I'm just constantly leaving them sitting their own feces. Nurture the dinosaur. Will you even conceived yet in this game? I don't think so, question mark? You should be able to check with the overlay. It should show you the way. I have an old man to kill. I see EMT Barbie must die. I have no one out doing quests. I have alcohol to share. Give everyone some alcoholic beverages. No one needs liver function anyway. Okay. No option to make a follower. I don't think you can until if you haven't made a follower yet, it won't allow you to until I have a follower to indoctrinate. I do believe, if memory serves. All right, what do I got going on? Let's remind myself. Oh. My murder. Well, a lot of my murder options are currently on cooldown. I need more bones! Let's go kill an old person. Old people are sin. Kill the boomers! Wait, where's the old person gone? There was someone with a fucking walking stick like 2 seconds ago. Where'd you go? It was EMT. It was you. 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 Fuck. Any more oldies, or I'm gonna set a youngin against the oldie? Alright. Let's sick Bento on him. Get him, Bento! You're always fucking causing fights anyway. Get him! Sick him, Bento! Kill the goat! If Bento dies, that'd be it. Oh, Bento, you fucking useless! Girl, you're supposed to be experienced with this shit! What do you mean? You get to live, dumb bitch. Seriously? Seriously? You are triggering fights left, right, and center, but you can't even throw hands! This is an old save from like 2 years ago, and I'm dead. Nah, this is not an old save. Oh, I'm so miffed at Bento. You failed at your one goddamn job. Bullshit. What? Do a sermon and get you guys out of my church. No swears. I'm very good. I'm very good. Very good. I controlled myself, chat. Are you proud of me? I didn't even swear, and I was going to. I'm so proud of myself. It's Jesus Day or some. Not working right. Ah, disconnected. Connect! Must have timed out. Authorize. Okay, there we go. Now I'm signed in on it. Okay, now it's working. Okay. Is it better now, chat? You might have to refresh your page. Thank you, Wolfie, for letting me know. Alright, let's send some people to go get me some bones, because heaven knows I can't get my own goddamn bones around this place. 3 days, 1 day. Dory, you're on bone collection duty. Go get them. Go bone them. You're welcome, and how am I dead? You have died like 6 times, Wolfie. You have died and been brought back to life many a times. Such is the way of this cult. I think you probably died. I think you died on a quest, I'm pretty sure. Because I had a couple of people die on quests that are supposed to be easy for them. Alright, send Glundon off. Well, this is the way. Oh, yes, go tanks. What's I gonna say? Like, waste my time. Everyone's a little befuddled. Everyone's warm though, right? Put some food up and then I can... Oh, fuck! Who's fighting? No one's fighting? Hey! Oh, I got there too late. Oh, sake. I just want to feed my guys and then go for a run. Someone shat a bunch of gold down there. Someone just vomited in the corner. Oh my god, I can't win. Get it. Come on. Oh my god, Cass and Astra, I'm busy. Stop fighting. Seriously picking a fight while I'm in the middle of... You people have problems! Oh my god, Cass! Everyone's fighting! Hey, Sean, Shadow, Cass, and Astra, stop! Stop! Now where's Cass? Where are they? I actually don't know where they went. Oh, there you are! Stop! Stop just squaring up with everyone! God! Now everyone's in a shitty mood. This is what I get for letting people have alcohol in this goddamn house. Why is this child named Pussy? Oh, because they're a scaredy cat. Okay. Why is your child Pussy? Okay, it's fine. I get it now. It all makes sense now. Everyone is dead. Have you seen how many people are alive as well? Oh my god. Ah! Where is the dead body? For fuck's sake! Right as I say everyone is alive, someone else dies. This is some bullshit. Right, 100% lamb, 100% lamb, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100. Come on. Ah, so close. Ah, getting the push. Oh my god, you got a problem with my dead bunnies? Hypothetically, what if the other person deserved a punch in the teeth? Then I'd probably join them, but I don't get that choice. The game doesn't let me. Yeah, that goes too fast for my simple little mind. Do I have anything that needs to win? I don't actually know. I need to catch up my brain. Nani. Ziggy! Welcome, Redders! How's my fair fellow mouse? Have you changed your hairstyle? Fuck! Another fight! God damn it! This is the fourth one! Astra! Stop picking fights! Fucking hell, Astra! What is your problem today? You got like some stuck up your ass, girl! God damn! That's the fourth fight in like 5 minutes! This raid ain't much, but it's honest work. Oh, you should be in the mines. What you been doing? Fortnite? Did you win? Were you winning? Did you win? Did you win? Did you win? Win? Don't put the mice name to shame now. You gotta do a proper job now. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it for the rest of us. I say as someone who doesn't play Fortnite and doesn't know how to play Fortnite. Don't scare me. Game to steal cheese! No, please. I've got really nice, yummy parmesan. I'd rather keep it. Shit, my child is buried in poop again. Such a bad parent. Jesus Christ. Okay, everyone go to bed. Why is my devotion so
When
low?
the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river
Oh
down
my
in
God.
Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some
Now we got a
brass.
Bass
It'll
Pro
knock you
Shop.
on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
Not the damn-
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
You and me, let's learn some history.
Is that Ryan? I don't know. Who's Ryan?
gotta finally make the
All I
pyramids
know is I
into
get
what they came
abused
to
by
be,
this
and now
fucking
everybody
fish song.
see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cutting on this
Who is
fish.
this?
Makes me
Flex?
wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has been prophesized in
Well,
all
like
the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop.
Just wait, I'll be back shortly. Just hold the line. Just hold the
That's a
line.
big ass pyramid,
I'll be with you shortly. Just let chat get this out of their system.
Why is it a Bass Pro Shop?
Sometimes they just need to tickle their
I don't
finger.
understand.
Are we done playing with the fish, chat? Ah, fuck!
When the aliens come down,
Seriously,
all they really
two in a
want
row,
to see
Cat,
is the pyramid by the
please.
river down in Memphis,
Shit.
Tennessee.
I'm trying
Made
to
of
talk
glass
to
and
my
some brass.
makeup
It'll knock you on your
friend.
ass, make your damn jaw
She's
drop.
trying to wear
It's
the
our Bass Pro
goddamn
Shop.
mom hairstyle
What
while
you think
she's
it was? Doesn't
pregnant,
every
please.
city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their
Please.
eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best
do a
place to
community
shop.
goal.
It's our Bass Pro Shop.
Some stories, and the Egyptians like a million cents.
You gotta finally
I
make the
missed my
pyramids into
perfect
what
shot
they
for my
came to
lamb.
be, and now everybody
Let me
see
back.
what we got.
Let
We
me
got a
back.
Bass
Can I come
Pro
back?
Shop.
I'm gonna-
Hell yeah,
No,
working
no,
cutting
no,
on this fish.
no, let me
Makes
come back.
wanna
I
shake
wanna
my
come back.
ass and it
Please,
makes me
please,
wanna fish.
please.
Yeah, it has been prophesized in all the hieroglyphics. It's a
I'm
bluff
just-
city non-stop. Party
I'm
ass
right
Pro Shop.
I'm right here.
That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party ass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? I don't understand.
Excuse me. Zumi, I request a community goal, points goal, where if we reach it, you are not allowed to wear the dead mum hairstyle for the next year. Also, give me the contact of your other half so that I can force them to tie your hair in a fucking ponytail when you go into labor. I'll be like, I don't care. I don't care if she swears at you. I don't care if she goes beast mode and says, I'm in the middle of giving birth right now. You are going to grab her fucking hair and put it in a ponytail or a bun on the top of her head. I don't care as long as it's not the goddamn side pony. I don't want to lose my mouse friend. Flex, did you ever do your Flex, you're supposed to be doing taxes? Flex. No, that please don't fulfill the prophecy. We don't want this prophecy fulfilled. Please, 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 please. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm all rot burn poopy. Woo! The only perk of having rot burn, fellas, is they shit out this stuff. Hell yeah. Very useful. Ew. Ban sender! You've been called out for not doing taxes. I don't have to do taxes for like another 8 months. Whoopee! But it also means I did my taxes just recently. This is no way. Oh! Oh! No, give me that! Give me that! It's mine! Yes! Rot burn poopy. Okay. Okay, okay. Everyone's really angry at me, so I don't want to leave until everyone's no longer angry at me. Because otherwise it might end really bad. Full rot burn shit, damn! Oh, hello. Got it everywhere. We can make everything nice and warm. And that, and that, and that, and that. Like that, and put poopy there. Oh, and another one. Hell yeah! You don't need to pay taxes if you pay taxes. Please, no tax evasion. This is not financial advice from a stealthy mouse. Please, 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 please. I didn't suggest this at all. That was my chat. I don't take no responsibility for what they said. It's not my fault. Okay, to wait for everyone to wake up so that I can not have everyone rebel while I'm gone. I can't believe everyone's so upset just because I kept breaking lights. Oh, it's Big Man! That's what that drunk guy was like when he came home after stealing the costume. Hell yeah. Tax evasion is rad. No, 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 no,
The
no,
contact
no,
lenses
no,
just arrived.
1-800-CONTACTS. They can't have my brand. I have special eyes.
Special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
Special
My
eyes.
brand.
My brand. Aaron, where are your clothes? Aaron, why are you? I'm not gonna. Ah! You know, I'm just gonna let him do what he's gonna do, I guess. Aaron can just get around the way he wants, sure. My brand! Tax avoidance, not evasion. Find the legal loopholes so they can't get you. You actually technically live in this obscure island in the middle of Australia. So no, I swear that there was a tax haven island around Australia somewhere. I swear there was. Oh, meat. Oh, we're gonna get a follower. Okay, fine. I'll take the follower with it. Someone just vomited, or did they shit themselves? They shat themselves. Hey,
You smell nice.
Hey, as great leader, I need your help. Will you do a quest for me? Yeah, sure. Complete a dungeon run with Decapitator. Okay. Oh wait, that's not it. Build Woolhaven decorations. Okay, I can do that. All right, we got a follower. Random Yardy. I beg you, indoctrinate me to your cult. I will not stray. Ooh, what we got here? Sloth. Masochistic gains. All right. Zoomy, this you. Since each day they are in prison, warm-blooded will never freeze. All right, get in there. Also, there's 363. Let's go, bear killer. Thank you. Please don't kill my bear friends, though. I just had my most fun match against a Billy I've ever had. A Billy? A what now? Oh, fucking what? Oh wait, you were playing Dead by Daylight. I'm guessing Billy is a character. I don't know why. I was thinking Billy Goat. I'm like, why are we talking about Billy Goats? No. Dead by Daylight character Billy. I owe $87,000 and the IRS is after me. Current run. They're gonna take your skin. Get in here, Buck. Get bucked up, buddy. Except. Rotburn. Why not? Alright, I gotta do a ritual before we do anything because everyone's still angry at me. Oh, a sermon, I mean, not a ritual. Try a ritual first. Do I have any oldies to kill? I think my oldie just dropped dead, didn't they? I'm pretty sure that was my only oldie that I had. Let's do a resurrection. A resurrection! No! It's in it, Victor! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Yep, there's EMT, they died. Chat, you get to vote who comes back to life. I got a little burp stuck in a sip. But I was ready to be a masochist! Stolen right out from under you, but let's be honest, Puck is also a bit of a masochist. No masochist for you, only a Puck-kiss? I don't know. I taught my partner the trick. I don't know anyone who does this, but whenever I get, because I burp a lot, I burp a fucking lot. I'm swearing again, goddamn it. I burp a lot. I always like tap my sternum to bring it up faster, because otherwise I get stuck there for ages wanting to burp and it just doesn't come out. And I taught it to my partner the other day and I strictly told him, do not do it if it feels like there is liquid there because you will vomit into your mouth. And he promptly did it when he had liquid in his tummy and vomited into his mouth and then blamed me for it. I was like, well, I told you! Only with gas! You can't! This is how you get sick burps. You don't want to eat your own vomit. Trust me, it's not yummy. Second breakfast is not actually yummy. Don't listen to the hobbits. How am I still alive? They keep resurrecting you, Cinder. There are a whole bunch of fucking Cinder simps up in my chat. Every time there's an opportunity to resurrect, you're the first one that comes back to life.
Or suffer my curse.
Okay. Gadamas! Come back! Simpters, so many simpters. It's pitiful, it truly is. They disgust me. They disgust. Alright, you're back to life now. Let's do a sermon before everyone skins me alive. Ginger Simpsters. We gotta get it. Oh my god, I just realized that Ginger hasn't got a name for her community yet. I call you guys chat those, but we don't have anything for Cinder yet. Oh my god, chat. Then I call them Simpsters? Ginger Simpsters? And that'll be like... her chat thing can literally be like a fucking twig of ginger. Design it after a little fucking ginger root. The Ginger Simpsters. I call them foxwads. I don't think you want to call them foxwods because that brings a different image to mind. I don't think I want to elaborate. I'll just leave it there. Anyway, let's do a ritual that makes people happy. Yippee! Do I have any disciples? I do not have enough bones for a disciple. Never mind. Everyone's still angry at me, guys. Or bonfire. What damage are you even? Why do you think people call them dickwads? I think a dickwad is. I replace dickwad with foxwad. It's just, I feel like it's a pretty sensible connection. I'm gonna just yeah. I feel like it's, yeah. Yeah. I feel like I shouldn't elaborate any further. Yes, pussy! You just tried to call out to me. Why you no longer want to talk to me? What happened? Am I not cool no more? I can interact with this. What's wrong with the dick? What? Do we need sex ed class in chat? I forgot. Wait, no, they're American. Sex ed is illegal. No, Bento is drunk. God damn. Wait, 16? Holy shit, you've actually made 16 people drunk at the same time. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god, and now they're fuck! Ah! Hurry up and age up! I need to break this fight up. Oh my god. All right, we're not naming this child because they're shit. I looked up Dick One. It's just an insult. Okay, I think the fight stopped. Everyone's gonna get. Oh my god, listen to them all. Oh my god, we got another fight. Where? Where is it? I'm blind. I can hear it. Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Everyone's gonna get angry at me again. I just want to go on an expedition, but every fight I break up, they get angry. Do I have to put them all to bed? Am I gonna put the drunk kids to bed? Oh, and now they're vomiting. Fuck. Ah! Oh my god, Puck is upset because I put him to bed. What? My devotion. Where's this fight? I'm so. What have you people done? Leshy is making angry noises. This is fucking hell, guys. What's wrong with us? No, them though. It's alcoholism. I don't know what Flex did, but Cinder wanted you. Uh-oh. Oh, Sevens. Okay. I can't leave now because they're really everyone's angry at me, and if I leave, there'll be a dissension, and I have too many people to handle. I swear to God. I've been too prolific in my breeding. Listen, you go to bed. You also no. So. Go to bed there. Go to bed there. Why do you have the asshole trait? What happened? Who turned Durr into an asshole? When did that happen? HMP. Durr is still alive, thank God. I think he's died 3 times from missionary jobs. Okay, oh my God. My devotion is so low right now. Holy shit. If I dance with some of them, they'll get happy. Look, they're all frowning at me. This is impossible. Oh my God. Yeah, it went up in an instant. All I had to do was dance. They just really like my dance moves. Okay, everyone really likes my dance moves. Okay, cool. Crisis averted. Thank fuck. Let's do another time. I can show you. I can show you another dance, guys. We do another dance. We do another dance. Let's make Go Tanks twerk it. Come on, Go Tanks. Show us what those cheeks can do. Shakira, Shakira, hey baby, when you dance like that, you make a woman go mad. A sea boy, an emo, I want tonight, the hips don't lie, I'm starting to feel you, man. Hell yeah. Stop killing us, I'm not killing you, you guys are getting old and dying of old age. You cannot blame me for that. Okay, you guys happy now? Fucking hell. Stop shitting yourself, child. Seriously. Alright, less aggression. Can I leave without people pulling each other's hair out? Maybe? Let's put some food up so that, yeah. Alright, they've got food. That's full. Okay. I'm gonna quickly build some Woolhaven decorations. Hang on. I gotta do the quest before I leave. Fuck, this is never ending! Alright, some decorations. Not here. Here. General, Woolhaven. Excuse me. Ugh, another one.
We got some pretty plants. Get the flowers. Flowers.
Get the flowers lag around here. And then. We got a whole volcano over there. That's okay. That's all right, I guess. The pretty flowers. Bonsai! Well, it's not really a bonsai. Oh! The physics on that. That's cool. I like that. Yeah? We did it. Happy days. All right. Yo, she got games on her phone too! Don't we all these days? I may or may not mind might be dating sims on my phone. Look, maybe I'm a disgusting ultimate player, but I'm sure so are you. Don't deny it. Alright. Finish this quest before I leave so that no one's angry. Here we go. Okay. Now, where's Cass? Oh, there you are. Don't get cranky at me, Cass. Okay. Someone shat themselves. I'll take that. One day I'll get to leave this encampment. I swear to God. My whole goal since I started this game is to get the fuck out of this place. Let me leave! Alright, I'm leaving. So long. Eh? No! He swung the axe that ended so many lives. Your benevolence is noble, but this animal does not deserve it. You can leave Woolhaven. Stay, come with me, little one. Where will I go now? Hey, Yerbal! I've got a, not Yerbal. I've got a mega bell! I've got 10! Ah! Okay, sorry. I had to show off. Executioner trophy! A trophy for defeating the executioner. Okay. Oh, wait. You're a too forgiving shepherd to make history remember you as such. You better not find your way back here, or I'll... You have a kind heart, youngster. Does this mean I gotta backtrack again anyway? Because I gotta go indoctrinate her? Ay, caramba. Right when I think I'm leaving. Hey, Braun! What the fuck are you doing? Bitch, go do some work instead of breaking things! Dude was literally sitting there just kicking my candles! Piece of shit! Oh, you leave her to me alone! I like my dirty little ultimate. I say dirty, but I don't even do that. I don't even play the sexy ones. What it's called, Love and Space, freaks me out. Holy shit, girl! She's blind, will bump into other followers, creates ice sculptures during winter, deep sleeper, will sleep through almost anything, heavyweight, less likely to be befuddled from drinks, natural skeptic, on recruiting follower, immediately lose 10 faith, gain 10 faith when she's sick, and a royal pooper. Holy shit, girl, you got stuff going on for days. God damn, will she still be blind if I raffle her? Should we keep her as Hagar or should we raffle her, chat? Love and Deep Space. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's just porn. It's just digital porn, but for whammon. Should we leave Hagar as she is or raffle? I feel like she'll lose the blind trait and it won't be Hagar no more. All right, we'll... How do you keep ruining my good Christian ears on Easter? It's just what it is. It already exists. All this crap you call me out on, it's my turn this time. What? I can't avoid fucking advertisements for Love and Deep Space because I'm a whammon and they know I'm a whammon, so I keep getting advertisements for it on Twitter. Unavoidable. I cannot be blamed for this. What is this? Think I'm breaking shit? Oh. Okay. Why did he vomit? Okay. Bento, behave yourself. Alright, let's do a little dance with some people and then I gotta get the hell out of here. Yeah, it's just porn. Okay, see, I thought so. Because that's all I ever saw was like pornographic type videos of it. I was like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. Why are you look? Oh, right, you're a pussy. Right, my bad. I keep forgetting why you look scared. Because he's a scaredy cat. It's in the design. Come on, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100! 97 is the best I've gotten so far. Any other little lammies that I can make? Looks like winter is almost over. There's an old person! Okay. I'm leaving again. Alright, attempt number whatever the fuck to leave this goddamn place. Get out of here. Wait, what fleece am I even wearing? I don't actually know. Ugh, whatever. As a goth maid outfit? Yes. I do be wearing that. Out on the other side. I think I've done everything out here already, haven't I? Pretty sure I already did that, didn't I? Otherwise it'd be grey. Booey. Yeah, otherwise it'd be grey like this. Okay. Wow, crazy! Goth maid. Onwards. Necromantic dagger. Awesome ghost. Sorry, itching my ear hole. Be right with you. Oh. Oh, okay, that was good. Oh, I needed that. Wait, what's this? Capitator. Oh, I need that. That's right. I needed to complete a run with the capitator. All right, let me take that back. Cycle that. Sure. I gotta remember the buttons. Whee! Button. Big button. That button. Okay. I got this. Where's my enemies? Down. Land. I'm soaking. Okay. Oop, didn't mean to get close for sure. Yep. An extra heart! Woo! Okay. Need more flowers for my pretties. I like pretty flowers. Where's my hair? Flint, stop sucking! No meat. Big sad. Oh, I did get meat. 30% more damage during the night! Higher chance of relics spawning. Sure, I'll grab that. It's daytime right now, but it'll be nighttime eventually. Yeah. This decapitator is pretty goddamn strong. Alrighty. Any loot? I'm not seeing any flowers. No? Okay. Ah, I don't want to hit the money tree. I give gold. Rip off. Oh, I got some wool. I feel like wool's easier to come by than they make it seem. Okay, we go this way, we go that way, and then I can finally do this sin thing that I keep dodging. The sin! Oh, and then I can get an egg! I can do all of it! Hell yeah. Alright. Follower, sin, and egg. This is the way I like it. Oh, no. What was that? Oh, I got some forget-me-nots. Ah! Oh, he landed on my head, Oh, what's happening? I don't want a weapon. No, I need to keep my weapon. I'm sorry, chat, but I can't use it. And if I unequip my axe at any point, I'll fuck up my run. So I'm sorry. It's not not happening. Oh my god, are you kidding me again? I can't use the weapon! I prefer the thing that I've got, but that's meant to be better. Whatever. Or a singular gold! These fucking flamey boys, piss off! No progress until you finish eating your weaponry. No! I can't have it! Attack rate increase. Oh, I know, I'm fast. Alright, give me this follower. What do we got? Take it! No. Alright, let me line him up. Yeah! Get lined up, bozo. Where's that thing vibrating over there? Ow! Oh, it's a boomerang. Okay. Oops, 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 oops. I missed that really bad. Ah, bomb, bomb, bomb. Okay, I gotta. Ow! Well, at least I have a bajillion blue hearts. Oh, it's a grub? You got a witchetty grub. I hate those things. They're nasty. Seen them pulsate. Blech. You sin! I bought a can crusher. I'm crushing cans. See if you crush can. Okay. This grand, I finally found it. My purpose. Have you found yours? You should take this. Perhaps it'll allow you to shine. Look at her bikini. Is this just the way of all moths? Just to be fucking slutty little pole dance? I know we were talking about pole dancers before. Useless artist was neglect. No! No, I neglected my baby again. It's just the way of the moth is to be a pole dancer. What? Might have been talking about pole dancing earlier on. I don't know. It's you, the quiet one. Welcome to the Sin House, house of hard work and hard play. I'm Madame Furr. Unlike my prude granddaughter, I will increase the sin of any follower you choose. I can make my old man Astra. If I took a shot for how many times that pre-roll ad just said lobster, I'd have no left. Estrella! Hi! What are they trying to feed you? Like what, lobster or what? Oh my god, who am I gonna make into a stripper? Hold up. Decisions. Kill him. That's just killers. That's just killers. It's not a foot emo, it's just killers. What the fuck? No man! You just went and got a little experience with the moth ladies. You just got a little bit of experience, huh? Oh, I can kill the wormies. Bruh. See, I prostituted you off, and now I go get an egg. Hopefully. Yeah, I can buy the egg. Egg. If this guy could stop giving me really shitty children, though, that'd be marvelous. Because every time I come through here recently, he gives me a shit child with, like, really bad traits. Please don't give Lee ideas. Too late. It has been done. Oh, excuse me! Rock band! That's what your mother said. That's what my mommy always says. I don't want your stupid fucking weapons. An eruptional ice pillars that freezes enemies on hit. I'll take that one. We're gone. Nothing that way. Backtrack! That woman has done so. You have a fucking armpit licking emote that you have been proudly spouting all over the place. Nothing worse can be done to your image than what you have done to your own image. Don't even try me. The damage she's done to my image. I didn't ask for the emote. Yeah, but you've been proudly spreading it like a whore. Like a harlot. Spreading an STD. The illegal word, jar. Need to have Robot Prime with coldness in a jar. She literally did it herself. Yeah, but you've been spreading it. Mm-hmm. Ooh, what happened to him? Is it double-headed snake? Double-headed sheep? Double-headed goat? Why not both? Ow. Got me on the backswing. Bitch. Oh, that's how that one works. Okay, my bad. Ow. Look, you're almost dead. Just die already. Wrong move! There we go. Didn't ask for 90% of this. She gave me. Yeah, she knows what you want, though. Invert! A little fleshy lump. I really need the wooden planks. I'll take this. Wailing! Oh my god. I could put that near the prison. Right where a masochistic Pyko wants to spend his days. Oh, I got another thing. Just some rotted flooring. Yummy. I smell lovely in my place. Smells divine, I'm sure. Hello, little. I was supposed to read that, but I just button mashed. Bad habit of doing that. Oh well. What did you call me? A masochistic? It wasn't Pyko, it was Puck! It was a different Puck! I'm so sorry, I have, landed you. Landed you where none deserves it. It was Puck that was the masochistic little feral creature. Winter has ended! Yippee! I have a worm to convert. And an old man Astra to kill. Off Spirit Hunt. Let us wait for Twitch to finish doing the do. Pick up that boopy. Oh, follow this. Oh, fuck me drunk. Oh, okay. Oh, I got some rainbow poo. I got some gold poo. This is okay. This could be worse. This could be worse. This could be worse. Do I have any other good poos? I got another gold poo. All right, all right, all right, all right. My breeding stock is really, you know, paying off. That, I'll take the rot burn, I'll take more gold, more gold. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, there's just shit and vomit everywhere. Who's trying to get my attention? Rat? No. Am I trying to get my attention? No, no one's trying to get my attention. Everyone's just making noises at me. Jamalia's trying to get my attention. Yeah! Oh, fuck! Now there's a fight! Where? Where's the fight? Ah! Stop! Fuck me drunk! Oh, the mess is still here and I get the Am I missing 2 beds? Why am I missing 2 beds? I shouldn't be missing 2 beds. There's no reason for me to be missing 2 beds. Or is it just that 2 people need to sleep that aren't sleeping? Ah! Where'd that egg go? You. Oh, you don't like breeding? But you're petable. Who wants to be non-breedable but petable? Oh, I didn't hit Star Raffle, I'm stupid. Hello. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm just drilling both ear holes at the moment. Very necessary. Not breedable, but pettable. Pass. If I'm gonna get petted, you have to breed me afterwards. That's called cock teasing. Apparently I give people PTSD when they breed. Yeah, right. Everyone that's bred with you has come out with that traumatized expression afterwards. It's like, oh damn. No one can handle the crony cosplay. Get in here, Lee. I gotta make some bikinis for people to wear. Clean. All right, there's my egg. Oh. I am missing beds. Okay, let me just quickly build a triple bed, I guess. Hang on. Triple bed, triple bed. I need to delete some of these bigger beds for triple beds. I really do. It's hard when everyone's currently in bed. Ah! There. It's not like my Rotburn characters need it. They don't even sleep. They'll just spontaneously combust one day. That day. I'm petting. I didn't mean to speak. I wanted to help. I want to help. There we go. I like it when I help. Why is everyone hungry? Oh, it's because they shat themselves. Right. I forgot. Sanders, thank you for the follow. Why did everyone get upset? There are not enough beds for all your followers. I just made 3 beds! What was that? Why did someone drop a necklace? Okay. Whatever, I guess. Oh, conductive. I still don't know what the hell this conductive thing does because I haven't had any like thunderstorms or anything. So you just join little rotten creature. Go fucking do something. I don't know. What? Now what? There are not enough beds for all your followers. Yeah. Edit buildings. Let me destroy some single beds to make some triples. Remove. Now. Triple. I love that the triple bed is made out of feces and gold. Why? I guess this is just the way. Alright, let's get this dead bird. Okay. Alright, okay. Hello, little child. You're gonna age up, I guess? Oh, he's... Oh, no! He's leaving! Is he leaving? I neglected you twice out of, like, 10 days, and now you fucking... You're useless. Get the fuck out of here. Direct? Wait, no, wait, no, I didn't want to get rid of... They're useful. My guys. Wait, no? Okay. They don't die. They stay with me. Okay, I panicked. I panicked over nothing. That's a cavity. Bad teeth. 25% chance of freezing time when hit. Okay. It's a bed of shit for shits. Goodbye, useless artist. No one wanted you anyway. Oh. There's still vomit around. I'm still gonna make more food. I gotta do indoctrinate. Oh my god, there's just so much to do. Gonna keep up. Feed the minions. Lots of food, goddamn. Okay, that's all I got. Okay, let's see. Any dead animals? Nope, they're all still alive. Praise the farmers. Okay. Am I safe? Am I safe? No! Shut there! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Oh, and then we got another tentacle vomit. I don't know what those things have been eating, but it's not good for their tummies. I was stream shut there! I think Chato-san is disconnected again. She's gone. She's on holiday. We just let her do what she wants. And in the clowns, hello, Shathea. Oh, stream, what were you doing? All right, oh no, let's not do that. Pico! Go get me some bones. Who else is gonna get me some bones today? Not killers, because that's an 88% chance. Dur, maybe? Yeah, let's send Dur off. I gotta go make some bikinis. I wanna see my chat in some bikinis. Why are you so good at getting bones? Oh, whatever. We'll send Pussy off. I kind of regret naming them that now. Hello, Strawberry Bee Milky. How do? Oh, Caliber, the king of the clowns is here. You're right. So stealthy. We played Sonic. Game was pretty good. I gotta play at least one of the Sonic games. Anyone have a suggestion of a Sonic game that's like a classic that I should play? Because I've never played any Sonic. I haven't played any, was it Kirby's? The little... Who just sucked off Sumika? Oh. Benji, calm down. Leave Sue alone. Girl is on break, please. Was gonna say, yeah, Kirby was another one that I haven't played before. Kirby, Sonic, I gotta play them. But they must know where to stay. Sonic Adventure 1 or 2 or Mania, so is it called a Sonic Adventure Mania or Sonic Mania? What the fuck happened, Aaron? God damn! Aaron, what happened? Dude was constipated for days. Look at them. You put some more food on the queue. Hey, let me the contribution. Oh my god. Okay, let's take these guys for a little ritual. Gotta kill an old person. Yeah. Why can't I move my chair? There we go. Sonic Cross Shadow Generations. You get a little bit of everything. Maybe I should do a game suggestion. Do I have a suggestions thing on my Discord? I don't remember. I have to have a game suggestion thing for people. I've played them all stealthy. Good. Sorry, I zoned out. Dead people. That's resurrection. I want someone to die. Ascension. Anyway, I'm gonna go get dinner, so I may need to. Happy raid and run! Take care of yourself. Go stretch, go eat, go drink. Do what you must. I appreciate the raid. Oh, there you are, Astra. You must die. Little white kitty cat. I don't think I've ever used any of the follower me. Whoa! I gotta start doing that. Apparently no one liked Astra. Okay. Dead and gone. And resurrection. Let's everyone vote who's come back to life for chat. I'm just grabbing a fucking fistful of these bells that I have. Chat, hey chat, hey chat. Vote for who gets to resurrect. Chat, hey, chat, hey. Ding dong, hey. Who's coming back to life? Even the super obscure shitty ones, unless it was a mobile game. See, I haven't played a single Sonic game. I remember Mum had one Sonic game for the PS2 and I never played it. I was like, meh. Didn't tickle my pickle. Why does Flex not want me to touch Sonic? Are you jealous? Sonic yours? Where pregnant Sonic came from? Flex? Is there something you would like to share with the class, Flex? Ending voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I come in. Like, me? Yo! It's an imposter. A fake fraud. Not even the real me. What the fuck? Oh, I'm traumatized. Yep. Okay. Actually, that kind of checks out. Like, I'm an atheist and I just got brought back to life. Maybe I'm not atheist no more. My non-believer soul has been transformed. Alfie, come uncatatonic yourself. I'm just over here. Can I pet that? No, I can't pet that. Wait, do I not have what I need? Come here, little me. Self-care. There we go. A little bit of self-care goes a long way. Yeah. Happy me. Healed with crystals. Excuse me again.
It's a bird.
Oh, yes. Good stuff. Oh my god, would you guys stop vomiting every 5 seconds? Fuck. Some of the flowers from Darkwood Dungeon. If you could be sure, why not? I'm going on a flower quest. Xenos is sending me on a flower quest. Of course Xenos would send me on a fucking flower quest. Okay. First things first. I need to make bikinis. For legal reasons, I need to make bikinis. Which I make here. Bikini time.
La.
I can make armor. Jeff's jacket. Bikini! Oh, fuck. Okay, why is it moving so fast? Oh, I can make a poop costume. Lovely. Why is that ticked? Oh, I only have to craft it once, that's why. Okay. Let's make 2 bikinis, I think. Those are also things that I only craft once, which have already been crafted. Yep, okay. Make another maid outfit? Where's my little thing? It keeps glitching out down the bottom here. Oh, I have no camellia. Oh, it's called the lamb! It's called Ting! I'm making bikinis! Bikini for you! I do like making the kawaii outfit, not gonna lie, but this is also kind of cute. One of these and one of these. Alright, let's pray I don't fuck it up and waste sin. So I will cry. Hand-eye coordination, go! Woohoo! Oh, I thought I fucked up there because it glitched. I had lag! Yeah! Not a single failure! Woohoo! Alright. That also means when you guys raffle in, you can pick out of these outfits. So, you know. Let's pick... What color do we want? I guess I could just leave it pink. Nah, we'll leave it pink. Alrighty. Heaps of outfits to pick from. Nice. Garfini? Garfini. Oh, what do I get? Oh, I got an... Oh. You can unlock costumes by making costumes? Alright, I'll make one jester outfit. You've tickled me pickle. I'll make a jester outfit. Oh, okay, so they've changed a lot of the things to only needing crafting once, because I've already made a maid outfit before, but now it's a one-time craft? Okay then. Let's make another kawaii outfit. That. Why not? Why not, I say? And then I'm gonna breed my minions, even though I do not have the capacity to have more bodies in this fucking cult. Must breed. Alright. Alrighty. Alright, everyone's happy? Have I petted you today? Yes, I've already petted you. Yes. Good. Do a quick little dance. Make everyone happy. Damn, I would look dope in armor though. Are you in here yet, Kingpin? Chris, there's so many fucking bodies. I don't know who's here and who's not. Oh, we got some poop. Alright, let's take these guys. Let's supervise them. Take it back. Wait! I think my Camila quest is almost run out. Why is it red already? I only just took that quest. Bro, if that quest runs out before I get a chance, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright, return the souls. Yeah. Yeah, have your souls. I mean, they're just dead. Ice falls from the sky, rot seeps from the ground, the storm grows. You are soft-hearted shepherd, we know. We shall give you a last gift, the ability to soar. A warming touch! Oh yeah, I'll warm you up with my touch. What the fuck is it poking? Am I... getting the ability to soar for his followers with your touch. Okay. Yes, please. I got sweaty hands, so it checks out. I have to wipe my mouse down regularly because it ends up with sweat marks on it. I'm a sweaty palm girly. Winter is howling, blizzards will occur more often. Lightning may strike, which can destroy buildings and kill followers if you're not prepared. But winter just ended. Winter is here. All farm plops have frozen. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. Did all your quest stuff. Furnace is almost empty. I filled that up not long ago. Bah! Alright, so that's complete. And I have to unlock 2 more weapons, which I don't think I have. I don't think I have the... Yeah, I don't have the bits for the new weapons yet. La 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 la. I can never win in this fucking game, so I'm not playing this stupid game. Anything else around here? I think there is. I've made everything flowery already. No. Not buying you, stupid follower. Oh, I got teleported. A little rot burn dust. Fill that up. I am full. No one freeze to death today. Oh, more poopy. That's what I like to see. I literally just got rid of the last goddamn winter. This is stupid. Ah! Calamus! What happened? I can't see! Wait, did you just turn Calamus into a fucking baby? Yes, you did. Okay, awesome. And there's a blizzard. Put Calamus in here! Calamus! Ah. Baby, this man. This is a grown man, by the way. A grown-ass man. In the fucking nursery. Having some fucking diaper roleplay bullshit. How do I clear the blizzard? No. Wake up, move, get out of the way or something. Ah! Why is there a lightning? What does that mean? Did I have to wake you up so that you didn't get electrocuted? I don't know. I don't know, but I prefer to make you angry at me than... Why does she have a how do I stop her from getting electrocuted? She's not conductible, so what? Cass, please! Please don't die, Cass. Why is it stuck? How do I stop it? What the fuck? It's just like, oh yeah, unless you stop the thunder, it will hit. But how stop the lightning? Is she? How do I make it stop? What? No, I'm not a fairy on the front page in a diaper. That's was it called a cub fur? I didn't call you a cub fur. I called you a baby with a diaper fur. No, I was too busy laughing at my own shitty joke. I messed up. Yippee. Oh, Bento's old again. We're gonna have to kill Bento. Sorry, chat. I know you love her. She's gonna die. Death to Bento. Alright. Everyone. Oh, thank you for the poopy. I'll take that. How do I stop it? Why is it still flashing at me? Stop it! How goes the cold activities? Cass is about to get electrocuted and I don't know how to stop it from happening. It's not fair. I'm gonna nurture you twice, alright? You're a needy little shit too, aren't you? Yeah. Needy little fucker. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, I just wanna... Okay. Oh, I don't want to talk to you either. How do I make it stop? Ah, it's driving me nuts! Knowing that she's gonna get zapped, but I can't stop it. Ah! We're gonna build a thing that like takes the conductorness elsewhere? Haven? Lightning rod! Protect followers from... and structures from... within range from lightning generates charge shards that won't be destroyed. Okay, I gotta build this thing. Okay, Cass is right there, so I'm gonna stick this right there. And I'm gonna run there, and I'm gonna build that, and I'm gonna build this. That's not gonna be built in time, you wait. Lightning rod, got that lightning rod. No one's helping me build, you lazy bastards! Look at them all over there just having fun. While I'm working, slaving away, trying to save Cass's life. Lazy little sods. What do I even hire you for? And someone's making a fucking ice sculpture in the background! Alright, Cass should be protected now, question mark? I put a lightning rod in, you be protected! And I can't click on the lightning rod, so I can... Fucking making messes. Uh-oh. I think Pussy died. Oh no, you're alive. Why you look like that? Why you look so sad if you made it? Are you sure? Then send you to bed. Off to bed. Alright, everyone's coming back alive. This is what I like to see. Not in a building mood. I'll put you in a goddamn building mood. You don't get a choice! Alright, Dur is also alive. Good to see. No, not you. I want Dur. Let me reassure Dur so he's less of an asshole. Someone shat themselves in the background. Beautiful. I love to see it. Okay. It's still blinking at me. I put the thing. I did the thing, all right? Stop blinking at me. I've done my part. Hiccup burp.
So where are my fucking farmers? Hello?
Alright, that's all I can do there. I'm zoning out. Oh,
I collect the goods. Check on...
would you do the thing already? It's freaking me out. I don't like it. Run over here is alive. Good to see it. Giving me good stuff. Okay. I think I'm safe to leave again. Everyone looks okay. I'll just feed someone before I go. No fights, no nothing. Oh, it's a pure miracle. Maybe I should see. I don't think I can resurrect anyone right now, but I'll go see if I can. Okay, I'm safe. I think I'm safe. I'm safe. We can go. We gotta go to Dark Forest. I must Dark Forest to collect the goodies, even though I've already completed that, which really pisses me off, but whatever, I guess. Darkwood, yep, okay. I have to get these stupid ass flowers. Can't believe I'm wasting a whole dungeon run for some goddamn flowers. The shit I do for you, that's a stick. Barely more than a stick. Enemies will drop further on hits. I don't want your stupid stick. Oh, Forsaken. Teleport to it? No. Resummon. Ah, you're both shit. Ow. With that. Resummon. Oh, it had to be the fucking hammer. Ugh, whatever. I don't want the stick. I feel like I like the stick, even though it does like shit all. No, I need something that actually does damage. Never mind. Be gone. Oh, this hammer's gonna get me killed. Woohoo! We need those flowers. Okay, sorry, I got jump scared. The thing taking up all the space. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed again. This is going great. Oh, he died on his... Ow! Fuck you! The enemies were dead! That was a cheap shot! Ow. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. There's lots of dookie in this room. Like a lot of dookie. Okay, I'll collect the dookie. We need those flowers. Me, 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 me. Not the button I meant to press, but sure. Oh god. Oh, it's gonna blow. Come here, little squirrel. I got a couple of flowers. Oh, I got 1 flower, 2 flower, 3 flower more, 5 flower, 6 flower, 7 flower more. Any flowers for me, bud? No? Okay. Ah, itchy nose hole. Blue hearts, thank you. Oompa loompa doopa dee day. Buttons didn't do button things. Ow, ow. Okay. I'm alive. Kill it. I need a new weapon pronto. This is some bollocks. I don't know how Dora does the whole hammer thing. It's too fucking slow. Okay, onwards. Oh, wrong button again. Oh, that didn't hit anyone. Hey, Flint, I don't really need your nose in my face. You're cute and everything, but... More flowers. Flowers. More flowers. I need more seeds than damn flowers. Alright, I'm at 8. I need 2 more. Just for you, chat. Ow! Just for you. Wrong button. Ow. This is not going well. Ow. Okay, come here, fuckface. Ow! Oh my god, I can't hit the little dude! Thank you, fucking hell. I really don't. I just give me some more flowers and I'm teleporting the hell out of here. That the baby boy. He's alright. He's just licking his little feet. He's been given a snack, no doubt. I missed the squirrel. Oh, what's that? What's that got a question mark on it? Why has that got a little floaty thing next to it? Alright, what's that? What's that? Hello. Oh, don't make me fight one of these guys. Oh, this is not gonna go well. Whee! Oh, maybe it will go fine, actually. Never mind. Never mind. He was weak as piss. Oh, hearts and gold! Yummy! But I'm too slow with this fucking thing to get the birds. Okay. I still need 2 more flowers. Let's see what this is. Climb up them feet after his snacks. Why does that cursor keep appearing? Go away. Eye of Leshy. Eyeballs. Eyes that damages enemies on contact. Fragile. Oh, it's a relic. Okay. Okay. I missed the bird again. Like my birds. Fuck! I just want a little snack. A little birdie snack. Oh! What? Silver! Think for the right! What the fuck does this do? Where does this go? I'm scared! What does it do? Travel where? Do what? What does it mean? Do I travel? Yeah, do I travel? Do I go down the mysterious hole in the floor? What happens if I leave room and come back? Please tell me it didn't disappear, because I'd be very— Ow! Sad! Does it let me fight Leshy again? I forgot! Alright, let me backtrack. Okay, it's still there! Do I take it? Silveros! How was stream? What are you guys doing? Alright! Do I take it? Chat? Hey, chat! Do I take it? It's giving me a dirty look. When will we drop one? Oh, fuck, but that poison affects me! Oh my god, you guys have set me up for even more failure. I hate you people. Have it if you want. What does it do? Oh no. Oh no. I have a hammer. I have 1.5 health. This is— No, can I go back? Take me back! Put me back! It's all one. Fuck! I've been stitched up! Oh, bollocks. No, please send me back. I've got a really bad setup of items. This is not gonna happen. I'm yawning. I was playing a JRPG. It was good. I'm glad it was good. Yippee. Oh god, the poison's gonna kill me. Oh, the poison's gonna fucking be the death of me. Ah, you fucking cunt! This is not gonna go well. Where am I? Hard to see. Whoop. Don't run into him. Hang on. I'm at 1 heart. I am not taking fucking chances. I am staying at a fucking arm's length. I am rolling, and I am staying away from the enemy as much as possible. No. Ah, the poison! Oh, where am I? There I am. It's hard to see where I am. There's too much going on this fucking screen. Oh, I've run out of stuff. Oh, I've run out of stuff. Okay. Gotta stay on the move. Stay on the move. Stay on the move, Stealthy. Don't sit still, whatever you do. Do not sit still. Where am I? Oh, it's so hard to see what's going on. Ah, fuck! Do I have an old person? I think Bento's old. No, but Bento doesn't give me anything because he's old. Ah! Who will die? Who feed me good hearts? Eat pussy. Eat pussy and die. Hey. Good for health. Pussy good for health. Pussy good for health. Yes! I was set up so bad there and I still fucking made it out. Look at me go! And I have all the flowers I need now too. You fucking thought, mate. Woo! Man, you're doing better than I would though. I'm alive. Oh, you almost had it. I know I was one hit away, but I didn't expect that attack. So just so everyone knows, I didn't tell her to go in. King Big Chris, that felt awful lot like you telling me to go in. I mean, you just went, travel if you want, shrug. Leshy, I completed your quest. Leshy! Leshy! No, Leshy, come here, you fuckface. Whether I feel the presence of a relic of my flesh, be its caretaker for now, or something may yet be done. What does that mean? There's two Leshies getting around? Oh my god. What can I say? I'm just a gamer getting through that with 1.5 hearts. Come here, shitheads. Hurry up. I ain't got all day. Thanks for the meat, even though it was only... I wish I gave you meat instead of morsels, because it feels like a waste when it's a morsel. Hey! Bitch! Max, how you doing? Oh, well... Oh, if I let it get in the trap, it'll give me meat. Follow a meat in there. Oh, yes, Lashy? What? Damn, there is something I must ask of you. Darkwood, I want to feel the fresh air there, smell the blooming flowers. My temple once it was. Who hold my relic? I'm gonna burp. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Excuse me. Convert me into a demon and take me to my temple in the Darkwood. You are so needy, Lashy. I didn't even go there for you. I went there for Xenos, wherever the hell he is. Xenos, Tick Tock. There you are. Have your flowers. She doesn't look. Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my god, my furnace. Okay. My bad. I think I just froze. Got someone freeze to death. Hang on. Who froze? Someone frozen? You are frozen. Here. Come here. Pygo! I'm trying to click on you for fuck! Thank you. Wait, huh? How am I supposed to? I'm supposed to be able to unfreeze you when I touch you. Or is that a ritual that I gotta do? Hold up. Think must conduct ritual? They're gonna get angry at me for waking them up, but... Wait, is it midwinter? Is it midwinter right now? I don't actually... Oh, yes it is. Okay. Heal all freezing and ill followers with a celebration! Getting enemy of winter during the night. Alright, we'll do that then. You need help. Always have! Alright. Yeah, make you guys happy again. Oh, it's like Christmas, right? Oh, except they eat it. What the fuck? They ate their Christmas presents. Happy now? Everyone should be happy now. There you go. Everyone go to bed. Happy days. You can force me to join a cult, make me sleep in the woods, and eat only random berries, but don't touch my sleep. Look, if you're a nocturnal creature, I might touch your sleep, okay? I might touch that sleep with the sleepless necklace. I have an old person in the corner over there, I see. Oh, my egg's ready to hatch already. What the fuck? Ah! Laya looks so cool! Yeah, we got dark fucking edgy dragon. Here's a royal shitter! Yeah! I call you Royal Dookie as your baby name. Hell yeah. I don't need Mila, my little breeding sow, no more. I think Prime is buried in Dookie over there. Hang on, let me just save him real quick. You good there, Prime? Bring this child in here and then nurture the pair of them.
Royal Shitter is my middle name.
You got a double Dutch middle name? Jealous. Look at that sad little lammy that I made. Oh, it's so pitiful. Alright, who's this? Patience must die. You old fart. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Repair. Alright, all fixed up. The snorers are sleeping in their own space. Oh, we got a lot of Dookie over here to pick up. Dookie. Everyone is napping. Cass didn't get electrocuted apparently, so, you know, that's always a plus. I do have rot burn. There we go. Why is no one oh, it's because there's no fertilizer. Hold up. No, we have 7 names? Like 3 middle names, 2 last names. This is what I think is gonna happen, because I know people do double Dutch names now because when they get married, instead of... they combine their names now. But I see this is becoming a nightmare down the line. Can you imagine someone with like a name that's been double Dutch like 8 times? It's gonna be a mess, dude. We ain't gonna know what came from where. Oh, look, another lammy! Lamb. Fuck. No, that's that. No, it's ruined. It's ruined. Disgusting. Alright, any little lammies that I can make? Lammy, llama, 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 lamb. Yeah, llama, lamb. No lambs? No lambs. Very sad. Some food on the table, and then a skidoodle after I kill patience. I need more meat. Where was I getting all this meat from before that I don't have it now? What happened to my meat? Buh. Gonna send people to collect some meat, I guess. Missionaries, ahoy! Herminator, you look like a very meaty fella. Off you go. Who else? I think Thor is a meaty fella as well. Then I got a bone collector. Thor, off onto bone duty with you. Oh god, my last name is 10 letters long and I won't be able to fit it on forms if it doubles. Especially those forms where you literally, like, they have a box per letter on the form, so it's just like, this thing's gonna get interesting. Brrr. Alrighty. Alrighty. More of this, more of this. Alrighty, get that on the way as well. Okay, food is on the way. Nurture you guys for the day. Hey, Dad! How you doing? Cyphex, thank you for the three-stream streak. Words are difficult. I have stroke. More poop for me. Thank you. Best present I've ever had. It's the pooper nation. Good old beetroot. And gold bars? Where are the gold bars coming from? I'm distracted again. Out, out, out. Get out, stealthy. Go. I'll bring Leshy to his temple in Darkwood. Ah, fine. Alright, let's convert Leshy into a little demon. Here, Leshy, you little shit. Where's my demon summoning thing? There it is. Leshy! Where are you? Leshy, 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 Leshy. I'm blind. I'm spinning too quick. Oh, there you are. Ooh, he turns into a pay and start your next crusade with half a spirit heart. Sure, why not? Just got done watching one of the streamers that got me on Twitch. He was an hour and a half overtime. There's a rookie numbers. oh god, I'm burping again. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Excuse me. And again, oh my god. Breathe, Selby. Oh wait, I can just do this. Gotcha! So I'm doing okay. I'm glad you got some extra time with your Oshi. That sentence is one that'll never be said again. Are you sure about that? I have hard. Oh, the Vanquisher. When an enemy is killed, 10% chance of striking a random enemy with the lightning. Okay. Doing okay pain-wise though? Recovering okay? Yes, I am recovering okay. Apparently, I was hurting the last couple of days. And I seem to have started recovering yesterday from the pain. So it seems like, according to the timeline that I looked up, I should be out of the worst of it, provided nothing goes pear-shaped. So, standard heal time, I should be on full mend now. Only thing I have to be careful is to not lift anything heavy. Though he's only half reason. Bento's the other. Everyone's sucking in by those bento thighs. But you sound good at least? Yes, I'm feeling really good today. I was hurting a little bit yesterday, and the day before that I was pretty painful, but today I'm actually pretty good. Feeling good. Give me the follower form! Ah! What does this do? What'd that do? What'd that do? What did that do? Demonic necklace. What does it do? Whatever, let's drag Leshy into the dungeons. It was her sweetness and Fallout 4. Ah, not the fucking hammer! There we go, I have Leshy. Hits this off. Sure, I'll take the gun. Oath of the Crown. Yoink, I guess. Hello, little Leshy. No birds, no birds. Hammer time! I don't want your fucking hammer! Keep your stupid hammer! Alright, alright. Oh, I missed that bird there. My bad. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Boop. Come here. Come here. Right. Thank you. Flowers. I need them. That's here. That's it for here. I didn't actually read what Leshy's eyeballs do, so I probably should have done that. Ow, bitch. Come here. Come here. Alright, let's get these eyeballs out. Whatever they do, I guess. Ow! Die, wench! Alright. There's so much floating around me, it's distracting. ADHD, go. Leshy looks like an enemy. Leshy looks like an enemy, but he's not. He's not. He's not. He's attached to me. He's one of me. One of me. One of us. One of us. Oh, hello, little money tree. You gonna give me something fucking decent this time, please? Big wow, 6989. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. I am dragging Leshy around. Why are you fucking me? You've been here for 2 seconds. 2 seconds and you're already giving me shit. That's it. Ban him. I'm not taking this shit. Oh god, that scoff just made a bit of snot come out of my nose. What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Let me just, hang on a minute. I'm traumatized. I'm never scoffing again. What the fuck? I just felt it shoot out of my nose. Anyway, VIP, no, don't you fucking dare. I will take your leader badge, boy. And boy, bald snug. Well, I've got the shotgun. I was trying to get some projectiles. Hey, it was the first thing that was offered to me. Are you telling me that? Not Twitch stitching me up. Blessed beads! Anal beads! Damage all enemies based on how many elderly followers you have. I've got 2 elderly since when? Ooh, I need to fire those elderly. Alright, where does he want to go? No idea. Let's go this way. Salmon. Thank you. My aim, hello? Got some fucking aim, woman! Hot damn! Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I just wasted that. My bad. My aim is perfectly fine! Oh no, my rot burn's empty. Oh shit, alright, I gotta stop fucking around. I gotta speed up a little bit. My minions are freezing to death! Now is not the time to fuck around and find out! What is it? I'm missing a thing. Where's the thing? Where's the button for the thing? Not do thing. That's the thing. Okay, found it. Ow, bitches! Stupid ass! Hoe ass bitch! Alright, let's get the rooster. Now, little creature. My flock is freezing to death. Did I just see that someone had died? Wait, what? I missed that. Who died? No, the notification's gone. What do we got? Oh, really? I just paid 5 gold bars for that? Ripped off. Okay. My guys are dying and I'm over here getting shitty outfits. Whee! Calamus! No! What happened? Leggy? Oh, lamb, let me enjoy Darkwood for as long as I am able. Do not use the portal! Okay. Wait, my minions are dying while we're doing this! Is this a fucking setup? Everyone's freezing to death! Fuck this guy. Oh, there you are. How many little floaty dudes around? Can't tell what's happening. I think Leshy's setting me up, guys. I have a bad feeling about this. Ow, bitch, bitch. Alright. I shit you not, I followed you and it came up with mock me with X. Fuck off. I resent that. Normally when you hit follow it offers like a 300-point thing, not the goddamn mock me. I purposely set it for 500 because it's more expensive. There's some bull bullshit. You guys die already, ah! Thank you. Give me these flowers. Thank you. I sure hope no one dies while I'm gone. That'd suck. Well, no one else. Apparently, I already have a dead body, but you know. Bullshit I'm going through so that my enemy can diddle daddle around and fucking feel his feels. You better be feeling these feels real good. I better get a decent something out of this. Higher chance of rel. Nope. Bird! Oh, I missed the bird. I'm a good boy, Stealthy. No one here is a good boy. That Famila, my little breeding sow. Alright, okay. Okay. Oh, what's this thing? I don't care about you. Or do I? No, I don't. You're not getting my health. Bugger off. Set me up for failure. This way. Wait, come here. Come here. Furnace is empty. Xenos is freezing cold. Warm them. Okay, I'll get there in a minute. I'm busy. I'm trying not to die right now. What we got? Merciless. We'll take that. Okay. Last room, I think, and then we're gonna go back. Are you happy now? All right, I'm gonna go to the portal thing. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go this way. Back to the portal! Do-do-do-do-do. Get out of the damn way. Oh, a flower that I missed behind. Oh, my flowers. Okay. We're heading back. Okay, Leshy. Oh my fucking god, he won't let me leave. Oh my god, I just wasted that time. Fuck me. Not literally, but figurative. Ah, fuck, Benzo's dead. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Old people are dying. Sweating bullets. Okay. Get out of here. Bento was old, alright? She was due for death. Again. For like the third time. Alright, are you happy now, Lashy? He's got a little love heart. Oh, Darkwood. I did not know the extent of Narinda's plots, and nor ours to stop him. I prefer chaos to plans and schemes. I was blind to it all. Ha! My relic lamb, I will give it back. Let us be cleansed of this. Sure. Oh, he's got a little flower! Oh, my sights may still be lost, but I am renewed. Thank you, lamb. Oh, he's got a little flower. Oh, cleansed Eye of Leshy. Orbiting eyes that damage enemies on contact. 2 times damage. Yoink. Ah, that's adorable. Jolly Norwegian 700. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's get back to my death count. God damn. They're not going to be happy with me. Ugh. Someone else died too when you find. I know, but I don't know who it was. I didn't get to read it. Oh god, how bad is it? Fuck's sake! Now is not the time! Oh my god, seriously, now is not the time. My minions are freezing to death. Yeah, okay, unfreeze them real quick. These fuckers fucking. No! Peace off! Yeah, you get stuck in there. Suck my dick. Thank you for the laborer tunic, chat. No, they killed my fucking. He's dead. Oh no! So much death. I can't keep up with it all. I'm telling point, Bento, you called her old and killed her. I didn't kill her. She died of old age in the most literal fashion. Give me a fucking rot bird. Everyone's angry at me. I have no space for these dead. Oh, wait, no, I got one there. Bento, why did you get left there? Why were you not put away into a fucking grave? Slightly disturbing, but okay. Okay, I can't warm you up. Can I? Can I warm you up? Snort, inspire, eat, drink. Oh, I don't fucking care. Go do your own thing. Give me this. You didn't even care. I don't have anywhere to bury her. Give me this fucking loot and then give me. Whoa, that's not what I meant to click on. If I bury her in the dirt, you guys have a chance to be able to resurrect her. So I'm just gonna stick her in the dirt. In the dirt with her. Come here. Oops. No. I think the spider was just trying to rob, just grave rub. I'm pretty sure that's what that was. I'm dead. Everyone's dead. Oh. Everyone died just now, like literally just now, whilst I was trying to do shit. Guys couldn't wait 5 fucking seconds. Sweet baby Jesus. No, get out of the way, I'm doing shit. Trying to fill these plots up because no one else is. Slack asses, the lot of ya. Oh, Jesus. Ain't no one else work as hard as me. Oh, look, a rooster. I forgot about you. Alright, winter's gone at least. Okay, everyone's back. As long as I'm remembered for my sacrifice as stealthy, I'm good. I think you probably died on a mission. Leader, I returned safe. Okay, you're alive. You're alive. Oh, hang on. Don't. Uh-oh, don't. Oh, the slow zoom is never a good sign. But he's still alive. Bed with you. No, you're going to bed. Hello. All grown up, you've guided me to light to serve you. Yeah, fucking Killamus. Pedigree? Ancestor of the chosen child. Pacifist. Get in, back in here, you fucking Killamus ass, fucking bitch. Wait. Is color change or am I tweaking? I swear he was gold before and now he's yellow. Let's nurture this child. Not baby Jesus, it's Easter, not Christmas. Like, he would have been a baby at some point at this time frame, right? You watch, I'll go do another dungeon run and it'll cause Winter to come back too early again and I will be livid. Livid! Give me the goodies. Goodies! Oh, yes, thank you. Alright, come here. Little cock. Where you go? Uh-oh. Germaphobe. Aesthetic decreases sin generation by 10% but increases productivity. And a jerk! Great, beautiful. Who wants to be a pain in my side? I think you're all pain in my side at this point, but what is?
Oh, you wanted to know if you remembered right or wrong. Well, you just have to ask yourself one question. Did Fizz miss the original question and don't know what you're talking about? Well, do your punt.
Oh, she's cut you off there. She said, fuck the end of your sentence. Wait, I think I may have gotten my resub message confused with some movie
Oh,
quote.
you wanted to know if you remembered right or wrong.
Alright, she's doubling up. Piss off! Thank you, Fizz, for the tier 3. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. So no one's coming in. No one at all. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Gonna be called Arnana. Is that Bento? Wait, who was that? Look at that green cat just now. Fuck off. Well, Bento was dead. Who was that green cat? Where'd the green cat go? Am I hallucinating? I can't see the green cat. Where'd the green cat go? Hello, hello, hello? Keep acting like you have a mission for me. Oh, no, there you are. Oh, it's Nat Nyan! Okay, I'm so confused. It's Lin Cass is old and needs to die. Okay, murder time, chat. It's murder hobo time. I don't think you need any more cultists. Always need more. Sorry, scratching my face. Afterlife. Belief in afterlife trait. All cultist members will gain the belief in afterlife trait. Will only lose -5 when a follower dies instead of 20. Perform a ritual at your temple to conduct the funeral for a recently passed follower. Gain 20 faith. Yeah, let's do a bento funeral. Can I do a bento funeral? Maybe. Boom. Awesome. Ah! Mental funeral? Let's do a resurrection first, because people get upset. I resurrect. And I can make them happy again. Ah, fuck it, it doesn't matter. I haven't done a sermon anyway. What? No, she can't be dead. She's dead, Chad. She's fucking dead. So many dead. So many recently dead. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. We'll only worship the bento. You can say bento has expired. Oh, she gets a coffin and everything. These are flowers. Oh, she's a set. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Where'd she go? Did they just fucking eat her? Alright, we gotta kill an old person first. Death to the old. Yes. You have to get out of here. Great! Thank you for the cookies. Do a funeral, then resurrect. Hang on, I'm just gonna murder an old person first before I forget. Old people. Yeah, yes. Oh, I got 2 old people! Fuck! I could have done a battle to the oldies. Oh well. Cultist. Even above me, myself, bento comes first. You guys are just chronic simps. You need help. Your simpering is affecting your own health. Come on now, guys. Be selfish. Resurrect yourself. Am I dead yet? Probably. I don't know. I've lost track of everyone. There's too many. And resurrect. All right, guys. Vote on who comes back to life. I think I know exactly what you're gonna do, but I figured I'd let you vote. All right. Yep. Who's coming back? Come on, yo. As long as Stealthy survives. Yeah! That was a stretch. That was a good stretch. Time to put an order in for matcha.
Matcha, matcha, matcha. Matcha, 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 matcha. Matcha, matcha.
I sense in me waters who's coming back to life. Ever touch it? Why does somebody have the name Pussy? It was an egg that got hatched that I had no choice but to hatch, and their only trait is that they're scared, I'm pretty sure. It was one of their main traits. So I named them Pussy so that I knew I didn't care if they died. It marked them for what they were. Useless. You are alive, killers! He lives on. You have any? Yes! I was crying during a stupid recording, and when she was reading her mom's message as well, I started fucking crying. I was like, this mom, no, I'm not supposed to be crying. Cat Gamer! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. All right, let's do a sermon so everyone stops getting angry at me. And the leaves again! I wonder if we killed all her flowers by doing that. Now she no longer has a pretty little grave. 10 out of 10 for all of you. She got all worked up about the voice that you would pull. That's why I put mine at the end, because it was so stupid. You gotta stop her from blubbering at the end of it. Oh fuck, he's fighting! Stop! Bento and Apple just hate each other's guts, dude. Cut it out, Jesus. Leshy again? What? Wanted to say, oh. Okay, Leshy. You do you, bud. And he walks off and makes these little clicky happy noises. That was the call. Make you cry. Actually, psych. Make you laugh. Bento returns. Oh, I got a purple spin. Mate. I don't want your wood, chat. Put it back. I know you got wood. I don't need to see it. Thank you. Oh, I didn't reset my my traps. Hold up. I need to get more little animals. Yippee! I'm Rob the Colt now. Bad ghosts. Ah, Wolfie the third. Okay. Got that. Alicia's squeaking again. Oh, she's sitting on. Fuck! Someone died. God damn! It just clicked out 5 seconds and someone died. Fuck! God. Oh, this was a setup. Fuck's sake! No, get out of the way! Calamus, move! Okay, I can't pick up the dead body. I guess someone else is going to. All right, Weiss has got it. Off shirt pants is mine! Was another highlight. She's like, no, it is mine! Everyone wants the shirt pants. Alright, everything okay? I need animals. I need... Someone else has moved the dead body. I can pull the dead body out of here. Do this. Do this. Sticky in there. Good day. Good day. All right, everyone's hungry. Someone's upset. People are squeaking at me. But yeah, the end of subathon had me tearing up, man. She's free though. Finally free. No longer trapped by the burden of chat. You having a roll, Flint? Your little belly out? La 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 la. Sorry, I'm focus mode again. Fuck off, bird! Fucking bird stealing my fucking seed. Fuck you. I'm very PG-13 today. I swear I no sweat. Oh my god. Speaking of PG-13 and Krelly earlier, I swear. It's funny as fuck watching some clips of Krelly and like she's very clearly trying to censor her swears. But she's talking about fucking... She talks about cucking and whatever the fuck... Was it called vabbing? I don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't want to know what that is. And I'm like... But... Oh, we're gonna talk about all stuff, but heaven forbid you let her fuck out. Is that an American thing where like swearing is way worse than just talking about the most gooner shit imaginable, or what? My flappers are gasted. No, so maybe it's just a Twitch thing. It's like, oh yeah, talk about all that weird shit, but no swear words. Bad. What do we got? We got a snail. I want a cow. Forget what the snail does. Oh, fuck it. I'll get a snail. I'll get one of each. Sod it. Why not? Selfie is innocent. Yes, perfectly innocent. Oh, hang on. There's some poop. Give me that. Oh, my baby's gone. I only nurtured them like... Oh, no, they're still there. Okay, I was worried. They're just blending in. I looked it up. I wish I did. I hold no responsibility for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sin, Prime. I'll come collect it from your body shortly. Little snail. Little cow. Do I have more space in here? Can I fit another one? Yes, I can. This is like some next level battery cage farm and shit. Aged up instantly. What's up with that? Alright, everyone's been harvested. Yoinky spaloinky. Have some berries and some cauliflower because I said you can. That's just how Corelli's brain operates. It's like, I can't swear. No, that's taking it too far. Echo, I didn't want to know. I really didn't want to. Thanks for the educate. Yeah. Thank you. What the fuck? I didn't want to know. To be fair, Twitch is willing to tolerate cursing to agree, but good luck surviving a nip slip. Oh, wait, what? I was paying attention! Ah! You want more followers, King Prawn? I don't have space. Alright, dance with me. You know the world's biggest parasite is 30 centimeters big? Have you ever seen a tapeworm, buddy? That's longer than 30 centimeters, my guy. Ooh, buddy! Tapeworm has entered the chat. Okay. Oh, gold dookie. Oh, more gold dookie! I have so many golden shitters! Yes! Oh, my baby's out. Hello. What are you doing? Be some nurturing. Have you ever seen a fetus? It's a pretty big parasite. I don't know, I feel like a tapeworm's a little bit bigger. I have been traumatized by videos of tapeworms hanging out of bear butts as they're trying to cross, like, the road. I feel like the tapeworm's worse. What's it gonna do? Hello. I'll just indoctrinate this dude. If we have to know, Sunny, you could have just left me in the dark. Who wants to be a winter worshipper that loves animals? Anyone? Anyone at all? Oh, that's a glitch. Oh boy, today is fun. This is not what I wanted to learn. Okay, cool. I was about to scan 6 hour to 7 hour because I saw the live chat saying mum 6 hour-ish in. What, Annie? Oh, you talking about the trying to find the clips. No, no. No, I don't know what Mr. Meaty is. I do not need to see a Mr. Meaty tapeworm. No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good. We're good. I don't need that. I am well and fine without it. I can stay in the dark. Happy days. The largest parasite found in blue whales are massive tapeworms. Of course it's a tapeworm! It's always a fucking tapeworm! Specifically species within the or genre, which can grow to immense lengths, sometimes reportedly reaching or exceeding 14 meters, over 45 feet. In the intestine, another significant parasite is the giant nematode Crassicorda like some made up shit, which inhabits the blood vessels of their kidneys. Bruh. Sucks to suck to be a whale, god damn. Like a kidney tapeworm. And I still get bread? Maybe. Look at you. Are you a koala? What the fuck is that? Is that a koala? I have questions. But first, you little shit, to prison with you! Begone! No dissenting in my place. Oh, I have another old person in the background to kill. Beautiful. King Prawn, you wanted them here, and you're the one teasing them for being in prison. What the fuck is wrong with you? Dude, no, King Prawn. No, I want to talk to the guy in front of the prison. Wait. Oh, that's with the zoom in. Okay. A puppet swallows a tapeworm, makes it worse by saying, "Ooh, she tickles." Going, what the fuck? What? Nah, I'm into tapeworm diet pills. Never mind that they could get into your brain. Go Tanks, I'm sorry, but you're next in my death row. Everyone over here yapping and getting cranky at each other. Oh, I can't dance anymore. Everyone's already danced. I think I just, was that vomit or shit out here? Oh, it was a poop. It was a golden poop. All right, that's fine. All right, everyone, come here. Come on. I need you to get your butts in here. Let's do a new ritual. Yes. I swear I'm loyal. I don't know what came over me. Your true soul shows through. You're a fucking fake and a fraud. Named waifu. Hello? Just sweat stains, right? Like you cuddled it on a hot summer's night, right? Like a little bit yellow from sweat stains, yeah. I need an adult man. You need to fucking listen to my indoctrination first. What does that mean? The last message needs a comment. All I can see is Estrella really wants some breeding, like pronto. She's like, I need a man. Please. Breed me. Fucking hell. It's just ketchup. Okay, it's even more concerning that it's a red color. Hang on a minute. Please do not use your waifu body pillow as a taper. Alright, shall we have another funeral? I'm gonna make... Tell you what. Alright, we're gonna kill the old person first, and then we're gonna hold the funeral. Come here, oldies. Come on. Here, little oldies. Come on, little oldies. You're just gonna, you know, gonna put you in the afterlife. Just let's not worry about it. It's the afterlife. They'll take good care of you up there, Go Tanks. Go on, off you go. Off with you now. You could have chose respect your elders trait, yeah, but it's more fun when I get to splatter them across the walls. It's more enjoyable. Good for the soul, you know. Yes. Anyway, funeral. Think of hydrate. I'll sip some water in a minute. All right, who gets a funeral? I got so many people here. Gah. So many dead bodies. All right, let's give Mila a funeral. All right, Mila worked hard. I bred so much babies out of Mila. I made so many fucking babies. Made good use of that uterus. Oh, what is empty? Arise, Mila.
Oh, flowers. Beautiful.
I've got no water. I'm gonna frizzle away and die. Alright. Onwards! Done. I can't resurrect anyone yet, sadly. Sadly, no one comes back to life. No, sir. Thank you for the contribution, Patriot. The goodies. Give. Thank you. Oh, puppy! The baby's out. Look at my little baby. I can't nurture you or anything right now. You're about to age up, so I can't leave for a dungeon. Fuck, sake. All right, let's just make everyone drunk. How about that? It's always a plan. This is Australia. 30% chance of giving followers a random trait. I hope it's a good one. A thin shot? Damn, okay. Oh, eggnog or some poop juice. Ah, is that good stuff? Slotted trait, 100% chance. Takes one of my little fruities. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Put that fruity up. Everyone looks happy. Wait for my baby. My baby, oh. These guys are all good. Looks like you've been taken care of. I'll see if he likes specific food. Nah, fuck yeah, I don't care at all. I'm too lazy. Australia, I'm scared most everything there wants to kill us, even trees. Yep. The good old Gimpy will... Actually, you're off yourself because you can't handle it. Only if you're a pussy cunt. We'll only kill you if you're a pussy cunt. Don't be a pussy cunt. Be strong. So why the no cursing again finally? It's just I'm trying to control myself. That's why. Become too fluent. Too fluent in it. Helmet Pentecost. You, sir. I require beetroot. And some pumpkin. And some cauliflower. More beetroot. Fuck yeah. Love me some root. Root of beet. You just said pussycat 8 times in a row! Pussycat. Guys, that's a tongue twister. Approve my message! No. No. Can my baby age up already? I don't want to leave while he's still on the due end of aging up. Ow. Should I get another rotted follower so I can do this thing? Everything needs watering. I gotta do the gardening. I'm a farmer. Haven't caught any birds lately. Maybe I should just go. I got that. Fine, that's fine, that's fine. Deposit some stuff for these guys. Yep. Oh shit. Oh, I can't re-educate you again yet anyway. It's fine. It's fine down here. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Maybe I should just go on a little quest. Should I go on a... Let's go on a not Woolhaven quest. Let's go do this fucking thing. Yeah, I just killed a spider. My bad. My fat ass just crushed it. You're Australian! Embrace your culture! No! No! Resummon. I don't like this stupid Alright, better than what I had. I'll take it. Bet. I'll take that one. Recycle. Thank you. Very good. Very nice. Very good. Onwards. Thank you for the luck, Wolfia. What? I'm going to bed now. Stealthy chat. Good night. I have sensitive skin. I probably off myself first. Yeah, it's really bad. Like, it can last years. Ah! Good old Gimpy. Someone made a mistake of using it as toilet paper. I can guarantee they offed themselves real fucking quick. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Got him. Oh, poison! Just casually, slowly saunter through the poison. It's fine! I crushed about 100 cans tonight. See, if we crush cans here in Australia, we can't recycle them. We get like 10 cents a recycled can. If we crush them, you don't get the 10 cents. That's what he said. Better chests, I guess? I don't know. Asking you something is scary. You're too sharp. Red. Sorry, lag. Come here, little toads. Oh. Astra, thank you for the contribution. I've heard it's bad, but I've also been cactus, and that's super bad. A cactus, okay, a cactus, you pull the thorns out, pain gone, maybe you'll hurt for a little bit until the wounds heal. Gimpy puts a toxin into your body that means it'll constantly hurt forever and always. Sometimes it'll last only a couple of months. Sometimes it'll last years. That's the Gimpy. Gimpy tree. I'm punny today. Get your dad jokes and get the fuck out of my fucking chat. I don't take this shit. I use the wrong button again! Alright, we're good. Frog! Missed it completely. That was horrid. Oh my god, just kill the stupid frog. Goddamn frogs! Go there, shithead! Ah! Big frog. Oh, projectile frogs. No, the flies! Damn it, I knew that was gonna happen. Get my hair back! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. I'm sweating my yitties off right about now, okay? I'm a bit uncomfortable. Do I want question mark or do I want follower? Question mark. Curiosity is gonna kill this mouse. What the fuck? What the fuck? One fled my blade, I will find it. The bishops need not concern themselves. I do as I'm told, and only as I am told. Ah, what happened? Oh! Glowing! No, 30 seconds of invincibility! Wait, I'm digging up dead bodies and reading lore! Oh, shit. Hang on. So much for the fucking invincibility! It lied! Some cactuses are also toxic in that same way. The barbs break off under the skin and can be there for days, months, or years. Ugh, yucky. Still nowhere near as bad as a Gimpy Go Tanks. I promise you, that plant is usually permanent pain, severe pain, like burn. I don't know, I haven't touched it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. That's why it's called the suicide tree, because people just off themselves because they can't handle the tree. But they would never lie. I trust her completely. Damn straight you should. Look at me, I'm glowing! I don't know why I'm glowing, but I'm glowing! Why the fuck do y'all still live there? be alright. Weather's alright in my area. We don't have so many going to kill you things around here. Except for, you know, you have to check your clothes every time you leave them outside and make certain there's no redbacks in them, but that's beside the point. I didn't actually read what the thing was that I picked up. Oh well. I'm fucking stupid. I thought it was gonna give me an extra half heart, not... Should have picked up the tarot card! Bruh. Might be a little bit special. We got exploding trees. Yeah, we got the ones that explode in fire. The only reason America has the exploding trees is because you bought them from us! You idiots! When California burnt! I think it was California. Was it LA? I don't fucking know. I don't know the difference. I don't know the geography of America. I'm Australian. We also have beetles that only reproduce during bushfires, and we also have multiple trees that only reproduce during bushfires. I like the guns, not the gun, the axe is better, but I'm just gonna use the gun. Why did we buy them? Because they're drought tolerant, forgetting the fact that they fucking spontaneously combust because of the oil in them. But they're drought tolerant, beep. Fucking frog, piece up! You die already? Thank you. Now this guy. Ugh. You can keep both of those. I'm not interested. We have jumping? What the fuck is a jumping cactus? More annoying than anything, I've had him in my leg. What the fuck is a jumping cactus? We have a little cactus that like do these tiny little, give off these tiny little pods, and that's how they reproduce. And the little pods, you won't see them, and they're spiked to hell in a handbasket. They get stuck in your legs. Got those. Mushrooms. Shoots balls that are huge. Balls. So it actually like spits them out. Bro. I don't know if our cactuses spit them out. I've never seen one spit the balls out. All I've seen is the tiny little balls laying around the place. And then skewered my leg with them. Ugh. Hello, you fat fuck. Too many flies eaten today? Oh, you stupid little white-faced flies! Ow! Ow! Get the fuck away from me. Ah! This is not going very well. Oh, okay, hello. What are you gonna do next? What are you doing next? What are you doing next? I don't know what your move pool is. Ugh, these flies are hard to deal with the fucking gun. Ah! Ah! Come here, fat fuck. Oh, I missed. Oh, okay, got him. Really difficult to pull out. I feel like all cactuses are hard to pull out because they have the little hypodermic needles that go, you know, reverse. So, no, King Prawn is old. Pumpkin is aged. Oh. All right, cool. The ones I've seen are more like small sticks than balls. I don't know. Here in Australia, like little balls. I still remember Flint. My dog is a dumbass, okay? Flint found one for the first time, thought it was a tennis ball, grabbed it to try and pick it up, and ended up with a whole bunch of cactus quills stuck in his face that I couldn't pull out myself because some of them were so deeply embedded in his nose that like it took a lot of effort to try and get it out, and I couldn't get a grip on it. So I had to take him to the vet to extract the cactus quills out of his snoot. He's still got a scar on his nose from it. My dog is a dumbass. All right, come out, alcohol, kids. Good for you. Might as well fire them off. Basically, it's like a trigger mechanism and they launch off into your body somewhere. We have itchy bombs, where it's like these little pods, these little hard little shell pods, and if you accidentally break one open, it will spill out a whole bunch. I think it's the seeds, I'm not sure. But it'll spill out a fuck ton of these tiny, 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 tiny little needles all over the place, and it takes forever to try and get it off your skin. Like, later, it's getting too relaxed around here. We need to encourage the others to develop spiritual strength and let us resist temptation and let us test with the fast. Of course, the hairy-looking old man-looking ass would say that. My dragon! It is time! Alright, who wants to be a royal shitter? Anyone at all? I'm sweating buckets. I think I need the AC on. LACs, how you doing? I use a comb. I always carried one in the desert for pulling cactus should I need to. I feel like a comb wouldn't have helped my dog though. I need like some solid tweezers. Solid, sturdy ass tweezers. So for some reason, someone accidentally bought the wrong kind of cactus and I was doing their yard and about 6 tennis ball sized cactus pods shot out. God, no! I use pliers to get them out. I have a personal vendetta against cholla cacti and ocotillos. They are very annoying. I'd imagine having fucking cactus quills embedded in your leg is a bit annoying. Risky 2 to 5. Get in here, you little fuck with your fancy little outfit. Me the juicies. Oh wait, I still have, hang on. I've just left you abandoned over here. Sorry, Queen. Ah, itchy nose. All right, you're safe now. You may come loose. Go breed or whatever you want to do. Was a bit painful. I can imagine. All right, I gotta go murder King Prawn at some point soon. The fella must die. I have enough beds. Looks like I do. Let's drop some poo. Oh. I got a bird. Ooh, I got a bird. Give me that bird. Thank you. At a college I attended briefly, there were black squirrels everywhere. The reason is when the school was founded, somebody gifted the school 2 female black squirrels. Turns out one of them was male, and they escaped one day. I'm guessing black squirrels are non-native to that area. That's a lot of inbreeding. Oh my. Oh my. All right, King Prawn murder coming right up. Also, everyone's starving to death. I should probably sort that out. Everyone's fucking hungry. One and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and a couple in here. This too. That'll work. That'll feed them. Okay. Come, my little ones. We must murder. Like squirrels are native here, just more rare. Oh, they're not native where Pyko's at. Okie dokie. All these green bits. Oh my god, choices. Okay. Crown first. I have plenty of tools in the truck. Worst case, I'd cut them out. Not the first time the sin one. My Violent extremists! Change chance of sin appearing as a reward from minibuses. Bred with grey squirrels though. They aren't invasive in the area though. They integrated pretty harmless there. Okay, good.
Not so bad then.
Unlike here in Australia, every new species that sneaks in always ends up destroying something in the process. It is physically impossible for a species to slide in the side door without fucking destroying everything. Like, can you stop, please? Ah! Do I have enough bone? Yes, I do. Okay. Let us ascend Old Man King Prawn. Let us resurrect, and then let us starve, I guess. Where's Old Man King Prawn? Where's my... Oh, wow, I got Old Man Dirt! Fuck, I've got two oldies! Hang on, we'll do a different ritual. They can fight. I prefer to watch the old men cross swords. Yeah. There we go. Beat each other with sticks. As nature intended. Wait, have I got 3 old people? Hang on a minute. What fucking oldies do I have? King Prawn. Any other oldies siding around here? No. Okay. Where's King Prawn? I've lost him. There he is. No misconception. It's a strong gene that can easily make... Oh, black squirrels are just grey squirrels with a mutation. I thought black squirrels were really large as well. Or is that a different thing that I'm thinking of? Death. Death. Oh no, he just leveled up and now he must die too! What you thought? You thought you succeeded, but you didn't. You too must die. Do a resurrection before I do it. Oh, nah, fuck it. Burp. I'm gonna burp again. It's coming. Oh, I just got a cock taste. It's gone. It's gone. Never happened. I'll let everyone eat the food that I just made before I make them starve. Because otherwise I'll get miffed with just made a whole bunch of food and then make them do a fast. Wasted food. Same size and diet, full of fleas! Yummy. See, our kangaroos are full of ticks and then the crows like chew the ticks off their faces. Blech. Blech. Yummy! Yummy devotion. So I mean, y'all can fast later. Wait, I didn't resurrect anyone! Fuck, hang on! Wait, I'm not done! Wait. Okie dokie. Who we bringing back to life? Come on, Jet. I'm too lazy to pick, so you guys... Every time I make you vote, it's because I can't... I can't decide who I want to bring back, so I just let you guys do it. It's like, yeah, you guys, you pick someone, right? You guys, whatever. It's your job, eh? You guys do that. I need to fill my water up. I might go AFK for a quick second. I'm gonna stare into the void. I might do a quick 3-minute ad break while I'm skazooshed to fill my water, all right? A quick stare into your soul. What, being left with your own thoughts left you traumatized, did it, Calamus? You need to be quiet. Back off, Lit. Back off. I have matcha.
Matcha for me. Yum yums. Yum yum yum.
What thanks? Welcome back, you old fucking fight. Lynn's having a roll. Have a roll. He's cleaning his little nose. I can't get more traumatized, I promise you. Then why can't you sit in the silence? Pray tell. Ah, fuck. Gotenks is catatonic. Hang on a minute. I gotta heal Gotenks. Hang on a minute. He's catatonic. I'm running out of crystals up in here. Come here, you. I can't. I was just making up excuses. Hit the full creature. Alright, I need seed. Ah, what? Ah, Patriot. Okay. Welcome back, you pile of shit, you. What the fuck, Jenna? That is not the place to be hibernating! Not her planting a fat fucking ass on top of the goddamn field. You moron! Alright, get this, get that, get this, get that. Get the little teardrop, collect all my free shit. Oh, someone just guessed what happened! Aaron and SSB! Yo! Aaron and SSB sitting in a tree. Time to make a baby. Alright, that's it. Alright, no, you can't kiss near me and expect shit not. Come here. Yeah. Our friends. Oh, yeah? Our friends. Yes, that's what that was. That's what that was. Friendship. That's how the historians will write it down. And they were friends. They were great friends. Oh, baby! As friends. Best of friends. Oh, it's golden! What's that do? Hate snow lamps. No! We got some good stuff. Animal lover. Thin producer. Oh my god. Oh, I don't really need more golden poop, so let's just make you lustful and a winter worshipper. But gullible's really helpful too. Whatever. Go with that. This is gonna be a good egg. Friendship baby? Don't you ever do that with your BFF? What, you haven't made a friendship baby before? Jeez, you're missing out. And they're both exhausted. Go to bed, kiddos. Pour themselves out. They're all tucking out. How adorbs. Oh. Go. Okay. I should send some more guys off to get me some more meat. Go, Apple. Apple's always out on missions, man. She's just the highest level person I have here. Always on a mission. Oh, Apple and Dory can go out together to get me some meat. Now I need a bone daddy. Who's gonna be bone daddy today? Oh, got you. Aaron's too tired after fucking. Big Daddy is ready though. Let's go. We'll get in. Never say that again. What? Which of the many things that I just rambled out of my mouth do you not want me to repeat? Because I don't even know what one you have a problem with. Got a bad bed though. You too. Oh my god, people can shit themselves. I mean, the rot burn is useful, but no. Okay, everyone's happy? Oh, I haven't seen my little... Hang on, I haven't seen my animals in a while. Certain they're still okay. My throat's getting croaky. Why? Everyone's all taken care of. Take the loot. The bone one. Remember the bone, Daddy? More Dicky! Alright, happy days. I'm guessing the stall is overflowing. Yes, it is. And I'm gonna leave to Waddlehaven, seeing as winter's coming soon anyway. Good stuff. I know, Flynn, I'm clearing my throat. I'm sorry, you do not have to crawl under my feet! The aneurysm? What the fuck? Where? You made that? Put it back. Put it back. Oh, my fucking throat, dude. Alright. I love it. It's so fucking stupid. It's on par with the barter. Barter. Why is it always a hammer? Fuck off with your fucking hammer. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Axe. Action time. Whee! Oh shit, why is he right there? Ah! Why is he right in front of the fucking walkway? Ah! Uncalled for! Uncalled for! Uncalled for! He can spit out new babies! Ah! Okay, I'm alive. I'm alive. It's fine. Ow, you wank! Ah, you bitch! Okay, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
You know, why don't you kill yourself?
What the fuck was that? I didn't even get to see it. I'm too busy trying to stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. I'm alive.
You know,
I'm alive.
why don't you kill yourself?
Die. I can't see. Ooh, what the fuck? It's got herpes. Blessed Lepless Dice. 50% chance to become invincible for 10 seconds, or a 50% chance to gain a balloon.
You know,
Ah!
why don't you kill yourself?
What the fuck, bro? There! I saw it this time! Out of context, Crony doesn't mean to actually kill yourself. She means she wants you to go visit Morikali. Stop! I'm gonna take your privileges! Higher chance of relic spawning. Or a black eagle. No, she meant it! No, no, nope, nope. She said go visit Morikali. Ah, you fucking pain in the ass bitch. Bitch ass bitch. Why did I stop moving instead of throwing the thing? Glenn, no. No. He's upset because I cleared my throat a couple times. Oh, hurry up. Oh, hello, little fella. I didn't see you there. What about... Oh, okay, no, we got activated.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, there's a door there. Which one, Grizzlin? Yes, tell us. No one wants... What the fuck? Abnormal necklace. Is it the blessing to part from the norm or a curse? Okay, well, I guess we should... I wonder who's gonna... Oh, I'm gonna give that to someone. Or egg! Egg. Oh, what's that? But I want egg. But that. But egg. But that. Fuck! What is that? Egg. Hello. Oh, he's got worm eyes. Oh Lord. Hello. Not scared, not scary, not hurt you. My sister on mountain, bring her letter for me. Illegible letter, sister up there, sister I miss. You sister letter in you full. Fuck you, skiller. Egg. Do I have enough for egg? I hope I do. I have enough for egg. Thank you. I look eggy. I have many eggs, but this is the last unique child. The others will look the same as their siblings. It has sat beneath my wings 600 years. I am sad to see it go. Yet, I am relieved. Perhaps the best thing I can give them is a life away from me. Ma, you said give you a hug, you poor mama. Oh, it made me cry. Front burn. Oh, hey, Sybil. What the fuck are you doing there? Hello? Sybil's laying on the table next to me. How kawaii. Choose pure Yobak. That's my only choice here. Winter is coming. Missed a little stick. There we go. Lovely. To the sin. Who's gonna be today's stripper, huh? Alright. Let's make Killers our stripper today. Go on, Killers! You know you wanna flaunt it? Yeah, don't even pretend to be shy now. Thank you. Lovely, thank you, darling. I added both. Oh, so generous. Get it! Get it! Alright, onwards. Keep forgetting I have a jar thingy, but I don't know how to use it. Oh, bloody yep. Box, thank you. Haha, got you on the backswing, suck a dick. Ow! Oh, no! Oh, he almost got me, that was close. Uncomfortably close, even. Oh, hi! Any more juice? Rub burn? Nothing? Oh. Back, shower, and grooming. I could really go with a shower right now. I'm a bit stank. Not only because my pants are stank in general, but other reasons. Other reasons. I'll just leave it at other reasons, alright? Ah! Oh, fuck's sake. Fucking thing. Oh, he's spitting out more babies! No! Stop it! Ah! Got him. Got him! Ha-ha! Big brain moves. Matters in that. Oh my god, if we just okay, if you call your community fuckwads, can we make them look like a coughed up hairball? Like if you call them like what's it called, the foxwads? Coughed up hairball! I wasn't reading shit, I should have been reading! Nah! A beacon, the second, a shadow, the third, something lost or perchance taken, card inverted, it must be sought. The card speaker, really cool, is yours to seek and to claim. Hands, cards, okay. I should have been reading that, I was not paying attention. Let's go faster. I go fast, That's towards enemy territory. Some of the noises you make, sound like Donnie from the Thor. He's not a fair comparison. Ah, fuck. Okay, sorry, almost just smacked into the bomb. Okay. What's you got for me? All of the crown. The second was struggling. Alright, cool bananas. Oh, nays. What did I miss? 3. Cool. Thank you for the diseased heart, little tree. Little tree diseased heart. Let's get the fuck out of here. I'll have to fight the big... I think it's a fighting thing in this one. I got him. Oh no, it's a puzzle. How the fuck am I supposed to get it? Oh, I'm supposed to get it over there. Alright, go around. And got you in. Oops, sorry, too soon. Come on, little dude, come around. Here you go, into the hole, get eaten. Yes, little one. Great, now Shemai is fucking old. How does that look?
Of the innocent!
Little baby, do I want sin? Why would I get wool? I feel like sin's harder to get than wool. Wool is very easy to get. Back to the cult with me. What? Shepherd, this rot, just what is it and what will it consume? I really hope that, that this is her will. I have made you a new path. I got a bad feeling. Successfully made killers, Flex, Chris, and Sadweebs uncomfortable. Was it the licking armpit? Oh, what? What are you doing? What are you doing to them? What are you doing to them? Helmus, control it, okay? You can't let it go too far. Don't let it go too, don't let it out. Don't let it out. Don't you let it out. Oh, my spine just crunched.
La.
I just heard more people making out. Who was? Wait, no! I need to see who was kissing. Wait up! No! Fuck! Oh, I got two dead. Not these two guys dropping dead at the same time. Who just kissed? I missed who kissed. Quest failed. What quest? Thank you for clearing the ritual requirements for the next quest. I don't know what the fuck. I just got bombarded with notifications. There's an egg! Egg! Do these dead bodies everywhere, dude? Run my lair out! Little rot fella, come here, you. Come on. Dead bodies, get the dead bodies. Whee! Shortly, Astra. I must bury the dead. In the hole you go. Alright. Astra. Do you still attached at the top? Yes, you are. Oh, sorry, you're behind someone. Get over there. TikTok, what's in us? Don't think she heard. What did I miss? Fuck, I'm drunk. What did I miss? Harvest meat! Yeah! It's so cold, there's only one thing to do. You should... What? It's so cold, there's only one thing to do. You should murder Pyko and burn their body in the furnace and make a dragon link. What the fuck? I got a fucking psychotic serial killer in my cult. Hello? I mean, it's the only way. Chat, yeah or no? Do I accept or do I decline? couple of nars. Oh, outvoted. No mass murder. Oh, now he's shitty. Oh, God, Stealthy Mouse, I'm dissenting. That is me. Fuck. Hold on, wait. Where am I? There I am. Fuck! Where am I? Why can't I put me in there? Ginger just got her ass whooped. Where am I? There I am, you fucking dumbass I can't get... Yeah, present. Of course, the fake me causes problems. Bitches. Oh, wait. Nan Lee is just floating around in the... Oh, it's Bento floating around in the background over there. Very sinful. Aw, Ginger. You got your ass whooped, girl. Oh yeah, come have some flowers. There you go, better now. Where's the poop and bloop? Bee person, go tanks. Go tanks missed up in there. I did miss the kiss, I'm pissed. Shit everywhere, there's so much going on right now. Ah, missed! Wasted resources. Oh, fucking hell, there's too much going on. I can't keep up. Oh, everyone's dissenting. Hang on, we'll do a sermon before everyone fucking throws a tanty at me. Sermon, now, get in here! My ear is itchy. Yeah. Okay. They less want to hang me. Slightly less. Estrella is still rolling her eyes at me. Do a resurrection. Everyone's gonna hate it, but like, we're gonna bring people back to life, guys. It's so cranky, dude. Times has fucking King Prawn died this stream? I feel like he has died 2 or 3 times this goddamn stream. Would he just stay alive for 2 seconds, please? Like, sweet god fucking damn it. Dude can't just stay in the living realm. Fucking hell. Alright, last time, dude. If you die again, you're permadeath. I haven't killed him, he keeps dying of old age! Apparently, Cat is a short-lived motherfucker, and now he's catatonic. Great, beautiful, amazing. Everyone hates me again. Great, beautiful, amazing. Alright. Do I have a disciple that I can bring up? Because that'll fill me up immediately. Fill me up, sorry. Never mind, we'll take that back. Fucking Jesus. What?
Baron, how you doing?
Oh, wait, Calamus is not ascended? Since when? Bento first.
Remember Memento!
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. She rolls her eyes at me after fucking ascending her. Ungrateful wench! Not the eye roll! No one appreciates my efforts. Now I gotta go this. Oh fuck, I got some poopy to pick up. Hang on. I gotta go uncatatonic King Prawn again. Stop it, dude. Just stop it. H2O, what are you working on over there? There's nothing there. H2O? There's nothing there, buddy. You good? There's, oh, he's done. Oh, he was finding a rock. He's got him. Oh, and now he's gonna bury his rock. Okay, sure. Whatever floats your goat, fella. Oh, sorry, Pika Shadow. I'm just trying to get my loot, dude. Alright, Pete's, it's 1 a.m. My ass is going to bed. Night, y'all. A bunch of weeps. Bye, big wheel. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Sleep well, or I will fucking find you.
Winter, it's just a season of chaos. People either huddle together for warmth or unleash their inner beasts. Either way, it's entertaining to watch. Just remember, I'm the only one you should be bonding with. Bow down to your fabulous queen, Ribbit.
Only bond with me. Very Cinder of you. Yandere? Maybe a bit of both. More Yandere. Glorious leader, the base is an eyesore. We need beauty to celebrate this glory. Decorations. Sure, why not? Oh my fucking god, stop building shit. My guys are back. Welcome back, Dory. Welcome back, Apple. No, Apple killed him while they were out on a mission. This is like the 5th time he's died on a fucking mission. He's so useless, Dory. I literally gotta stop sending you out. You are so useless. Ah, my guy, please learn how to adventure. You're a dwarfer, aren't you? All right, Apple. What happened? Apple came back mysteriously alive. Quite suspicious. Quite strangely suspicious that you're the only survivor here, Apple. Thank you, Big Daddy, for the bones. Oh no, I didn't want to extort titties. I wanted to tell you to go to bed. The game glitched out for a second there. Okay, lamp, perfect lamp, perfect lamp, perfect. No, it's not perfect. Fuck. Sod it. There's a little sin. Little yonder. I know I can't. I gotta tickle up my left nostril. Alright, I gotta kill Shemaya soon. Or I can feed her an egg. Do I have egg? No, I don't. I gotta make someone breed so I can have egg. Alright, who's making babies? Yeah, you can choose who's making babies. Who are we making babies with? Who are we making babies with so that I can feed their baby, their little fetus baby, to was it Shemaya? I'm gonna keep it alive.
The elixir of immortality.
I'm telling Shemaya it's alright. She's gonna eat a fetus and she'll be fine. Just don't tell her I made her eat a fetus. Alright, Cinder! Who you fucking? Come on, who's Cinder fucking? I didn't realize foxes could lay eggs, but here we go. No, what the fuck? And why, Cinder, why? Why, Cinder, why? Why do I have this? Why is this in my DM, Cinder? Cinder? Thank you, Calamus, too. I saw your DM. But what the fuck, Cinder? Why is this here? Why that face? Why is it so cushioned between those two buns? Oh, Cinder and Apple. I'm tearing. Oh, she did just fucking off Doru, so maybe it'll work out. Maybe that was why she offed Doru. Come on. Rejected! Why did you make it be Apple? She's tired! She can't fuck when she's tired, dude! Girl needs some sleep, bro! Oh, Cinder. Why are you fucking angry? What's with that scowl, dude? Have a gift of... Where's that weird thing that I had? What a strange necklace! I'm gonna give him the abnormal necklace. I want to know what it does. Nothing? We gotta keep an eye on Patriot. We gotta keep that eye on Patriot. He now has received a suspicious necklace, and nothing has changed, which makes it even more suspicious. It's it was what I used to make the guys uncomfy. I can see why. All right, Cinder. All right, I'm gonna prove him. Chat's not allowed to decide this time. Let's see who will fuck. Killers will fuck. Killers will fuck anyone though, by the looks of it. He's excited by his mission. He's very excited by his mission right now. Pico will fuck, but Pico will also fuck anyone. You guys are enemies? Did you Cinder and SSB Craft are enemies? Aaron would also fuck anything. Cinder just don't like screwing. Damn! Wait, you can fuck with a rot? I can make her screw a rot, but... Ooh. That was unexpected. Wait. Where's Estrella? There. Oh, Estrella don't really want fuck. But I'm a patriot! Oh, alright. Who was the 100%er? Pico was the 100%er. Pico was the only 100... Oh no, Pico and Killers were the only 100%ers. We're gonna send Pico in. I'm dead, right? I'm pretty sure you're dead, yes. Well, next time we have a resurrection ritual, get chat together to vote you to come back. Go on. Make a baby so I can feed it to Shemaya. Damn it, it's not golden. God damn it. It doesn't really matter because I'm gonna kill the baby. I'll fucking kill it. Abort the fetus! Aborted. Maya, I have aborted fetus for you. Maya! Off she goes. She knows the way. The way to the aborted fetus. You're gonna take so long to get back over to your bed. You're not gonna get there before daylight. It's literally, you're not gonna get there in time. Wait, what the fuck? There was a dead body under there? Okay then. Apparently there was just a dead body under there. I'll just, yep, sure. Whatever, I guess. Alright, Shemaya should be fresh. Ah, she baby again! Beautiful! Oh, I've stopped ascending. I can set myself free. Would be funny if she died on the way for the... I'd be so fucking mad. I can't remember who it was, but I was making an omelet for someone else and they died just after I made the fucking dish. Literally the moment I made the dish, they dropped dead. I was like, yeah, piece of shit. I can't even remember who it was. Bruh. Hi. Hi. Did that meal just spawn in or am I tweaking? Mighty meat feet. Where the fuck did that meal come from? Did you guys spawn in food? Ah, fairly, thanks! God damn it! From chat, yes, okay, thank you. I was like, oh, another follower. I've already got 2 babies on the way. I don't have space for all these mouths to feed. Winter is coming! What do we got? Oh, God. Conductive, winter worshipper, deep sleeper. Alright, at least you can sleep with the snorers and not having trouble. Follow a raffle! He wants to be this fucking thing. He wants to be a little bit static shock. Sweaty palms for days, dude. I'm gonna have to wipe. It's so bad. I have to wipe down all my stuff because I'm starting. Because all my sweaty palms are so bad, it starts to build up on my devices. It's nasty, man. I don't know why I have such sweaty palms. When I used to be sick all the time, I never had sweaty palms because instead I was stone cold, and now I sweat, and it's not fair. Can I go back to at least the stone cold hands? It used to be funny to poke my partner with. I think all my lurkers are fucking busy. It's alright. We will. Who's for? Oh, no! Hold up! What's up? We have other versions. I mean, we're coming up. Like, that kind of looks like a frog, right? So now we got frog, but then we got this frog. This also looks like a frog. Like, these guys all kind of. That doesn't look like a frog. That looks like a frog. That looks like a frog. And that looks like a frog. Any other froggy looking things? Maybe I should have a dragon. I want a dragon. Hyena or a maned wolf? Hyena. Maned wolf. I don't know. I could have a centipede? God, I fucking hate centipedes, dude. I can have a dragon. Dolphin? I'm missing some skins from the Rot and the Wool Haven. Buttocks with ya. Oh, I see you up there. Oh, wait, what am I missing up here? General? What did I want? You! I'm missing skins on the base game? What the fuck? Bullocks. I wish I could change to a dragon. I don't think there's a way to reskin someone, unfortunately. I can re-raffle, but I don't know if it lets you to re-enter onto your own raffle. Let's do this fucking thing. Let's leave it green. The pink looks weird. Yippee! Yippee! Ah, that's it! What was the timing with the yippee? Oh, Gotex, you timed it. That was weird. Welcome, to see how we stream. How you doing? How's it doing? Oh my god, I put it in a bikini! No, it's to control yourself, Stealthy. No bikinis, no bikinis. I'm gonna put a necklace straight on you. What does this do? Increase. Oh, okay, that's what that does. Nah, no outfit. Fuck you. That'll do. Except. Super lovely and fun! I said I wasn't cool. I didn't. Well, maybe you're not cool. Maybe you're hot. You're hot. I don't have a unicorn named Chat though. Did my brain glitch out at some point? Whatever. Everyone's starving hungry, so let me just make some food real quick. I got hair in my mouth. How was stream? What were you doing? What is today's activities? No, excuse me. I need more turnips. Beetroot, not turnips. Beetroot? Beetroot, turnips. Turnips. More food. There we go. There's heaps of poo here. Why is no one putting poo on the... Oh, I didn't put the rainbow on there. Whoops, my bad. Oh well. Why is no one putting goddamn fertilizer down? Man. Sometimes they just get slack. Fertilizer, fertilizer, ooh, and a plant. And fertilizer, and fertilize, fertilize, fertilize. I'll fertilize your crops. I love to say whatever. Oh, my egg! Egg, egg, egg! These dragon eggs hatch. Seeing a naked old man in the background has creeped me out a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Ah, so you're Bent or Aaron? Aaron Bent? No, SSB. Fox. That works. A baby. It's true. Total attack on character is awful. She might have just meant that you were hot, man. She totally said everyone. Okay, so you're being thrown under the bus here. I'm sorry, but your loyalty points with your community seems to be drastically low. You might want to see to upgrading that a little bit there. So they are dobbing you in so fucking hard right now. You got a bed, Merlin? Good night. Thanks for popping in and flying in with the raid. Everyone's about to freeze to death. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Girl, I am bullied every stream. But it's all in good fun, is it? Isn't? Are you sure they don't mean every word that they always say? I've never heard of people trolling on the internet. Never! It's always just a backhanded compliment. Where's my rock burn stuff? There it is. Oh, thanks. You know it's only polite to leave the fucking room if you're gonna drop gas. If you're gonna drop ass, get the fuck out next time! God damn! I already get Dutch ovened by my own dog. I don't need your helping. No, Blizzard, please! Ah! Happy Easter! Happy Easter! How many dead bodies do you have, Jet? Anyone else eaten all their fucking Easter chocolate already? Because I have. I ate mine over the last month. I got 10 dead bodies and I'm super proud of it. Oh, fucking do it again. Seeds again. Pumpkin, more flowers. Yum, 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 yum. Everyone's a munching. I haven't been to the other parts of the map in forever. I wonder if there's actually shit going on over there and I'm just unaware of it. I just lost them out, please. I tried, but the door was too far. Clench your cheeks, boy! Clench them! I want to see those bloody butt cheek muscles are clenched. 10 of them? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did a good. You want to see? You want to see the trophies of the dead bodies that I have devoured? I show you guys. I show you. I'm very proud of my collection of trophies. Yeah, so let me just no, I can't. I have to do it this way because it's fucking stupid. Oh god, it's huge. Fingers. Okay. Why is the garbage so fucking big? There you go. There's my dead body collection. Look at them all. Beautiful. I'm very proud of my my kill count. You couldn't beat it if you wanted to. Nice. Jealous? You jealous of that count? The color of every single bunny I've eaten this year. Alright, okay. Everyone okay? Everyone, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to collect this. Okay, am I good to leave, guys? I think I am. There are considerable cheeks to keep clenched. Ayo, you got that BBL? Down for BBL. Yeah, I'm down to clown. Thank you, Patreon, for your contribution. I'm rolling into a goddamn dice thing. Alright, let's get out of here. This way! Oh wait, no, I gotta build decorations! Hang on. Every time I go to finally leave, it's like, wait, no, you gotta do this thing. No. Let's go basic bitch with the decorations, because I'm lazy. Oh wait, no, I was gonna do a rock. about using that trophy. Bruh. I was going to have a wailing bush down near the prison! Imagine taking a shit and this thing's just screaming at you in the background.
The flowers.
Where put flowers? Flowers go in flowery places, like there. Go, we'll do that. All right, there's my decorations. I'm gonna have old people die while I'm gone. I can sense it. But do they make sound? Pull up your ass cheeks. Alert of the gods. Oh my god, get out of the way, Shamara! I'm trying to help build. I mean, it's like a 610 on the cool factor. Far from... cope. Cope. I've known a few ladies with a wailing bush. What the fuck would that even mean? Oh, Cinder's waking people up again. Why are you sleeping over here, Patreon? This is not even your bed, numbnuts! Complaining that the girl is snoring when he's not even sleeping in his own goddamn bed. Alright. Let's make a lammy. Perfect lamb, perfect lamb, perfect lamb, perfect lamb, perfect. Perfect lamb, perfect lamb, perfect lamb, perfect. Oh, fuck, already, fuck! Oh, that's really bad. Oh. Well, I tried. Points for trying. I gotta get some more Rotburn followers so that they're, doing their jobs in the middle of the night. So plants don't die from being unattended. Maybe I should make Cinder nocturnal. Hang on a minute. I think I got one of those necklaces. Right. Generic. Give the follower to increase their loyalty. Follower chances of a successful mission. No, I want you to have this. Oh my god! No, give me that necklace back. You're not allowed to have it anymore. You don't need it. Fucking give it back, cunt! How do I get it? It used to let me take necklaces off them. Why can't I? Oh, there it is. Give me that. Now. Nocturnal, so you can stop waking everyone up with your loud ass fucking throat. There. Oh, give me this necklace back. Pick it up. I gotta kill the old people before I leave. Should I make more breeders? Hang on, let's breed. Hang on, no. I got enough dead people as it is. Let's just make some breeders. Hold up. Who's breeding today? Fucking, Calamus, you're a breeder. Whoa, hey, yo, hello. Yo, wait, what? Calamus and Patriot Alavis. All right, go make baby. Give me baby. Who's the bottom? Oh, Calamus is the bottom in this one. Hey, yo. Polyamorous? Doesn't really matter because I'm about to eat your child. You're the bottom this time, Calamus. Go to bed. You stop getting up to no fucking good and go to bed. Alright, who else is making babies today? Let's see. Apple rejected someone before. Let's try it. Let's see if Apple and Cinder have better... Oh, you guys are lovers! What? You got rejected by your own lover, Cinder! That is so depressing! What what does this mean about Doru then? Doru's just fucking, he's out on a limb. Get fucked. Get fucked. Lesbian pride all the way. Let's go. We're gonna feed it to Shemaya. Shemaya has already been fed baby juice. He has already received fetus. Ah, yeah, golden. Fuck yeah. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna eat it. Apple had a headache last time. You guys tried to jump her fresh back from a mission. Like, what did you expect? Racket. Fuck yeah. Now I got heaps of eggs. Alright, you go to bed. You go to bed. Can I pet the egg yet? No, I cannot. I will nurture this child, though. Very excited child. Alrighty. I hope Shadow doesn't pick this up first, because I'd be very mad. Alright, where... Go eat that. Why are you over here? I told you to go to bed! Oh wait, no, that's right, her bed's on the other side of the map. Oh fuck, I thought I broke something. Scared me, damn it. I thought I broke it. Thanks for the morsels. Come on, little ones. Oh, wait, this side. Nope. 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 Gotcha. Oh, already out the fence. Yummies. Aaron is young again. Alright, let's put some follower meat in there. Put some follower meat in here. Good stuff. There's food in here, right? Yes, there is. Alright, everyone's happy. Everything is fine! It's perfectly fine! Yeah, no, you can die of old age, I don't care. You're an NPC anyway. Herman's gonna go collect me some bones. H2O will also collect me some bones. And then I need a meat gatherer, please and thank. Killers, go get me that meat. Yum yums. Not good enough. Beetroot, fuck off, birds. Yo, you gonna get my meat? Hell yeah. 2 sleepy beans. I got food on the way. Alright, I should be fine to leave. Alright, I gotta do this. I forgot. Wait, that's a new skin behind me, isn't it? Oh no, that's a hyena. Is it? I don't know. She's a little moth. No, I'm Zoe. I'm not the lamb. No, I am something else. Please, no, I do not know it. No, I do not. I am from somewhere else. Salvation, there is none. None. None at all. Nothing left. The lambs, I am not one. Okay. Have some fancy stuff. I get to wear it. Oh, look at me! It looks so cute in a little moth outfit. Let's go. All right, next one. All right, this is everyone now, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it? Sleep well, sweet child. Have this. I'm gaming so hard, you have no idea. Don't call me a dipshit. And how you doing, dipshit? Oh, it's Woolhaven. I thought I'd never see it again. Are there others? Is Rami here? Reason? Not so bad, dying. I don't know why. Such a fast killing is fun. Hey, oh, what the fuck? The last two children might be slightly disturbed. Little Red Riding Hood hood? Yep, sure. Mm-hmm. Wolf in sheep's clothing much? I want that. Give. I want it. You're so rainbow colored, dipshit idiot.
Very rainbow.
Let's see if these guys want houses rebuilt. Get out of the goddamn— oh, there you are. Wait, why am I giving you things? Oh, it's so soft. It feels like home. Ah, damn it! You cannot change who you are, can you? Deep down inside, not even to save your life. Oh, that's kind of sad. Pond tile. Thanks. Do not have house to repair? Okay. Apparently I unlocked a new building with that though. That's interesting. Alright, where'd Little Red Riding Hood go? She went this way. There she is. Hello, ma'am? Oh, I don't have enough wool left. Bugabumpo! Don't have anything, any vases to plant? Oh, what was that? Nothing, just a bell. La belle. Alright, well... Youthful. Where's Youthful again? Well, that's not fucking youthful, is it? No, sir? That is. Heights, cliffs, heights, base, haven, base, cliffs, rot, heights. Alright, I get it. Up we go. Wait, are you already in the Discord or am I tweaking? Am I fucking tweaking? My child. Why is that emote broken? What did— oh, you put glasses on it. Why you broke it? I'm not— I didn't even realize.
I want your stupid fucking hammer.
Ah, the claw's not much better. I'll take the hammer. No. Phonics. All right. Get it. Get it. Ow, bitch! I'm not fast enough. I'm too slow. Oh god. It's actually literally too slow to lay a hit. That is ridiculous. This fucking thing. Amazing. This is gonna go great. Oh shit. Oh, that didn't swing, didn't even hit them. Alright, he's down, he's out, he's out, he's out, he's down, he's down, he's out. We're fine, we're fine. Oh, give me a card. What'd that do? When you are hit, all enemies take big damage. You take... ooh, no thank you. In each room with a brief moment of invincibility. That'll maybe help me a little bit, maybe. Onwards. That's a giant hand. Ah, got it! Insta-kill! Oh, come here, fuckface. Ow. Got it. This is not gonna go well. Oh, buddy. Oh, my poor health already. Buh. Okay, it's a bit fast. Oh, okay. Oh, go to blue. Oh, okay. Well then. Oh, thank fuck. I should start bringing demons with me again. I really should.
Might make my life a little bit easier.
make sparkle noises. La la la. Alright. Ah! Wrong button. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Just standing in the doorway. It's weirding me out. I'm better off going... I'm guessing these are both the same quest? Maybe? Go this way to get some wool. I hate that to harvest wool, I just killed dead lammies. Well, kill dead lammies? Destroy dead lammies. You got me 15 wool? Bollocks. Oh well. Right, this one. Hello. Huh? Letter from brother? Oh! Heart being apart, the other pools touch, but letters drift away. I drop hearts in, hope he gets them. If only I had a way to fish out our letters. Poor brother. I had a way to fish out letters. A way to fish out letters, you say? Interesting. Collect... Wait, what did I say? Collect fishing rod from... Where? Where would I collect the fishing rod from? Whatever, I guess I gotta go see Fishy Man. This way, so I get some meat. So what are we trying to do in this game? Complete it? Question mark? At the current moment, I don't know. I'm recovering lammies, and recovering lammies seems to actually just make everything rot. Oh, fuck, I can't read that, but thank you for following, Falcon person. Wrong button. Ow, I'm on fire. What is it? Ow! Wanker. Falcon X Gaming, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I was dying. Nothing? No loot? I didn't want any loot anyway. Oh lord! Oh lord! Get rid of this fucking thing. Ah, those guys are hard to deal with because they're too fast. Oh, okay, they're wasted. Give me the bone. Bone. Be nice, Strapper! I want to be nice! Ah! Got zapped. Wanker, come here. Ow, too slow. Stop stalking me with the electric. Thank you. Never me. Okay. I'm positively glowing. Okay, now chat, be nice to me. Okay, hang on a minute. You've been saying me be nice, you guys be nice to me. They see me rolling. They hate it. Flowers! Yo. I'm zapped! Look, what's happening? I'm gonna hit you with a projectile, but I ain't got a projectile move! Thank you for the axe! Ah! Bomb! Ow! It's okay, I take this. Fuck you and your fucking hammer. Dick off. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you, chat. Thank you. Get it. Get it. Get it, bitch. Ah! Oh, I missed that really bad. Ow. Yeah. Oh, I rolled into that like an absolute idiot. Gotcha. Blue heart, red heart. Okay. I'm sorry. I know you just gifted me an amazing axe. What sword? Name one time I ain't been nice. Look, I'm not one of those resentful people that like takes tally of all your bad behaviors. So no. That's toxic. And I'm not toxic. And the fact that you would expect me to act in such a toxic way is also a mighty bad accusation on its own. Ouch. What's that ding dong?
Thanks,
What's that ding
Metal
dong?
Garpanda 9000 for gifting 7 silver rolls a sub. Now 7 silver rolls can never leave.
Silver rolls. Never heard of an owl in her life. Thank you for the gifted subby. I appreciate it. Elsie has never been toxic a day in her life. Never, ever, ever. Ah, I gotta kill them all at the right. Okay. Be a fucking hammer. I don't really want the flail either, I'll be honest. But. Fine, I'll take it. Gotta remember how to use it properly. Pretty certain the flail will work better at, like, if you hit people that are far away. Yeah. Lowers! It removes the negative checks from corrupt relics and tarot cards. 10% chance of getting yes, please. I need them. Elsie yells at me all the time. Don't let it happen, Cinder. Yap his ear off. Her mouse isn't toxic. She's just very assertive. I know what I want, and I know how I want it, and I'm gonna get it. You also yell at Minto. He eats expired food. It's okay if it's past the best before date. Best before is just a suggestion. Why was it so hard to say suggestion there? What the fuck was that? Just keep missing. Just a suggestion. God. Uh-oh. Oh, what was that? Furnace is empty, refill. Calamus is freezing cold. Warm them up into the baptismal bath. Okay. Just stepped on a fucking bomb like an idiot. Okay, we're fine. Come here, little creature. Come out. Hurry up. Thank you. Yippee. Hearts. Before I move on to the next room. Okay, we're good now. The boss room! Puzzle room? Boss room. Boss room! Hello! What the fuck? Oh. Festa? Was it the other one gonna be fucking Desta? I cannot speak. The Bishop Calamar ripped out his tongue as a puppet.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train.
Scam train? This was lost. It's Nesta. Of course it's Nesta, right. Such is the madness of gods. They silence those who speak truth. They punish those who think freely. I pity you, mad god. Your faith is a chain that Contious has broken for us. Brother, our freedom is a precious thing. We will defend it. You guys are schizophrenic. You're just imagining him saying things. He's like, please, brothers, stop killing. And they're just like, yes, brother, we will kill. I'm not set up for this. I'm not set up for this. I gotta get set up for 3 people. 3 people. 3. Get it. Come here. Okay. Okay. Balls! They're throwing balls! It's cheating! Oh, I got 2 of them down. Now what? We got a fucking Kamehameha fusion dance? No? Oh, I killed him. Sorry about that. Rest in piss. He's a cute boy. 3 puppies. They certainly didn't look like fucking puppies, but they do now. Yes, spare us. Your liver's just eating other. We will be fed the puppies. I got puppy. The blueprint. Sorry, I got very excited. Nancy isn't talking, she's just Australian. It's their love language, exactly. If we're not being mean to you, we don't like you. Not when it's dairy products. Ah, give it a sniff test. You'll be right. Do it with milk all the time. Scabbing. Suggestion to eat the food before it changes colors. Noted. Or before it smells funny. Trust your sense of smell, chatters. Alright, that's that done. Get back before everyone freezes to death. Yinya, where are you? Darkness, darkness, I followed the call here. Old mother, please, I'm lost. Frost crown, shelter us from those who would harm. Alright. Come on, little lambish. Love me some rot. Away! Oh, there we go. If I drink even a sip of sour milk, I'll be sick for hours. You need a better gut. You streaming tomorrow too? No, unfortunately, I've got shit to organize tomorrow. Over the next week, I'm gonna be busy as fuck in the overworld. Over the next 2 weeks, actually. It's gonna be busy, but it's good. It's good. I'm stuck in the overworld, stuck doing paperwork, stuck doing very important stuff. Look at these ears. God damn. It's good. It's good. Alright, I'm sorry. I know you're freezing to death. My bad, guys. Let me just... Cinder and Bento are fighting against that! Oh, and there goes my last rot guy. Rest in peace. Oh, they're still fighting! I thought I just broke it up! And stop it! Ah, damn! Now what? Oh, he's a baby. Okay. You just converted my old man into a baby. I'll take it. Oh, shut up with your bitching. Come here. I completed your mission, which I actually forgot. Oh, wait, you was a decoration guy, weren't you? Go to the nursery with you. Mouse, can you prove to the new chatters your Australia shake a tree and summon a drop bear in 5 foot? I mean, the centipedes is true, but just summon a drop bear, you just, you know, you kind of can't summon them. You just gotta hope that there ain't any fuckers around when you're hanging out under trees. Oh no, he's faithless. I call you faithless. At least I've unlocked the final dragon skin. Should have eaten you. Alright, let's clean all this feces out. Put the last child in there, get in the nursery, and nurture all 3 of them.
We're gonna financially recover from this.
The fountain of youth! There's fucking babies everywhere! I'm not built for this! Oh god, Big Daddy's old! Fuck, another Chato's old! I've got 2 old Chatos and a fucking old Big Daddy, and it's just not ever ending. You're still alive, right? Yay! Killers is another one that's died about 2-3 times doing missions. Alright, good to see. Yep. Awesome. We're all still alive. Lovely. Ow. I wanna make egg hooker. Now where's buddy? Where's the old man? Don't you fucking do it, Bento. Don't you touch that. Hagar is sick. What happened to Hagar? Where's my fucking old man gone? Hello? Where is he? Old man? Where'd he go? Am I blind? Hey, Daddy. Oh, there you are. He's already heading over there, I think. But I will select regardless, just in case. You go eat that. Oh, Sybil screaming? Alright. You, no, fucking stop yelling at me for interrupting. You go to bed. No, go to bed! I'm here. Go to bed. Same with you, H2O. You go to bed as well. I've got a sickie walking around here too. God, you need healing. Yes. Good stuff. Yep. Let us harvest the rotten fella. Yes. You are cold, Calamus. I'm supposed to be able to unfreeze you, but it's not letting me. What do we got? What do we got? Invigorated by cold. Works 30% faster during winter, but 20% slower during summer. Hates snow. How do you get invigorated in the cold but hate snow lamps? What is wrong with you? Perfect prisoner, y'all. Follower raffle. Start rifle. Anyone want to be Doge? My little Doge. Playing games. No, go to bed. You're gonna die of exhaustion if you keep staying up all late. Ears go flop, floppy, floppy, flop. I can't wait till I can have my 2.0 and I can re-rig my ears. Do big bouncies. I want to re-rig my ears. I want my 2.0 already. It makes me sad. I want ears. I want ears like these, and I go I want ears. I want big ears, and I can make them move. But I don't have no ears. No ears. Very sad. Hold up. Whoever else was wearing that raffle, just hold the line. We got another 2 doggos to raffle out. Bro! How you been? I got a excuse me. Yo, I'm monk. Get in here, monk. I put the water. I want it so bad. Let's make my other children first. Alright, next. Got a little bandana. Shemaya, stop kicking snow onto people. It's rude. Dedicate yourself to me. Ascetic decreases in generation, but productivity is up, and you're a heavyweight. Who wants to be a drinker? How you there, bro? How you been? And raffle there. Silver owls, get into that. Is a funny. Owls? No. And I suppose you 7 owls in a trench coat will look like a doge, I guess. What? Who died? Fuck! Kill us! No! Wait, what? No, I meant to warm him up. What? I am okay. I'm fine. Got him. What was that? What the fuck? This is a little bit different. Killers go. Now what? Oh, fucking Shadow's dead. Okay. Harvest meat. We're not keeping this body. Oh. Chance for dead bodies to reanimate and fight for you while crusading. Oh. God damn. I'll wait for it to be fully done. Hopefully end of May. Get the killers all done. Who's trying to get my attention? Hello? H2O is about to shit himself? He's got it coming out both ends. Dude is in a hurry. Oh, he gave up. Okay, it's too late. It already escaped. It's like, it's too late now. I just shat myself. Why is everyone sick? What did you people do? What have you done? My baby's all sick. Also, you wanted my attention to... Ow! You cunt! Oh, I hate your guts. Killers, go to bed before you drop dead. Oh my lord. Hang on. I gotta... Everyone's sick. Everyone's tired. Aaron's got a sneeze. Everyone's got a sneeze. There better not be a fucking flu getting around. Why is everyone sick anyway? Ah, someone just shat gold. Alright, I'll take that. Oh, there's poop over here. Hang on. Did I already nurture the children? Yes, I did. Alright, why is everyone sick? God damn! Oh. How many kids do you have now, man? I got 3 children scooching around. Oh, you're talking about VTuber children. I thought you were talking about, like, in the game. So I got 3 babies here. VTuber wise, I don't know. I've lost count. Every time that happens, I think the game broke. I've lost count of the babies. You expect me to remember the names of my children? I have a dead body right there. Hey, whoop, yup. You know that dead body while I'm here? Why not? Oh, fucking Bass Pro Shop, yo, I'm trying to keep it rolling.
All they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop.
What's that?
It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs, but they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. It took men, the Egyptians, like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass in, it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesizing and all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop party at Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, it's a pro shop party. Oh, 97 again. Fuck. Can't get over 97. Boo. Everyone's starving to death. That's alright. That's alright. They'll get up. Why are you sleeping there? You have a perfectly good bed, my guy. Whatever, boo. Cook, and then I cook, and then I cook again. I cook. I'm a big cook, good cook. I do some cooking. Yes, call me a chef if you want. I'm chefing up. I gotta chef it up. Let's put some food here as well. Someone else can chef it up. Alright, done. 97%. Nice. It's not good enough. I want 100%. I want a 100%. I haven't been able to get it yet. It's pissing me off. 100%. Slightly disturbing little screaming bush. Fine. Oh, that's right. I still got you. I can speak, Lamb. You have destroyed us and renewed us. It's a miracle. I will worship you. Yay! Oh, we got another heavy drinker. Woo! Gullible. Anyone still in chat does not have a body of flesh in my game. I swear I'll treat you well. Promise. I promise. Of course I won't do anything suspicious with you. I won't feed you the fucking embryos of your brethren. I feed you all the time, thank you very much. Y'all are just picky bitches. Keep rejecting me and my options. My food options. Wow, no one left? Wait, cancel. There we go. You stay as Doge. The Doge that lost his voice can stay as Doge. Go cook. Or something. Oh shit, there's another one. Wait, how many fucking... That was... What? 4? I have 3. They will work hard for you. Deal us! and unrepentant. Get in here, Papa Dog. Papa Dog. Oh, I don't fucking know. Something. Done now? We done? Alright, I'm down one bed. I need more beds again. Winter is over. Yippee! Alright, I gotta knock down a normal bed and put a triple bed again. Okay. Triple. Get your poopy triple bed. Triple. Get on the fucking. There we go. Ah! What was that noise? You guys flirting? I gotta find a fishing rod. Get snacks. Alright, everyone's fed. No one should be complaining no more. I've fucking fed you. Goddamn. Oh, I still got these babies here. I'll deal with you babies in a minute, alright? I got things to do. First things first. Fishing. I was brushing one of my cats when the Bass Pro Shop played, and Tanks heard me laugh across it. I hate it here. Rod, please! What's that? Oh, by witness eyes, eh? Well, that's one's all rotten. I can't sell that. You can't trick me, scoundrel. If you want to sell your own wares, it won't be here. Try that spore, Grotto. Some far from... Who? I just want a goddamn fishing boat. What's up? Myself, but that witness can see you shipment left a Plimbo fine, force me hand. Bring me that last eye and I'll bow me head in your ways. I just want a fucking rod, mate. Well, I gotta talk to the fish. I'll talk to the fish. You got a rod for me, buddy? No? You're not gonna interact with me? Fuck you too, fishy. Rod, no rod. Fuck you all. I ain't want a rod anyway. Buy from Small Grotto? I mean, these guys are high as a kite, so... How do I get the fishing rod? Everyone here's just napping, nothing for sale. They're all high as a kite. Good old rotten flesh right here. Love it. I've got everything around here, so... Okay. Yeah, Pilgrim's Passage. Maybe Mr. Man out here will give me a fresh rod. Hello, sir. Can I have your rod? No, I want a rub. See if I can pick up a lobster real quick. Ay, caramba! You brought the first one from Spita. I won't roll. I won't roll. Where roll? It's a fucking crab. Well, give me a lobster or something. Come on. I need road. Ah. Oh my fucking god. Give me a lobster! I'm gonna send lobster out there to like fucking do a hula or something. Lure some lobsters in for me. Oh lord! Can you do some hula? It worked! Alright, now give me the last little piece of this, and then I talk to you and you give me a fishing rod. Right? My manly hands are full of man business. Oh Okay, you got me through this. I hate winter. I'm shivering my scales off her skin off. I can barely hold a ride, let alone a real fish. My spearfish rod isn't getting any use. Listen, if you can find something warm and fluffy to keep me warm, I can have some wool. No, that's warm. Yeah, I got a rod. Give it, and don't you have somewhere to be, kid? Yeah, I got the rod. Rod. Let me finish the last little silhouettes in here. I'm definitely not using auto fishings. No, chat. I'm just this good at mini fishing games. Couldn't get it. Alright, I sleep down. No, good night, head's still alive. Thanks for hanging out. How you doing, friendly potato man? How's it going? I can't imagine having to brush a cat, dude. This is why I got Sybil, and I specifically chose him out because he had his short coat, because I can't imagine trying to comb a cat. I can't imagine the hell of trying to fucking comb a cat. That fellow outside the fisherman, you would, no, that would be too ridiculous. Okay, I thought they had a mission for me, but nope. Alright. Rod obtained. No stream next week, right? Yes, so there won't be any stream next week because I am stuck busy in the overworld, and where I will be located will be no internet! No internet! Oh no, Estrella! Why are you sick? What happened? Why is everyone sick? What the fuck's going on? What happened while Elso's gone? God damn! I'll eating expired milk while I'm away. One of my babies is missing. Come here. Your ears confuse me. My bunny ears! They're not actually mine. Okay. But if I turn off my ears, there we go. I just wanted the whiskers to still be out. Next missionary. Woo! Thank you, Chad. Everyone else is healthy. Good to see. Oh, okay. Ah! Fuck off! No, I wish to give my life. Please sacrifice me in your glorious. Okay, sure. We'll feast upon woods of soul or whatever. Or poo-poo. They shat themselves while I was away. What's up with that? Oh, hello. I didn't see you hiding back here. Other than that, I'm fine. I'm glad that you are good. You better be. Oh, there's more shit. Hello, you're almost ready to age up. Let's do a little dance. Oh, I'll pet your head. Same difference. Teddy is short hair, but Tobias and Milo are long hair and need brushes. See, I wanted to get. I was the only. Blah, 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 think what you want to say before you start talking, Stealthy. Come on now. If I were ever going to purchase an actual bred cat, I would get a rag doll, and at least I feel like a rag doll would be easier to comb as well because they're less like. Well, they're a rag doll. They're chill kitties. Oh, I'm talking to someone who's literally on the shitter. I'm so sorry. I came over here to pick up the shit. Instead, I just disturbed Shemaya while she was taking a dookie. I'm so sorry, Shemaya. Why is your name tag? Oh, no, there it goes. Whoops. My bad. A little bit of an invasion of privacy there. You'll be right. You'll be right. Oh, and Killers is old. Alright, time to feed an egg to Killers. Hold up. Egg time. Egg.
Oh, Killers. I have egg.
You good there, Pro? You just doing star jumps for some attention? What? Okay. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. Babies are drowning in shit again. Pretty normal. Oh, you ain't even made me yet! Oh, maybe... Where are you going? What did you cut? Why did he just not eat it? Gillis, what are you doing? What a glutton just stole the fucking egg meal! Gillis! Eat the fucking egg meal! You can't make me, I'ma die on my own terms! Eat the fucking embryo! Eat it! Eat the baby! I will broach no arguments! Fucking hell, man. Have any dead bodies? Doesn't look like it. Yay! Killers have become young again! Woo! Will die when I say you can die. Thank you, Omega. Good food. Oh, there's another poo. Alright, just gonna go join Mikan over there. Oh, we just vomited. Hang on a minute. Is this not because of that weird necklace that I gave that one player, is it? Not why everyone's getting sick, is it? Surely not. Surely not. Who did I give it to? Patriot. I'm mighty suspicious of you, Patriot. Fucking suspicious, boy. I'm scared as soon as I leave, everyone's gonna wake up and then crack the shits. We're letting the food rot again? Of course they are. I've seen like 1 or 2 clips of this game and I know the name of the game, but only knowing that, I really want to play it. Because it's spoopy satanic vibe. It's a really fun game, honestly. Even if you don't get the DLC, like the paid extra DLCs, it's an enjoyable game. Oh, I like it! Especially if you have a proclivity towards ADHD brain like me. Yippee. Fuck off, birds! Stealing my shit. I need more scarecrows. I got a scarecrow there. I need to put a scarecrow over here, methinks. Actually not that spooky, but still fun. Yeah, it's just like I have another oldie. A lick of paint to make it look cult-like, but overall. Ooh, kissies. Who kissed who then? Brat, who did you just kiss? I completely missed it. Alright. Oh, yes, child. You ready to age up? Let's go! SSB Banta, SSB Crafter, Aaron Zinin Fox. All grown up. We are animal lover, unrepentant, lustful, and winter worshipper. Anyone wanna be this body? Anyone at all? Is anyone there that could be this body? I have a lot of dead bodies, so like, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone's already joined and fucking died. Yeah, fucking dead, mate. That's fine. Cute is good too, and I have Mega. Oh yeah, it's gonna feed you so good. It'll feed your ADHD good, Mad Max. Mouse gets to kill off Jet members while everyone else cheers. She loves this game. It makes me feel so important. Like, yes, everyone wanted them dead. So did I. Celebrate! Big ol' yippee! Reminds me of Let's Starve Together looking this. I don't know that game. Actually, I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't know it. Get any friendly potato! Are you a spoonbill? In armor. An armored spoonbill! Get in here! Duck? Maybe a duck. A duck. You're a duck. Look oddly bald not having ears, because like, I feel like every other animal form has ears except for you. Bald? Earless? Alright, let's do a sin dance, guys. But where is the guy that's always playing his fucking flute? He's meant to be a sin carrier. Where is he? Where the fuck are you? There he is! Pika Shadow! I think it's Pika Shadow. Pretty sure it's Pika Shadow. Last time I tried, every other time I tried to give you sin, you dissented. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Shakira, Shakira, hey baby, when you walk like that, you make a woman go mad. Yeah. Oh my god, the whole game lagged! That wasn't me, the whole game lagged! Oh, that's bullshit! It still worked, who cares? Oh! Enough for me. You double sin. Oh, come on! Really? It's been so long since I put sin in you. What do you mean? You've dissented. Ah, weak. You're fucking weak, Pika. Weak. There's only one character in this game that actually scares me, and that's Chamak, I think, the guy who turns gods into relics. My coworker just left to go on the break, and while they were leaving, I said, watch out for amoeba. I don't know why. Just leaving them concerned for no goddamn reason. Alright. My brain just left me for a second. Give me the tear. Alright, I need Shun to go eat an egg. So I don't have more dead bodies on my hands. Shun, come eat this egg, if you will. Where'd you go? You're an old man, you can't move very fucking fast. There you are. Go eat the egg. Okay. He's off to eat the egg. He's here. Yeah, okay. Cool. I gotta get this. Okay, that's fucked up. See, it's not fair! The whole thing froze! My game. Oh, for fuck's sake, Bento! Apple, can you stop trying to kill each other for 2 seconds? Where are you? Oh, someone else broke up the fight. Okay. Thanks, whoever that was. I'm gonna make you two fuck if you keep arguing like this. Watch me. Alright, let's do some stuff. Yes. I have a ritual quest here? Honey? Oh, that's right. Xenos wanted to die. That's right. Hang on. Let me resurrect someone first. Are there Eldritch horror in this game? Specifically Cthulhu? No, but I feel like you can, I'm pretty certain you can get like tentacle monster looking skins, but no full-on Cthulhu. Alright, let's scroll down a bit. So many dead bodies, fucking hell. There you are, Panda, come on. Papa, how you doing? Wait, are these real followers playing with you? Yes, so yes and no. So they are all people from my Twitch chat. Well, most of them are, except for the occasional NPC, which is written in white. These are all people that have gone into a raffle in Twitch chat to join my cult. They can choose their skin when they join, but they're not actively playing the character, so they can't move them around in-game. All right, resurrection complete. Time for murder. Ooh, that was very awkward. I felt like that wasn't actually sitting on 12. That was like slightly tilted to one side. Okay, let me bring it back. Oh wait, no, who am I? Oh, I'm killing someone, that's right. I forgot what I was doing. I gotta kill Xenos. Eh, Nani? Sylvia, look on! Thank you for the raid! Look at the raiders! How was stream? What are you doing? Games and demos, but what do? You're popular as fuck. Just a lot of people want me to put them to work. They wanna go, they crave the mines. Where are you, Xenos? Hello? Wait, where's the person that wanted me to off them? Hello? Am I fucking blind? Are they not in? Huh? Have I scrolled past them? Oh, it was Woods. Okay, I did scroll past them. over, lol. Don't try and scare me out of it. Okay. We'll say you go to 12. We'll say you go to 12. As someone who only buys games when they're on sale on Steam, this is one I can totally recommend to buy at full price. They give you a lot of value. There was lots of free DLCs that were added to it as well, so you get a lot for you get bang for your buck. You don't stand that out of 12. Played the I know. Oh, what? I don't cook there when I see one, and that was totally. Oh yeah. I don't know. I look like it was slightly off tilt to me. I don't believe you guys, but I'll let him have it. Covered in blood. We don't want to talk about it. Resident Evil 9 has very icky, cringy blood splatter effects. Is it? Oh, you smell funny. Right, okay. Doesn't it smell like copper in here, Tina? Ah! Did it truly? We go without flaw. Yes, do you have the expansion enabled where Chad can play that dice game? Yes! Yes, I do. I just haven't gone to play it. Knucklebones. Knucklebones. What happened? What? You bitches! You just killed! You just killed Linya! What? I'm telling ya! I'm telling on you! What did she hasn't even been here for very long? What the fuck, guys? It's uncalled for. Big shit box. Let me just clean that. No one told me I was gonna be covered in blood for injecting random shit into already dead zombies. Why are you injecting things into dead people? I feel like there's deeper questions to be asked. Fuck off, bloody bird stealing my shit. Scarecrow ain't doing his goddamn job. What now? Fuck! What? Guys, did you guys just kill another one while I wasn't paying attention? Why is everyone dying? I can't even pick him up. What the fuck? This is the worst shit of his life. Come on, guys. Really? I don't really want to bury him. Fuck. I have to build a new fucking. Lord have mercy on your souls. All right. More graves, apparently. Guys can't control yourselves. Am I crazy, or was one of those sounds? It sounded like a human voice, like actual. It must have been Hagar. It sounded like actual chatter just then. Give me that dead body. God damn it. I'm just. What I get for trying to shit in peace, apparently. I don't know. Well, we had a perfectly good outhouse and you chose to shit out in the paddock. Like, kind of deserved, honestly. Going blind. I have light shining in one eye because of the afternoon sun coming through the window. I was just trying to read a notification when two people had just become, I think they'd become lovers, and I missed it! Well, we didn't really kill her. She just ate a dish we spawned. Thanks. So how many, wait a minute. How many deadly dishes did you guys fucking spawn? Chat. How many dishes did you spawn? I have perfectly good meals over here. They do not need to be eating deadly dishes. Okay. Go stress me out. I'm gonna get wrinkles early. It'll be your fault. Alright, back to Wallhaven or whatever. Gotta give Skiller her bloody fishing rod. I'll give that woman a rod, alright. Anyway, what? vile wolf still plagues our mountain, you must cull him, shepherd, so our work may continue. I don't know, bro. I don't know if I want to. Think I'd rather leave him there. Old man looking a bit suspicious, like, oh, what's in here? Oh, it's just skins. Non-iron contraption, no glows. Hello, old man. I don't think I have enough wool to give what's-her-face yet. I think she needed 200, 100? How much did you need? You needed 100. I require wool. It's 2 a.m. God damn, good night. Okay, Shema ate an exquisite meal. I panicked for a second there. I thought it was another deadly dish. I came back for a reason. What was it? Wool, that's what it was.
Nurture the children.
Don't you fucking Bass Pro Shop me. I will skin you alive. What do you want? Potato!
Oh, great leader. We must plant more potatoes in the glory of the great potato goddess. I mean, the god of...
Yeah, sure, bud. Sure, bud. I don't even have potatoes. There are no potatoes. Alright, I require... Oh, he died! My turtle! He's fucking dead! Give me the wool. Ah, no, give me the wool. Thank you. How much wool do I have? 37. God damn it, I still need more wool. Wool, 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 wool. I'll give you a pet. Try to get you guys to level up a bit faster so I can get more wool out of you. The animals keep dying, man. Oh, no, wrong thing. You pet. Okay. I'd love to join them, but it's not a potato, go! No potatoes! You love the Bass Pro Shop. Does it look like I love the fucking Bass Pro Shop? I have a fishing rod in game. That's about as close you're gonna get me to a goddamn Bass Pro Shop. Bass Pro Shop these nuts. Look. Good. Bug just landed on my arm and flew away before I could tell what it was. Okay. Wait, it's a 100% chance. I could send someone who's fucking useless. Alright, let's scroll to the bottom. Obviously can't send an oldie. What the fuck is... Oh, you're the frog. Right, my bad. Tre, you useless little creature. Go get me some... You can only get 2 to 6 wool? What a ripper! You know, higher level dude, get me more? Yeah, honey. Cream Pie Crusader? You for the follow? Go find a seat somewhere, I guess. Send me corpse! No. Alright, so apparently it doesn't matter how high level you are, you're only gonna get like a couple of pieces of wool regardless. Bollocks. Well, off you go, Tre. Let's send Herman to go get some bone. Got a bone? Dog is the best thing to go get the bone, I feel like. We're gonna get a fish to get some meat, because why not? Let me, I'll do it. Too late. Yes, King Prawn, what do you want? Glorious leader, some elders have been gone. Oh, God, not more people. I don't have enough room. Fuck, me drunk. Okay. Come on, bring the old goat.
And then you came in.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Heavy drinker, conductive, and a royal shitter. So not too bad. Not too bad. I don't know about the conductive bit, but no, exclamation mark ticket. Goofball. Let's not. We're not playing Pokemon. Anyone want to join? Anyone available to join? I might go for a piss break in a second. In case y'all wanted to know. They speak Simlish. No one? No one at all? Fuck you. Old people stay old people. I'd join again if I could, but I guess I'm stuck then. I do wish it let you like double up. Have a setting where you can click double ups on. But no. You're gonna fucking die, you old goat. Get the wolf! Please don't do that. I don't know how if you keep your leg by the end of it.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't mean to go in here, but sure, why not? Esther saw beautiful clothing. Oh, is a clothing lover? All right. Can I resurrect? No, I can't. I can kill. I can kill one of the oldies before they drop dead on their own. Let's do that. How you doing? Nope, still ads. Oh. They'll come back eventually. There we go. Welcome back, Ginger Cat. Sorry, you got ad splat. Ad splat. Who am I killing again? One of the oldies that I just adopted. I brought them here just to us. I should probably kill Chato first, actually. Chato's a little bit older. No ads for you. Lovely to see you. How you been? I'm so sad that I can't stream next week. I'm so sad, but the thing that I'm doing next week will mean that things should be a bit more reliable for the foreseeable future. I don't want to announce it because it feels like it's not real yet. I don't want to announce what I'm doing because it doesn't feel real yet, and I'm afraid if I say something, it'll fuck it up, and then things will get delayed for months and months and months. So by introducing my bottom lip to my top lip, and I'm not saying what. No. Do we want to make a disciple? Not particularly. Gonna do what's gonna do. Might as well keep our bones for when it hits winter because we're gonna need them. Norman! I'm good. You're super duper cute? No. Yeah, that's fair. Morning! Hello, Turnip! How's it going? Adorable, I will be. No! You! No! Shadow ascended! He's risen to the next plane of existence. Why does Festa look so happy? Dude, he's like feeling the vibe of a farmer. Alright, let's... There we go, plenty of food on the run. Babies just stewing in their own feces as per usual. What time is it? I should be okay to do a run to give Skillia her thingamajigamadoop. Let's go. Away! Doo-doo. Eight. Hello. Out this on away! Oh, it's a bit snowy. Oh, things are making weird. Oh, it's weird up here. Oh, I don't like this. Okay. Things are making crunchy noises. Ugh, those fucking noises, dude. That on the dagger. Safe location. Tentacles. I'll take the knockback. Why is that glowing? Oh. What'd that do? I forget what that thing does. Legendary. Oh, it's a weapon fragment. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. If I hadn't spotted that, I would have been in a pickle. Okay. Why is the rot following me? Ooh, buddy. I just wanted to give my fishing rod to Skilla. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. Go.
I just wanted to give him a rod. Oh, you've seen better days too. You okay there, bud? Wretch miserable, what have you done to me? You bring the world to ruin, you make this rot for what? You think you are the only one who has lost? It'll burn your blood-soaked temple. I will tear down its shrine. I will liberate. I am liberation. I will destroy you before you destroy us. Ooh, might want to get that checked out, buddy. I don't think that's a pimple. Ah! God damn! Oop! Okay. Maybe the dagger wasn't the best choice for this. Ah! Okay. Okay. Centipede arms. Okay. Oh, okay. We're okay. Oh, yep. This is fine. Ah! Big zappy. Ah, it's a zappy. Oh. There's lots of rocks stuff around here. Oh, I got him. It's fine. He's down, he's out. That was quick. No. Lose it. Oh, we have lost it all. Mascots always win. Come with me, little one. No. I will not. Yes, you will. It will never be controlled again. Oh, gonna commit Harikiri, okay. Well. He stuck to his guns, I'll give him that. Anything to collect while I'm around here? No, just some bones. That was really quick, okay. Oh, there's a stupid little grin on my character's face as I did that. That was a bit... I got my heart back! Gimme! Okay. And for burning candles and nothing more. Okay. Oh, hello, lammies. We're lost, but now we have found our shepherd. Take us to her. We are ready. We are ready to rot. It's time. The ritual. Let it all end. Okay. This is not what I came up here for, but okay. I guess. Wish at the clarity of strength. I was reading that! What sort of speed reader demon do you think I am? Wow, you did it, truly. You're over that. What did I do? I forgot what I do. You're welcome, King Prawn. Don't know what I did, but I'll take the credit for it. All right, the old person. Right. He wanted old people. Sorry! Welcome back! Your wife's got a new wife. Sorry. Your wife don't want nothing to do with you no more. She got a new wife. Sorry. Just accept your fate. This is how it is now. Married follower has been resurrected. Thank you for the resurrection, chat. Even though you resurrected him to a wifelessness. Can't click on that. Okay. Whoopies. So winter coming, that's good to see. I feel like as soon as I go to see Lammy Lady, she's going to fuck up my crops, so I'm gonna just wait a little bit first. I think I'll just wait a little bit. I'm gonna screw up my crops, I know she is. Boop.
Yeah. Oh, I know it. Oh, I know it. Ah, God, I always mess up with this one. Up, there we go. Okay. More wool? No more wool. Yet. Actually, I have no patience. I'm gonna go over there anyway. Come on, little lammies. Yeah, little lammies. Come on. Bye. Predators are gone, the lambs have been returned to me, our shepherd has arrived. It's time to complete the ritual. Heart of the mountain calls, come shepherd, you will shepherd us to the end. I'm getting yoinked. I'm getting yoinky sploinkied. Or not. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. This is fine. She didn't call the winter. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Everything's good. Everything's fine. You don't have the wool I need for her. How annoying. Got your thing for your thing and your thing. Take this. No! Gauntlet? Question mark? You've done as you asked yesterday of these gauntlets. Defiler. Yeah, sure, why not? Get defiled. You got one more weapon to make. 2 more weapons. Okay, never mind. Filer of the Divine. Says the dog. There's only one more weapon that I need to do a run with. Interesting. You better days, buddy. Get out of here. I will do the dungeons in a minute. Is he okay? He's just like sitting there. Oh, you okay? Okay, guy. Everything needs watering. Do I have anyone out on quests? I have a bunch of people out on quests. I have poop. No, Flint. Nope. No, pupper, no. No. Free stuff? Hell yeah. I need wool! I want to see what happens when I give the little Bo Peep wool. Ah! Back! No one asked you, Flint. No one asked. I guess next time I get the option, I gotta select wool. Ooh, gasm. Alright, let's go talk to Teardrop fella. Around we go. Take a visa. Give me skin. Fuck you. Again! Skin. Fuck. This one do. Upgraded Nocturnal. Nature's law demands creation spring from destruction. No known effect. Though knowledge is oft gained through oh. You telling me I have to put it on someone and then sacrifice them? I can do that. All right, gimme. Now. What'd I do? One must first give. No known effect, though knowledge is oft gained through sacrifice. Got 3 left. I just want to get that follower skin on the bottom right. Stripe on me patty. Give it to me! Give me the skin! Let me unlock it! Please! I beg! Oh, now it's gone! Fuck off. You don't want it anyway. Yumma. Oh, skin. Really doesn't want to give it to me, bro. Give it to me, baby. Wow. Give it to me, baby. I might have to make a separate trip to find Skilla. You know, interrupted Dora. I never even clicked on the man. Darn, welcome back, H2O. Don't look at me like that, killers. Oh. No! Herman! Fuck! Well. You just... Good thing the door left an open plot. Everyone's like, ha! Ha! Why do I sound so content? Ha! Ha! Rainbow Doogie! Ha! 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 That person! Ha! Hang on a minute, I'm busy. What do you want? It's always you, Prawn. Branch animals make strange things. You should perform the ritual of shearing so we get more. Okay. Who's sick? Who is sick? Fuck me. The babies. The babies are sick. No babies left. All the babies are out walking. And no one walkies. Alright, that's clean. Where is Apple going with that? What have we got? What am I missing? Rainbow Dookie! Gold Dookie! Wait, what are you seeing that I'm not? Nothing there. It's all gone. Ah! That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. Alright, level you guys up a little bit. Then get more stuff. Happy days. Okay. Did you guys make everyone shit themselves? Or is this just my bad luck? I just got piss poor luck, apparently. Right, yep, okay, yep, alright, can we get through? I don't want to send 6 months here, come on, thank you, okay. Don't get cranky with me, Leshy, I just want to dance. Please, let me dance with someone, thank you. Alright, you, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna give you, a light yellow, why not? Yeah, you take that. You take that. I'm definitely not gonna sacrifice you in like 2 seconds to find out what it does. Anyway, Stealthy Mouse, come in here for a minute. Come here, I just wanna see what this thing does, yeah? Okay. Real quick, don't worry about it. Afterlife. Respect your elders! Grieve the fallen! Grave building. Gain 2 faithful followers. Grieve at the grave. Okay. We need to kill Stealthy Mouse. Mug. Speed. Okay. just resurrect someone instead. Buh. Alright, let's see. Do I have any disciples? Yes, I do have disciples all the way down here. Oh my god. How far down for the last disciple? I think Wolfia was the... Oh my god, the list stupid fucking... Yeah, oh, it was Weber? Oh god, hiccup, sorry. Weber's an MP. Oh, we got shadows! Any others down here? No. Balangor can stay fucking dead. You know the frustrating thing? I can't see people's stats. I just gotta hope for the best. Who brings... God, so many dead. Tommy. Oh. No catatonic. Nice. Yeah, ritual of shearing. Harvest 2 times resources from ranch animals for 1 day. Well, like, no point me doing that right now because they've already been taken care of. Ooh, taken care of. Ah. Okay, everyone's happy. Disturb their sleep for the night. It was the middle of the day when I started. Disturb my sleep. You were fucking awake, dude. Ah, get my hair back. Get my fucking hair back, cunt. What the? Ah. Okay, sure, I'll plant there. Why not? Be nice, Chad. Be nice, Chad. Be nice. Old toilet. Ah, I'm gonna click on that. Get out of the pit. Thanks for the shit, chat. Appreciate it. Oopie. Oh, lag. What the? What the? What the? Harvest! We must harvest before the winter comes. It comes at the end of the day. Harvest. Yes, owls. What do you got? I need a drink. Choose that. Yeah. Oh. Alright, okay, we're an alcoholic. Okay, I'm doing it! Fuck! Alcohol, yes. Alright, cool. I feel like organic smoothie is the best one here. Organic smoothies for everybody once someone goes and brews it, because I can't brew it. Oh my god, the old people are fucking increasing. Now is another I myself entirely to you. We are a fashionable, celibate, warm-blooded. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh wait, it's Weiss. It's Weiss, that's right. Weiss got shrunk down to baby. Now you adult again. Congratulations, Weiss. Oh. Welcome back to the adulthood. Now, can I have enough stuff for another egg? I do. I have one last eggy. Alright, where's me old fart? Danos! Go eat egg. Marvelous. Alright, everyone's over there doing their thing. Okay, cool. Nothing here to be taken care of. No, okay. Oh, lag. No, do it. Get it, eat it. Eat it, bitch. Put that egg in your mouth. Miss, fuck! I missed it, fuck! I hate that. Oh, see the lovers. Alright, I'll just dance with everyone instead. Xenos, oh my god, stop turning everyone into fucking baby! Wait, no, okay, I thought that was you, chat. I thought that was you turning Xenos into a baby. That was me. That was my youth elixir. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. That's acceptable. Alright. Okay. Okay. Here.
Wait, where are you? There you are! Come drink! Goddamn alcoholic. One alcoholic beverage has been, called for. The rest, or whoever. Is he coming to drink it? Oops, did I just cancel it? My bad. Oopsie daisies! Come drink it. Come on, little one. Oh, I have to open it. Okay, hang on. Oh, there we go. Come on, alcoholics, off you go. Go drink, you little fucking fish. This is me a patriot with the lovers. Uh-oh. The rest of Bento's minions are not gonna be impressed by that. Oh, I got one of my guys back. Finally. A dinner leader! Congratulations. Thank you for the wool. Go to bed. Oh, we got a night owl? We're getting to the hate snow lamb. Y'all. Not everyone gaining traits while they're here. Oh! Alright, we have two. Hang on, Shemaya and Patriot are just very excited about this whole situation. Hell yeah. Oh, Aaron and Rat just made out. Caught that. I caught that in 4K. Busted. Fucking busted. Oh god, everyone's giving me sin. Hell yeah. Sin from you. And sin from you. Damn, guys. I thought Rat was about... Bento, don't go picking fights now. Bento. Yeah. Bento. Oh, no. I don't trust her. I don't trust her not to pick a fucking fight. Oh my god, you guys are hungry again. Eat the fucking food that you've got here. What is it, chopped liver? How do you? 80 contribution, Patriot. Okay. Oh my god, the game lagged! You bitch of a fucking... Lagged! I was bamboozled. Everyone should be fed. Everyone's eating an exquisite meal. They should be happy. And I should be okay to leave. I can't fill my rot burn furnace while I'm gone. While it's summer. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Well, leaving might be a problem. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Now... I do believe Sylvie is on this part of the thing. I'm just gonna go for a random spot just because I need... Oh, it's not gonna let me? It's gonna... Okay, it's not gonna let me. Okay, so I'm allowed to rerun. I have to go here. Well, so much for delivering that fishing rod. Yay! Snacks! Oh, wait a minute. The filer, I'll take that. I need that for my quest. No. Ah, it's not much better. I need this in case I need a projectile. Sod it. Oh. Oh, for fuck. No, Pika Shadow! You did this to me! Pika, come down! Now is not the time, Pika! Ow.
got time, Pika. I'm busy. I'm a patriot. Hell yeah. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. That's right. Kill each other. Hey. Ow. It wore off. Oh, I don't have any juice left. Ow. Not what I meant to use. It's fine. There we go. Okay, we're fine. No goodies? Fuck you too. No. Hello. You look dangerous. Let me just deal with you first. Ow! Oh, lordy. Bombs. Oh, this guy. Okay, we're fine. Okay, I'm okay. Thank you for the contribution, Patriot. Okay. Okay, he's dead. He down. What's that? Eye of the Cinderfolk, putting eyes that burn enemies on contact. Hello. Okay, it's fine. Yep. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, we're fine. That's fine. Hey, a blue heart. I've done this dance. You dance with the bopper. I like my silly emote. Do the silly emote. Where's my silly? Yeah. Nice chat. I need help, chat. Please help, chat. Huh, don't burn. Oh, fucking Peek is back again. Fuck's sake, Pika. Go back home, Pika. Much harder! Much harder! Harder! Why? I need help! Not restrictions! Lord, have mercy. Ah! The fuck? Oh, okay. This is fine. Ow! Bitch! Oh, no, I'm lost. I can't see what I'm doing. Why am I giving hearts? What was that? Why was I shedding hearts as I was scooching around? What the fuck was that about? Bomb. Ooh, okay, we're fine. Everything is fine. Ooh. Like that. You got this? I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, bro. Got a burp stuck again. Missed him. I missed him. Okay, I got it. Oh, that's what I need, a little burp. Just drop food, not gold. Woo! Hey, come here, you little fuck. Come here. Oh, got it. Little hard! Whee! That wasn't food! Alright, what's this? Ooh. Oh, it's this thing. Hello! Feed flowers. and hopefully get a good gift or something. You're a ripoff, dude. Oh, what the fuck is that? The disease spreads, consumes, burns, resistance to cure. Members of pack fallen despite attempts. More samples required. I will not lose this place. The pack, my mind. This. I will not end up like Shamura. Useless, mad, broken, unworthy. I will not let it end here. Is that little Lammy? Is that the previous Lammy? Oh, hello. Anyone got an iPhone 4 charger I can borrow? Sorry, but you're barking up the wrong tree. I have only an iPad, no iPhone. I'm a filthy Android user. Suck my dick. Oh well. Onwards. To the pulp! Good old Doogie. Alright. Hopefully this doesn't take too long and my guys don't freeze to death while I'm gone! Bang, bang, bang. Oh, come, get up. Hello. Oh, Pika's back again. Pika, stop it! Pika! Wake up! Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. What's this? Blessed, a little thingy. Oh, summon 2 demons to assist in battle. Even more things to float around me. Just what I like to see. Boop. Hell yeah. Ew, I don't like this place. Cool. Kill them before they can spawn anything. Gotta love it. Good morning! I see the ADHD trap has worked! You've set me up, you little fuck! Buttons! Buttons! Yeah, a lot of buttons! Ooh, yep! Ah! Tentacles! Have you seen my tentacles? You like to touch my tentacles? Alright, that way gets me a tarot card. Ah, one step behind! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny or shady position and get comfy. But not too comfy. Because, you know, if you get too comfy, then maybe you can't run away if you need to. There's no reason that you need to run away, but like, you always gotta keep it in the back of mind, no? You should know where all your exits are, or your fire exits, and the windows, just in case. Just in case. Yeah. Sorry, just stretch my leg. This way to boss. Hello, what's up, witness mammon? Wrong button! Yep. What's that about? Oh, he's gonna do that thing, alright. There's too much stuff going on, I can't tell what's happening! Where even am I standing? Yep. Right there is where I'm standing. Ouch. It fucking hurts. I'm using the wrong button again. There we go, I wanted my tentacles. Oh, I don't have any tentacles left. Don't burn, stealthy. Whoop, whoop. Ow, bitch. Come on! You're taking for fucking ever! Ugh. No, don't run, you pussy! This goddamn thing. Oh, ouch. Alright, that's attached to this. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, I'm gonna have to sacrifice someone, methinks. Ooh, goddamn. I think someone's gonna end up sacrificed so I can defeat this thing. You bitch. Oh, hello. Whoa, hello. Yep. No. Whoa. Okay. What the fuck? Yeah. Well, Seven silver festa. Festa, pakdi, haga. Arnana. Arnana. Now what the fuck was happening here? Up. Ow. Oh my god, they're smacking around a lammy! Oh no, it's a lamb! Ow, ow, ow. It's a lamb! Anyway, how you hit me just then? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, he's really fast. Oh, he's like really fast. Like he can tell where I'm gonna. No, aw. Damn, dude, I missed out on doing a run with a stupid claw too. Fuck. Everyone's gonna be upset at me. They're not too upset at me. Okay, that's fine. Wait, why is everyone happy? What was all those notifications about? Oh, I see some snow. They're just happy about the snow. Okay. That's fine. You guys can be happy about snow. I'll allow it. Oh. Ah! You brought Lady Anne back! About fucking time. Mind you, since you guys are the ones that damn well killed her. You kill her, then you bring her back. Then you kill her, you can't just make up your goddamn mind. I ain't ever once voted to help you. How the fuck you get help votes? Ha! Ha! See, the hinder votes are more surprising because every other fucking streamer I go to never has a hinder. It's always a help. Oh my god, Bento, stop fucking bitch fitting with Apple. Where are you? There you are. Stop it. Peace up. Oh, Puppy and Cheto have fallen in love! Love is in the air. And there's a blizzard. Stop.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. It's all Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. They're really at the best place to shop. It's all Bass Pro Shop. You and me, let's learn some history. The Egyptians like a million centuries. Yeah, to finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro Shop. Hell yeah, working cotton on this bitch. Makes me wanna shake my ass and it makes me wanna fish. Yeah, it has them prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city, non-stop party. Bass Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at Bass Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at Bass Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Alright, little one. I devote myself to you. You're faithless. Fuck you. You stay faithless, little dragon. She didn't scream. He literally just doing it to make me. I hate you people. I hate all of you. Mega is old. Anyone want to be a centipede? Question mark? I don't actually know what this is. What are we? A winter worshipping bug. Anyone at all? I feel like a bug really shouldn't be worshipping winter, seeing as, you know, they all fuck off and go hibernate during winter, but hey. Whatever, tickles your pickle. My favorite thing. Bite me. Stuffy Scream is part of the song? Last time I checked, it wasn't dubbed in the slightest. I think it's an ant, reckon? What, no one wants to be an ant? Fuck you. Hey, fuck you. He can stay as what he is. It's tradition. Well, some traditions deserve to die. You're clearly overheated. Why? Go back to work. Dude's sweating his ass off and he gets upset that I tell him to move. Oh, I'm pregnant, Sonic! Okay, well, yeah, you're okay. Amazing. Now I have to mute this section out because YouTube will try to claim it. Fuck. I don't want to be pregnant. Everyone's hungry. I gotta feed him.
There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. He's a hero and a mother needle play like no one other. Pregnant Sonic. I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that's dead. Dr. Eggman isn't no good slide. Pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. I think I wanna put a ring on it. There's nothing wrong with pregnant Sonic. My elbow hurts. Put it on fucking cushions. What are you doing? Gotta go fast. Why are you not using your cushions? Gotta go fast. Wouldn't hurt if you were doing it. Gotta go pregnant Sonic. There's nothing wrong with me. Karaoke stream, let's go. Everyone ding ding over here. Ding 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 ding. Oh, Hagar is old! Oh, snow. Snow. I gotta re-indoctrinate Pika again. Bitch. Ah, Pika, get your sorry ass in here. It's your boy, River Boy. No, you're Pika Shadow. Stop it. You fucking nudistic, immortal, flautist. Wait a minute. Generates 200% sin when using the drum circle. Yeah, but you always just have a meltdown about it. What's the point if you have a meltdown every time I try to do it, eh? Fucking useless. I can't even interact with you very well. My elbows don't hurt. Good. That's good, Turnip. Are we gonna karaoke? No. Every stream is a karaoke stream. Every single one. Alright, let me go in here. La la. So many green ding dongs to click. I'm so happy my elbow also doesn't hurt. That's sure the best of you. Turnip. Alright. Winter. Cremation of animals. Ranch animals can be burned at the rot burn furnace for additional warmth. Okay. I am old. Everyone's fucking old. Omega, I've like immortalized you several times. I'm pretty certain I keep feeding you fetus meals so that you know, age down again. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yum, yum. Also, you tried to murder someone. You tried to have Pyko burnt in the fucking rot burn furnace. Calling you out for that bullshit. Almost 4 years. So close, bro. It's been so long. Scratched a little sore on my face now, I think.
We have a resurrect on hand. Yes, we do! It was like a sacrifice. Okay, we'll resurrect. Oh, I have no fucking bones! Okay, never mind. We'll sacrifice me, because I need to know what that stupid necklace does. Come here, imposter stealthy mouse. Where am I? Here I am. You're an imposter! Sacrifice you in the light of day! What does it do? Oh! Master? I am? What's Bal? We got Bal! So much color, so many creatures! Master? Oh, poor Bal's probably real confused, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, we got a new pet. That was wild. The tentacle beasts were everywhere. I got so excited. Lovely. Okay. Everyone's still hungry. Go fucking eat, you nonces. So I guess now I have Bal. Oh, what do you got for me, King Prawn? Sure. Wait, where's my harvest? Oh, lag. Where's my fucking harvest, dude? Where's it? What'd that do? Ascend. Oh, if I kill you, I can. Oh. Oh. You pet this. Let me feed you pumpkin. Ah, it was a guess. Do I kill the cowish or do I kill the yakish? Cowish? Ascend! It's definitely ascension! Bye. Get 12 wool off of him. Okay. So you two are going to ascend? Yes? Up with you? Yes? 18 wool off of him? That's alright, that's alright. Let's do it. I sent you a 7 TV. I will look at you just a second. Fine. Ah! Can't get over that 97, dude. Alright, let's try again, let's try again. Alright, I fucked it. I fucked it in the ass. Okay. Up. Alright, go join Patriot or whatever. Too much lag. Let me hit save. We're lagging out like crazy up in here. Car is old and needs to die. Hey, rainbow poo, rainbow poo. No, you don't want the rainbow poo. Thank you. Right. Everything's clean. Everything's clear. Everything's okay. I have a dead body over here that I haven't dealt with yet. My bad. Mana bre! Who the fuck you are? Harvest. You're an NPC, doesn't matter.
Meat. Good meat is.
Someone did a gold poopy. Yippee! La 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 la. There's no one got anything planted. You guys are wasting time. I keep assigning people to the fucking farm and they don't do it. Ah! Work, you useless sons. Protein. Give you freak protein. Fuck this Spock Fox. Ah. Oh, sorry. So like, little one, little cinder, wild storm. Where? Why was there a random coin just sitting in the background there? Whatever, it's gone now. Do I have enough for you yet? Fuck. Still not enough. Alright, I'll buy another cowish and another yakish. Yes, yes, yes. La 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 la. We're tired of these mousy. Well, too damn bad, isn't it? Alright, let's put the new babies in. Here you go, little fella. You're done, yep, yep. Lovely, lovely. Yes. The cow. Hey, I pet the baby cow. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, thank you for the fertilization, chat. Very fertile of you. You whip it. And then I feed you grass too. You also don't like grass. Picky bitches, the lot of you. All a bunch of picky bitches. Water. 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 So much for fertilizing all my crops, huh, chat? Ah, they weren't even fertilized! You lying little bastards! Can I feel the rot burn deposit, please? Thank you. Can we maybe play the dice game? You wanna 1v1 me, motherfucker? Think you want me to do it again? You can do anything against me? Urban collector juice. Take too long. Okay. I swear these characters are not eating the food that I'm putting up. Hang on, let me make some food before we go. Eat your fucking food. There we go. All right. Okay. Wait. I think I can verse you guys here, can't I? Let me check. Wrong button. First chat. Yeah, there we go. Come at me, bitches. Wait, I gotta get my fat fucking head out of the way. I gotta get chat out of the way. Here's the chat. You don't say. Oh, sorry, you got a 2. Alright, I have to shrink a little bit. Hold up. There we go. Oh, I got a 2 too! We're twinsies! I'll fuck you within a second 6. It's just business, chat. Just business. Again, sorry, this is box business. You can't possibly hold it against me now. I'm not gonna waste that. Wow. Oh. Atu. I can hear them throwing snowballs in the background. I also hacked one. Since when are you good at games? Come on now. Don't be too nasty now. We're friends here. Yeah, we're friends. Yeah. Why did you put the 2 in the middle when you could have 2'd your 2? Oh, I know. I see what you did. You deleted. All right, never mind. Never mind. I had things out of order. 3 3s are 3. 3. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Another fucking tray. Gilmonte! How you doing? Suck my dick, Jet. Oh my god, with that fucking thrays! Well, I'm done with that fucking thrays! Oh my god! I'm finished! I don't want free no more! Fuck off! That's not fair! I got like 6 fucking 3s in a row! Again! Do it again! That was... it's not fair, dude! Yeah, you get a 3 now. Fucking, you get the 3 rolls. Oh, I spat out my water. And then 3. And then 3. And then 3 again. Oh my fuck me. Oh, you and your 5s and your 6s and me with my fucking 3s. Ooh, okay. Oh, wow. It's a 3. Wow. My only dice I can ever stack. A fucking 3. Oh, look, I can stack a 2! Miracles do happen. I forgot we got a 6 again! This shit is weighted. This shit has favoritism! Girl, what? I can't fuck you for! Man, it's better than a... Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Bro, Oh look, I finally got a 5. Hey, I love 5s. That's a 5. Hey. Oh, it's a 5. Ah, beautiful. Amazing. It's not really helping me at this fucking point. Oh, I just realized it was 3, 2, 1. Funny! 3, 2, 1. Oh, fuck right off. Sit on my finger and fucking write it, dude. Again! I will not accept! It's not fair! Give me some decent fucking rolls, cunt! Look, I got to roll first this time and I had a better roll. Remember when I said start a stream? I was gonna get better at swearing. I remember that. You guys are waiting, right? The person who goes second just gets bad luck. 4. Oh, it's a 4. Wow, he got a 6. Wow, you've never had a 6 before. Oh no, my old friend. Oh, fuck off! Fuck right off! Get out! Suck my titty. Ooh, 2 on a 2. This is we're both kind of rolling like shit, but the suspense is killing me. 5. What? You have 5? Oh, sorry, chat. I didn't see that 5 there. Oh, sorry. My mistake. A 1. Thank you for the 1. Oh, fuck off. Fuck your fucking 6s. Where the fuck are my 6s, huh? Another 1. I hate my life. I hate my fucking life. Oh, you get that tree? Did you get that tree, Tractor? That's a beautiful tree there. Can I just concede? Can I just give up? Fuck the 3s! I just get a 1s! But I can't tell if anyone actually played the game or not. Nah, you all just have the same fucking brain cell. Ah, just kidding, bro. And Xenos became friends. It's great. Do it again. I will fucking win one. What? Is a 6. Never good when you start with a 6. One more! Come on, one more! My ear's itchy. What was the pop noise? What was that? A little pop? Weaken. Hearing poppers. I didn't realize I made a pop noise when you put it. Oh, first time I've noticed that. Oh, fucking 6 on your 6 on my 6. Ah! Finally get 6s and you immediately roll another 6 afterwards. This is stupid. Thank you, Pro, for the contribution. Where the fuck are the pops coming from? Oh, a 1. Yay. Fuck it. Went streaming, his little feet are twitching. Little baby foot twitches. Ah, he's so cute. A 4. Fives are great, chat. Do you like fives? I like fives. Fives are beautiful, chat. Oh, fuck off, you double sixes. You double sixes. I'll six this. Oh, double five at least, I guess. Could be worse. Could be double ones. Oh, Lord. If I lose this round, I end stream. I rage quit stream, straight up. I'll be fucking dunskies. If I lose, I rage quit. Stream is done. Fucking done. Putting my balls on the table. You know, you don't have to do that, chat. You don't have to do the thing, chat. You know, you really... No, don't. Come on. You want me to keep streaming, right? Okay. Oh, look, a 5 to replace my 5s. Oh, well. War of attrition. 5. Arts! Don't use it. You don't have to put it there. You can put it elsewhere. Don't put it... Awesome. Alright, cool. Yep. Okay. Fuck you. Oh, winners. Ain't no winner yet, buddy! I'm not giving up! I've got thick. My first ever thick. You like my thick? Think about 5s, chat? Oh my fucking god. So I take your 5, you'll take my 5. I take your 5, you take my 5. Oh, fuck you! Leave it alone! Leave it alone! It's the thing about 5, streamer. Think about 5. Fuck up. Delete 4. Oh, puppy belly. It's a puppy belly. I'm just gonna start pulling a whole bunch of 1s now, aren't I? Now that your side is starting to fill up, I'm gonna just pull a whole bunch of nothing and I'm just gonna lose just because I can't stack anything. Fuck right off. I knew it! I fucking knew this was gonna happen! Now you go and stack your 4s and then you'll pull a 6 or a 5 for your middle section. You fucking watch it, cunt. I knew you get your fucking 6! I knew it was gonna happen! I tell you, if I fucking lose, I'm ending stream. I'm done with you people. Hey, you got a 1? You got a 1 there? That's a 1. I'm fucked either way. I can't recover from this. I don't think I'm right there. Fuck. Ooh, buddy. Yippee. Yes. So we fuck. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, it was nice knowing you, chat. I'll see you. Fuck you fucking 4 stack of fucking files. Ah! I guess I'll see you, fuck me. Oh, wait. No, I'm still fucked. Never mind. Hear that, chat?
That sounds just like a fat lady singing in the fucking distance. I'm done with you, fuck faces. Get the fuck out of my goddamn face, you fucking cunts. You cheating little swine, you fucking. Oh, what the fuck was that? Is it Risky Biscuit just hover over here? Sure, I'll decorate in a minute. Fucking hell. I'm a bit delayed. I can only vote before I even see what we roll. Oh. With Killer's Apple! What the fuck? You're dating Cinder! You absolute harlot! What the fuck? Did I just witness? Oh, damn! Well, I'm done with you fuckers. I don't even want to play with you no more. I don't want to play with you no more! Fuck the lot of ya! Get out of here! Go spend Easter elsewhere. I'm cold, but I'm also sweaty. But I'm cold, but I'm sweaty. Ooh, I wonder how much longer Shamaya's gonna be live. I gotta go over there so I can get my string. Gagged on my saliva again. Stream streak up. One day I will go. Oh, is there a whole stream without gagging on my own saliva? Today's not that day. I just realized Xenos is sitting on Krelly's face. Just hold the line while I fix that real quick. Go face, man. Alright. We are raiding out. I'm done with you guys. I am so sick of looking at your faces, and I'm not streaming next week, so ha! We'll go raid Shamalia. Don't even care about you guys no more. Take the raid message if you want. You don't have to or nothing. I don't care if you do. I don't even care if you if you pull this raid message for the unsubscribe. Doesn't even matter to me. I don't even care about you. I'm just gonna dump you. I'm like dumping you in front of the fucking pound at this point. This is what I'm doing. I'm like, here, take these fuckers. I don't want them. They smell funny. They steal all my money. No stream tomorrow. No stream next week. You're gonna be starved of Stealthy Mouse, and you did it to your fucking self. Hope you're proud. Hope you are proud. But I would say thanks for hanging out, but I feel like at the end there, I just got my ass handed to me, and I got proven that no one cares about me. I'm kidding. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I had heaps of fun. I'll see your sorry faces. Not next week, but the week after. Yes, because next week's gonna be busy for me. No free time, no internet. Mind you, no internet. At least not much. Only my mobile data, and I cannot stream off of my mobile data. See your faces then. And thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you. Goodbye. This is an ending screen. Ending screen.